Chapter 1. The air SMELLED of chestnuts, tart wine and fear. The rope cutting into my throat was the first thing I felt when I emerged from the darkness. My non-responsive body was trying to splay out, and only the noose held it in place. Legs bent, hands bound behind my back, and scarlet circles swimming before my eyes. The great beyond met me without mercy. "Hey, not so fast." A strong hand jerked me back up, forcing me to assume a vertical position. "It's too early for you to die, kid. At least wait for the command." Someone behind me chortled at his unimaginative joke. I inhaled the cold air with difficulty and felt it burn my lungs. Goosebumps ran all across my body, which was clothed only in my snow-white shirt. The piercing wind made me shiver, but the fierce cold wasn't the only factor. Nausea rose in waves in my throat, and there was a nasty metallic taste in my mouth. My stomach was twisted in knots, and my tongue was swollen and barely moving. It took all my strength just to stand up straight. I'd been poisoned. That had to be it. The sunlight blinded me, causing me to squint, and it took me a moment to realize that instead of the anxious eyes of my adjutant, Alaric, dozens and dozens of upturned faces were staring back at me. They were normal people, but they were dressed in strange garb unlike anything I'd seen before. Instead of doublets, or, at worst, a set of armor, the men were dressed in bluish trousers of a wonderful cut and shiny smooth gambesons. It was clear from their appearance that, although they were made of some expensive fabric, they would stop neither a blade nor an arrow. There were practically no women in dresses, as they favored the same garb as the men. If not for their blush and delicate features, they could be confused for young men. Colorful fabrics, fancy headpieces, shiny jewelry, it was all reminiscent of a masquerade, but there was no glint of merriment in their eyes, only malevolence, boredom, and impatience. The source of the smells I had noticed earlier turned out to be nimble street vendors winding their way through the crowd. One carried roasted chestnuts, another was pouring hot spiced wine into delightful little cups, all perfectly uniform, smooth, white and tapered at the base. Taking this all in, I returned to my own feelings. The good news was that the fatal wound across my heart, the one which had sent me beyond the veil, was gone. The bad news was that I had a hemp rope wrapped tightly around my neck. With each breath, the rough fibers cut into my neck, and each head movement made the noose tighten even more, reminding me of its true purpose. And judging by the springiness of the boards underfoot, this was not just a nifty set piece for the strange crowd to gawk at. Carefully observing my surroundings and fighting back nausea, I noticed two things. The first was that the gallows clearly had not been built in a hurry. It was distinguished by its thoughtful design, good, sturdy logs that had been dried, fired, and soaked in resin. If there was one thing I'd seen a fair number of, it was gallows, both mobile and stationary. The second was that no less than 10 other unhappy wretches were destined to share my fate. They all stood on the platform facing the crowd, twisting and jerking against the bonds, tying their hands behind their backs. Notably, the wrists of some men were bound not by rope, but with shackles made of a curious jade-colored metal. They were all old enough to be either pages or squires, beardless youths who had hardly ever held a weapon in their hands, and yet, like me, they had been sentenced to death. The last thing I could remember was a duel. Brutal, bloody, and decisive. My mind refused to believe that this was real, and my head was spinning from trying to comprehend how I had ended up here. The rough rope cut into my neck every time I took a breath. The wooden planks of the scaffold creaked under my feet, feeling all too hard, too real. I had died, there was no doubt about it. So why did I feel my own heart beating, hear the hubbub of the crowd, see the vibrant colors of the clothing, and feel the wind on my skin? What was this? The afterlife, the underworld, or maybe another world entirely? Questions swarmed in my head, but I found no answers. Two things I knew for sure. This body could not belong to me. It had a different height, different weight, and different sense of balance. I had been given another chance by fate, only a strange one, to be reborn, only to die again immediately, and such a shameful death at that, although I wasn't a sheep that would meekly be led to slaughter. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the hangman's hands trembling after his recent night of drinking as he adjusted someone else's noose. He still reeked of acrid fumes, as if he had just crawled out of a wine cellar. Only then did I realize that someone's voice had been calling out across the platform this entire time. At first, the alien speech was a monotonous hum, like the buzzing of autumn flies. But then, from this din, individual familiar words began to emerge, like water lilies floating up from the bottom of a mucky pond. The man speaking wore a dark robe and stood a little farther away. His harsh, grating voice echoed throughout the square, causing my young comrades in misfortune to shudder. With each passing moment, I understood more and more, until suddenly the string of foreign words became perfectly intelligible speech. "Fellow citizens," he announced, raising his hands to the sky. "We have gathered here to administer justice to those who dared to transgress the law and our ancient traditions. These renegades, these unworthy scions of noble families, have forgotten the debt of the blood that flows through their veins. In their pride and arrogance, they raised their hand against the legitimate authority, shook the foundations, and sowed discord in our community. Hiding behind false slogans, they wanted to plunge our city into the abyss of chaos, to destroy the sacred order bequeathed to us by our ancestors, but the inexorable hand of justice has overtaken them. The fair court of His Grace Prince Veratine found these dishonest troublemakers guilty of treason, and today they will suffer the punishment they deserve." The crowd responded with a murmur of approval. Many held strange, flat objects in their hands, like polished sheets of black glass. They extended their arms, pointing these odd objects at the scaffold, like guards aiming crossbows. However, these devices had no arrows, not even a bowstring. Perhaps they were some local magical artifacts. This thought made me cast my mind back on my own body. The powerful magical gift that had served me faithfully for many years was missing. No, it was in deep dormancy, never having undergone the initiation process. Such a tiny flame, hidden in the very depths of the soul, that it was difficult for even an experienced magician to discern it. No wonder the previous owner of this body must have been unaware of his hidden gift. According to ancient custom, the indifferent voice of the executioner said, interrupting my thoughts, "Each of the condemned is given the right to speak their last words. Let us begin." The first was a thin, pale youth, whose sunken cheeks were covered with a sparse, light stubble. He took a trembling step forward, as far as the rope would allow, and spoke in a voice choked with emotion. "We were just talking." His voice rang out with despair mixed with indignation. "We gathered, drank wine, and discussed how to make life in the principality better, so that the prince's power would be limited by law and not by his whim. So that the ancient rights of noble families would mean more than the desires of one person. We did not incite anyone to rebellion, we did not plot, we were just talking. But now I see that Prince Veratine is afraid of simple words, since he punishes them with death." A murmur ran through the crowd and someone cried, "Traitor!" However, the man in black standing on the scaffold did not even bat an eyelid. The executioner casually pushed the guy back, and he stumbled, almost falling. The next poor wretch began to babble, I didn't mean anything bad by it. Have mercy, I beg you. I acknowledge my fault and repent. Give me one more chance, and I'll prove my fealty to the prince." The crowd reacted as expected. Coward was the mildest word a man at the gallows could hear, and I was inclined to agree with them. You should never beg your enemy for mercy. Even if you lose, your honor is the last thing you have left. Don't let your enemy take that away. A stocky, broad-shouldered young man with a shock of tangled dark hair stepped forward. Unlike the previous speaker, he did not beg for mercy. On the contrary, raising his chin fearlessly, He looked around the square with eyes full of contempt and spat. "Curse you all, you, the prince, and all who serve this worthless piece of scum. The day will come when your skulls will decorate the pikes on the city walls, and your wives and daughters will be fucked by swineherds." He wasn't permitted to finish. The executioner's heavy fist slammed against the man's cheekbone, causing him to stagger. His head swung limply, and blood spurted from his cut lip. The rebel was roughly grabbed by the collar and dragged back. The crowd began to mumble impatiently, demanding that the execution continue. I gritted my teeth. The townspeople hungered for violence and thirsted for blood, reveling in the sight of others suffering. No compassion, no mercy. They were truly beasts, not men. That is why, when I was in power, I forbade public executions. They evoked the basest emotions among the subjects. And this was not at all a fate that a ruler should desire for his people. One by one, the condemned men said whatever they thought needed to be said at the end. Some sobbed and begged for mercy, others tried in vain to soften the executioners' hearts with stories about their elderly parents. There were also those who shouted curses, like the fearless man earlier. The crowd reacted in different ways. Sometimes they cheered approvingly, sometimes they booed. I didn't heed their words too carefully. Words without power meant nothing. I spent all my efforts trying to reach the magical hearth inside of me. If anything could save me, it was that. However, the unknown poison muddled my thoughts, and the dormant spark of magic would not flare up. Finally, my turn came. Having overcome the intoxication of the poison and my weakness, I stepped forward, straightening my shoulders and holding my head high. The rope tightened, scratching painfully against my skin, but I did not pay attention to it, completely concentrating on the main task at hand. I am not exactly sure what the man whose face you see before you is accused of. My voice sounded strange and hoarse, but I continued, regaining my usual firmness with each word. "However, I reject both your accusations and your right to judge me, for no mortal has the power to pass judgment on a head bearing the crown. Roderick, the relentless, answers only to the All-Father. If I was destined to die immediately at this new stage of my life, I would do so under my own name and with my head held high." A ringing silence hung over the square. It seemed that everyone, from the commoners to the guards in their brilliant armor, had lost the power of speech. They stared at me as if I were a corpse risen from the grave. Unfazed, I gazed around at the sea of stunned faces and continued. I was not broken by the hunger, and certainly will not be forced to plead by the pitiful lackeys of a prince who was too afraid to carry out the sentence himself. My voice bristled with barely restrained contempt. The one who passes the verdict must himself raise the sword. Otherwise it is not justice, but a cowardly reprisal. Enough words. I lived like a warrior, and I will die like a warrior, staring into the eyes of my enemy. The crowd responded with a muffled, surprised murmur. Several people in the crowd raised the strange, shiny objects I had noticed in their hands earlier. The executioner turned purple, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. "How dare you, scum? Insult the prince, defame the law. You deserve not the noose, but to burn at the stake." People looked up at him in surprise. Perhaps the local customs did not condone such cruelty to criminals. However, I didn't flinch, maintaining a noble stoicism. My gaze was involuntarily drawn to the face of a well-dressed, middle-aged lady standing to the side of the platform, accompanied by two burly young men. Her brown eyes burned with an all-consuming hatred, as if she wanted to incinerate me on the spot. What could inspire such malice? The executioner, apparently tired of the drawn-out performance, stepped toward the lever. The hatches under the feet of the condemned swung open. The ropes tightened, dragging the unfortunate men into their final fall. Heart-rending cries of horror and pain filled the square, mixed with the squelching crunch of breaking vertebrae. But my bare feet barely touched the ground. The noose mercilessly bit into my throat. My lungs tried in vain to suck in the precious air, and my eyes darkened from the rush of blood. The rope was not long enough. Instead of a quick death, I was faced with painful suffocation. Time stood still, stretching into eternity. Each spasmodic attempt to inhale, every thump of my feverishly beating heart, every flash of agony lasted an eternity. The pain became all-consuming. It eclipsed the entire world, displacing all other thoughts and feelings. There was only the white-hot noose around my neck and my helpless attempts to gasp in vital air. My chest felt as if it was encircled and constricted by flaming hoops, and my throat burned as if invisible claws tore through my flesh. My muscles were cramping, my body was involuntarily twitching in vain attempts to free itself. My mind remained crystal clear, almost serene. I had died once, and death had lost its aura of mystery for me. I refused to die for the amusement of a cheering crowd. With my last strength, as I reached out for that untouched, dormant spark of magic, I imbued my body with a steely power of will. Every inch of skin was ablaze, my mind was melting in agony, but I stubbornly reached for that tiny ember. My consciousness faded, swallowed by impenetrable darkness. Life flowed out drop by drop, like blood from an open wound. Fragments of memories flashed across my closed eyelids, long-forgotten faces, landscapes once admired, indistinct images that had lost their clarity. Rare flashes of fading reason force you to cling to reality in vain, to notice strange, inappropriate details. Here in the crowd flashed the face of an old man, distorted with horror. There the glare of the midday sun was reflected in the metal roof of a distant building. The spark flickered, glowing a little brighter. Warmth flared up in my chest. It was as if a white-hot stream was rushing through my veins, burning right through them. For a moment the pain became intolerable, extreme, almost unbearable. And then the rope, which just a second ago had been trembling under the weight of my body, snapped. A weak, almost ghostly impulse of magic, conjured by the fading remnants of my consciousness, had frayed the rough fibers. With a thud, my body fell onto the snow-covered cobblestones. The air rushed into my tortured lungs like surf breaking on the shore. I wheezed, inhaled convulsively, coughed, and could not get enough air. Blood gurgled in my throat from the cuts the hemp rope had made in my skin, and there was a drawn-out ringing in my ears. Colored spots danced before my eyes. The crowd froze in shock, staring at me. The silence was broken only by the hoarse breaths and puzzled susurrations from hundreds of throats. My mind gradually cleared, and the fragments of thought reluctantly knit together into a single mosaic. The pain in my chest died down, and it became easier to breathe. I took a few shuddering breaths and was surprised to see that the nausea and dizziness that had once plagued me had disappeared. My awakened gift had burned the poison out of my body. I couldn't help but smile despite my blood-stained teeth. Meanwhile, the man leading the execution, having come to his senses, roared furiously, "Why are you just standing there, you dunces? Get another rope around his neck, quickly." The traitor must suffer the punishment he deserves. The two strong young men nodded, but then the crowd began to hum with discontent. Hundreds of voices merged into a single protesting chorus. "It's a sign. A sign from God. You can't hang a man twice. Enough blood has been spilled today. Let Platonov go." The executioner, struck by the sudden change, froze, mouth agape. The murmur of the crowd became louder and more insistent. People leaned forward, fists clenched and eyes flashing. It seemed that one more push, and they would be ready to rush the scaffold, sweeping away the guards. I kept my eyes on the man and read his thoughts like an open book. His gaze slid across the row of guards, 24 men against an enraged mob. It wouldn't be hard to crush them. And let the rebels be caught and hanged later, but now, the execution would fail, there would be riots, and then the prince would demand to know who permitted this to happen. No, it wasn't worth the trouble, especially since the heavens had indeed given them a sign. The rope had given way. He licked his dry lips and shouted, straining to speak over the hubbub of the crowd, "Prince Veritine is merciful and honors the customs of his ancestors. This sinner will be banished from our state. He is forbidden to return to the Vladimir Principality under penalty of immediate death. He must leave the city before sunset, taking only what he had with him at the time of his arrest. Let it be so." Chapter 2. Once he'd finished speaking, the executioner turned on his heels and strode away from the scaffold down the stairs. The rough hands of the guards immediately grabbed me and dragged me after him. The dark-robed man strode away from the square without looking back. The crowd reluctantly parted, seeing our procession off with unkind glances and muffled cries. Suddenly, the clear voice of an elderly man cut through the hubbub. "Proctor, don't worry, I'll take care of you." I raised my head, trying to pick out the speaker from the crowd. My gaze fell on an old man in wealthy attire, waving his arms frantically. His wrinkled face was distorted by excitement and fear. For a moment, a vague recognition flashed through my memory. I strained my brain, trying to grasp the elusive thought, but to no avail. My new body stubbornly refused to share the secrets contained within its memory. Only some vague feeling that the old man had been someone important to me kept nagging at me like a thorn between my ribs. The guards tugged at my elbows, forcing me to turn away. The old man was lost in the sea of people, absorbed in a jumble of colors and sounds. Even the smallest clue had slipped away, leaving only questions behind. A few minutes later, we reached the edge of the square. The fighters dragged me to a squat iron monster of a machine with shiny, polished sides. The mysterious artifact resembled a carriage without horses and emitted a sharp, unpleasant odor. The door swung open with a clang. I was shoved carelessly into the cramped interior, thrown onto a seat upholstered in soft leather. Two guards took up positions on either side, squeezing me in a vice. Another took up position in front, on my left hand, opposite the wheel protruding into the interior of the wagon. The last one into the carriage was the head executioner, who sat in the front and slammed the door shut. A low rumble immediately filled the cabin, as if a hungry beast had awakened inside the iron monster. The carriage jerked sharply forward, pushing me back into the seat. A sharp smell, vaguely reminiscent of essential oils, tickled my nostrils. A draft walking through the cramped cabin despite the tightly closed windows chilled my skin. Interpreting my look of surprise as fear at my future fate, the big guys in uniform exchanged contemptuous grins. Nothing could be further from the truth. I was completely calm, awaiting with interest to see how things unfolded. My mind analyzed the situation as usual, searching for threats and opportunities. Even if I had no idea how I got here, that wasn't important. All that mattered was turning things to my advantage. For example, from this distance, I could closely study the strange weapons that the guards held. Judging by their shape, they were clearly intended for long-range combat, as they vaguely resembled crossbows, although they had no limbs, bowstrings, or bolts. At least the stock and trigger were quite familiar. My execution had been exchanged for exile, so my meeting with Old Lady Death had been postponed. However, the most remarkable thing was that the executioner clearly had plans for me. He remained impassive, staring blankly at the glass in front of him. How rich is this principality that it can even install glass in their self-propelled carts? It seemed that the stranger's thoughts were occupied with much more important matters than my fate. The carriage rushed along the streets at a frightening speed, roaring and bouncing on the uneven surfaces. Behind the glass, which was clear as a tear, a strange, unfamiliar life flashed before me. I was fascinated by the multi-story buildings holding up the sky, the smooth ribbons of roads along which the rare iron carriage scurried, and the ornate outfits of the passers-by. It was all foreign to me, but in every detail I searched for weak points and opportunities. This new world had to be studied, and I was eager to take on the challenge. And there was something else haunting me. In my long life, I had sent so many bastards to the gallows that I had learned all the intricacies of the craft. And now I knew for sure that the rope had been measured incorrectly, being too short for a quick execution. Either the executioner was completely incompetent or someone deliberately wanted to prolong my agony. My instinct told me that the latter was more likely. About a quarter of an hour passed before the carriage screeched to a halt. The door swung open and the guards unceremoniously shoved me out. I slowly straightened up to my full height, squared my shoulders, and looked coldly at my guards. Over all my years of ruling, I had learned to instill a sacred awe in my subordinates with just one look. One of the guards, a burly fellow with a square jaw, recoiled involuntarily when I turned my head in his direction. Something akin to superstitious fear flashed in his eyes, the way one looks at a man who should have died but survived. The other men also held themselves stiff, trying to hide their uncertainty behind a display of rudeness. Even as a prisoner, I inspired involuntary respect. The years spent on the throne had been ingrained into my very essence. Authority and the habit of command do not simply disappear because you are in shackles. We stood in front of a tall building with a light stone facade. I tilted my head back, squinting against the sun shining into my eyes. The building was decorated with carvings, an ornate ligature of letters that spelled out the name Command Chamber. My escorts shoved me into a spacious hall overflooded with artificial light. Strange little spheres hummed rhythmically under the ceiling, casting a lace of shadows on the floor. My soles loudly tapped on the marble slabs, echoing under the vaulted ceiling. We ascended to the second floor, passing a suite of deserted rooms. The executioner was the first to enter the office and motioned to the guards to leave us. They pushed me over the threshold and left, closing the doors. I was left alone with this stranger in a richly decorated office. A massive mahogany table separated us like the division line at a tournament. It emitted a powerful protective aura. It seemed to be enchanted against eavesdropping. For years, I had hosted ambassadors and held negotiations with allies and enemies alike. I'd learned to read people like the back of my own hand, and before me sat a man who was used to using his position to intimidate others. I wondered how he would handle a man who was unafraid of death. Finally deigning to cast a glance my way, his lips curled as if from toothache. He sighed and began to speak. "All right, I don't enjoy this any more than you do, but," I interrupted him, "perhaps we should start the conversation with a brief introduction of who you are. What kind of conversation can there be if only one party knows who they are dealing with?" The man flinched, as if he had been slapped. His face purpled with anger and a vein bulged on his forehead. "Don't toy with me, Platonov. You know exactly who I am." Platonov, that surname again. That was what the former owner of this body had been called. I kept my expression unfazed and retorted, "Doesn't it seem like I have been reborn today? Let us imagine that my life has been reset and begun anew. This is why I insist on observing etiquette." We exchanged glances for a few seconds. Finally, he said through clenched teeth, "Count Mikhail Fedorovich Saburov, Master of Ceremonies to His Highness Prince Veratine." Satisfied, I bowed my head slightly, hiding a grin. He was definitely not used to being spoken to in such a manner, but what was his pathetic self-importance worth compared to the arrogance of a former king? "I thank you. Now, we must cut straight to the heart of the matter." Saburov leaned back in his chair, clasping his fingers together. His gaze, cold and piercing, bored into my face, as if trying to punch a hole in my skull. "All right then, let's get straight to it. As I've already said, only by a whim of fate have you avoided receiving the punishment you deserve, but do not think that you'll be able to wriggle out of taking accountability, Platonov. You and your friends have been discussing rebellion, whatever flowery words you use to describe it, so you will now be useful in other ways. And remember, next time God may not be so merciful, and I will make sure the rope is strong." I shrugged my shoulders indifferently, demonstrating my imperturbability with my whole body. If anyone could keep face regardless of the circumstance, it was a monarch. "Are we going to continue exchanging threats or discuss why I was brought here?" Saburov's cheek twitched, but he quickly regained his composure. Voice dripping with venom, he said, "I see that the gallows has taught you nothing. Well, too bad for you. Since you couldn't even die properly, you'll have to make amends through service." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the tabletop, his narrowed eyes dancing with flames of ire. "His lordship, in his inexhaustible mercy, will grant you a chance at redemption. You will go to a border village called Ugrumika and become its voivode, replacing the previous governor." I raised an eyebrow in mock surprise. "And what happened to my predecessor? Did he go on a well-deserved retirement?" Saburov bared his teeth in a malicious grin. The clumsy man fell straight into a well, in broad daylight. "And since the inhabitants of that village are quite willful and obstinate, you too should watch your step, or you will share his fate." This man truly had a peculiar sense of humor, and a strange sense of mercy to boot. However, not a single muscle moved in my face. Well, that's a generous gift. "And what will my duties be in my new position? A border village? No matter what, it was a resource I could rely on. Better than being an outcast with nothing but the shirt on my back. A good opportunity to catch my breath, look around, and understand where exactly I had ended up. What were the customs and ways of this world?" Saburov's eyes flashed, and he said through gritted teeth, "Ugrumika is a border village where law and order are unheard of concepts. These willful serfs fancy themselves independent and refuse to recognize the prince's authority. They conduct illegal business, hunt the soulless, and sell valuable resources under the table. They should be selling them to the treasury, as is proper." I really wanted to clarify who the soulless were, but I'd learn everything in time. And this information was clearly something that everyone and their mother should know, from how casually he mentioned it. He continued his speech, growing ever more heated. "Your task is to whip the village into order, suppress rebellion with an iron fist, return it to the prince's authority, and restore order. By the end of the year, you must deliver resources worth 1,000 gold rubles to the treasury. Otherwise," he pulled an envelope from the pile of letters and slit it open pointedly. His hand moved swiftly, as if he were slitting the throat of a sworn enemy. The message was more than clear. "That seems like too little time to pacify the troublemakers," I chortled. "Even a brilliant governor needs time to organize a conquered province. Especially on the border, which, as I understand it, is teeming with the soulless. I don't expect you to be successful, Platonov," he sneered. "You are a shameful rebel and a hanged man, balancing on the edge of pardon and execution. You do not have a powerful family behind you. One way or another, you will die. Either you will be quietly slaughtered by the serfs in Ugrumika, or by the executioner when you cannot cope with the task entrusted to you. 1,000 rubles in gold," he reminded me with the friendliest of smiles. "By year's end," I responded with an equally friendly smile, tilting my head slightly to the side as if in thought. "And when shall I depart for my new post? I suppose there will have to be some serious preparations. After all, you are, I assume, wholeheartedly concerned about my success and want all the prince's dreams to come true." The man's lips stretched into a mocking grin. "Oh, don't bother yourself with any unnecessary trouble. The team is already waiting in the yard, as well as a small detachment of guards, for your protection and assistance, of course. I don't want you to accidentally get lost on the way to your destination." The last sentence was dripping with undisguised malice. He expected me to run away on the way to such a valuable acquisition. I endured another contemptuous look with icy calm and said, "Wouldn't it be wiser to give me one of those steel monsters that brought us here?" Saburov's face reflected bewilderment. He blinked for a few seconds and then laughed as if he had heard a great joke. "You want a car?" Even if I had the desire to allocate state property of such value, I would not entrust it to a state criminal. The car costs as much as a small village, in case you forgot. Or has the failed execution so clouded your mind that you decided that you are entitled to the privileges of the highest rank of nobility? Taking this information into account, along with the name of the strange artifact, I rose from the table. "Well, in that case, I won't keep you. I'm sure that the affairs of state can't wait, and thanks to you, I am now also burdened with a whole slew of new concerns." Saburov gritted his teeth, but nodded to let me go. As I was stepping over the threshold, I heard behind me, "Before leaving, you can say goodbye to your family." "We aren't animals," I walked out, straightening my shoulders and once again confusing the guards with my regal bearing. They were not used to seeing this from people broken by execution or exile. "Well, I have surprised many in my life, some even fatally." The guards immediately encircled me, and we headed to the first floor. There a small, practically empty room awaited me, a couple of chairs, a table, and a carafe of water. The first chance I'd gotten to quench my thirst in all this time. After a while, the door swung open, and the old man from the square appeared on the threshold. The stranger stepped sharply towards me, causing my body to instantly prepare for an attack, but he only embraced me. "My dear son, thank the gods you're alive." His voice trembled with genuine joy and relief. It seemed that this was the father of the one whose body I now occupied, the former Platonov. Stepping back, I was able to better examine and assess him. A hunched back, a tired look, uncertain movements. His hair and beard were silvered, but the gaze of his faded blue eyes remained sharp and clear. Wrinkles furrowed his forehead and cheeks, giving his face the appearance of a dried-out map, and yet he sincerely loved his offspring. Despite his age, this man could still be a useful ally. The old man stared into my face. His smile faded for a moment, and alarm flashed in his eyes. "What's wrong, son?" "Everything's fine. It's just not every day that you walk away from the gallows." The old man nodded, patting me on the shoulder. I barely restrained myself from intercepting his hand. Over the many years of war, I'd begun to perceive any touch as a potential threat. "Of course, my son, what's important is that you're alive. I can't believe that the rope broke. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, now everything will be fine." "Thank God the poison didn't work." I frowned. "So it was you who poisoned me." The old man's expression was of painful sorrow. "Have you forgotten, my dear son? You bribed the jailer to bring you some into your cell last night so that you wouldn't suffer, poor boy. So that you could preserve your family honor and not suffer for the amusement of the crowd." He sank heavily into the chair opposite and wiped away a tear that had welled up. "My heart wept, but that was all I could do for you. They kept you so well guarded that I couldn't smuggle you out. But the poison would have at least prevented you from suffering any more than you had to. Apparently the alchemist deceived me. He sold me a fake. I didn't want to dissuade him. Moreover, somewhere on a human level I understood him. If all I could do for my own son was to ease his suffering, that was exactly what I would have done." "They told me about your exile and new post," he said, gathering himself. "Zakar will go with you. He's as loyal as a dog to you, you know that. He may steal from the storerooms little by little, and he may not have the quickest wit, but he would go through fire and water for you." I nodded, restraining myself from asking any unnecessary questions. "What storerooms? Who is this Zakar?" "I know it's not easy for you now," Platonov's father said, grabbing my shoulder. "But just wait 6 months, and I'll try to get your sentence commuted. The prince is a stern but generally easygoing man. I'll find a way to approach him." There was an unwavering determination in his voice. I couldn't help but respect him. Even on the brink of his son's death, he didn't lose heart and looked for a way out. Such a man would not give up until he had exhausted all possibilities, a useful quality for a potential ally. Don't worry, may the All-Father bear witness, I will prevail. I will outplay fate and any scheming courtiers. After all, I am used to breaking the backs of those who stand in my way. And this time will be no exception. My voice grated with steel, and the stunned old man stepped back, but clearly attributed everything to the aftermath of the failed execution. And I vowed to be more careful with my speech from now on. People become aggressive when confronted with things they didn't understand, and my rebirth was not an ordinary event. I risked making enemies before I had the strength to defeat them. Oh yeah, your phone. He handed me a palm-sized metal plate coated in crystal. We'll keep in touch. There was no time to study the artifact, but I felt the distinct pull of magical energy. The old man stood up and squeezed my shoulder one last time. I have faith in you, son. You will succeed. In the meantime, I'll call in all of my friends. Maybe we can get things moving. Well, Godspeed. He gave me a firm hug goodbye and left. Lydia Beloziorova tore around the living room of her mansion in rage. The knowledge that the execution had turned into a shameful farce burned within her life a fire, giving her no peace. How dare he weasel his way out of the punishment he deserved? Madame Beloziorova, born Countess Obolenskaya, was not accustomed to such impudence. The whole city trembled before her, knowing the highborn lady's tough character and influence. And this young brat Platonov, an insignificant upstart, dared to challenge her. He had humiliated her family, disgraced the ancient blood. Not only did he bewitch the daughter, the foolish Paulina, and trample the Beloziorov family honor into the dirt, but he also saved his own life, the little bastard. It was all because of the greed of these miserly executioners. You skimped on the Arcalium shackles, you fools. You missed the awakening of the gallows power. Lydia almost hissed, crumpling the lace handkerchief in her fingers. Oh, her honed magical senses had detected that fleeting flash when the noose snapped on the scoundrel's neck, and those damned blockhead guards hadn't noticed. Before her eyes stood the image of the man being taken away, cutting off any last hope for justice. Lydia began to pace faster, her heels angrily tapping on the parquet floor. Inside, her soul was seething with rage mixed with humiliation. I remembered Platonov's hateful grin, his insolent gaze straight from the scaffold. His shameless eyes mocked, as if saying, "Bite me, you old pepperbox. I'm too tough for you." And Paulina, the little fool, had cried for 2 days, grieving over her darling. Overflowing with anger, Lydia pulled the twisted cord of the bell. Immediately 2 burly young men in identical, nondescript uniforms appeared in the doorway. "You called us, madam?" one bowed, respectfully lowering his shaved head. "Of course I called you, you dolts," the Countess hissed, her eyes flashing. "Now listen carefully and pray you don't make a mistake." The big men straightened up and put their shoulders back. They knew that the mistress' anger would not be in vain. "Just give us the word, mother," the second began, but the Countess interrupted. "Platonov needs to be eliminated, and not just eliminated, but made to suffer, the beast, like Judas hanging from the aspen." The young men looked at each other. The stupid one blurted out, "Well, apparently he has been kicked out of the principality. He won't live for long outside the city walls. The sluice will find him and finish him off anyway." "No way," snapped Lydia. "He won't get off that easy. Let him scream until his throat is torn out. And I'll tell you one more thing, his magical gift has awakened. I saw it with my own eyes. Now we need to be more careful." "But how?" the second asked warily. The Countess narrowed her eyes unkindly. "Here's how. Catch him somewhere in the wilderness, and so that he doesn't even have time to squeak, the degenerate. Break all his bones, rib after rib. It's not my job to tell you how to do yours." The men's faces became stern and cruel lights flashed in their eyes. Lydia chuckled with satisfaction. "That's right, I'm counting on you. And don't forget, he needs to be castrated once and for all. Let him take it to his grave, the dog." She squeezed the handkerchief so hard that her fingers turned white. "Never mind, Prokhor, You won't be breathing air for long. We'll get even, my dear. We'll get even for everything, for my disgraced daughter and for your impudent mockery." Chapter 3. I left the town hall escorted by a group of soldiers, squinting in the bright sunlight and surveying the scene. A strong man of about 50 years old, with a shaggy beard and a tattered leather jacket, was waiting for me on the steps. Seeing the procession, he beamed and rushed towards us, waving a suitcase. "Prokhor Ignatievich, my beloved master, alive, thank God." The guards bristled, blocking his path, but I stepped forward with authority. "Move aside. This is my servant Zakhar, he will go with me." The soldiers hesitated, exchanging glances. I narrowed my eyes and said in an icy tone that had previously made even the most arrogant aristocrats turn pale and bow, "Or has the master of ceremonies forbidden me from taking my men with me? As far as I remember, the order he gave didn't say a word about it. Or would you like to disturb him again to ask for clarification?" Apparently, Saburov's ire frightened them much more than any uncertainty about my exile status. The guards parted, letting Zakhar through. He beamed and, grabbing a weighty knapsack, trotted after them. Then everything started moving at an astonishing speed. Before I had time to get my bearings, we were led to a massive carriage and cart hitched to two stately chestnut geldings. Some sacks and bundles had already been dumped into the open cart, apparently supplies for the journey. Two more guards in full armor were waiting nearby, weapons at the ready. Seeing us, one stepped forward. "Sergeant Demid Stepanovich Majyovsky," he said in introduction, drilling into me with a piercing gaze. "And you must be the Boyar Platonov? Well, well, I am responsible for your safety, including while we are on the road. Conduct yourself sensibly and with decorum. Obey my commands and we won't have any problems." A stern, weather-beaten face, grey-tinged temples, icy eyes, the spitting image of a warrior of which I have seen hundreds. Men like this were consistent in both word and deed, but the king was used to commanding, not bowing. I grinned and calmly retorted, "Thank you for your diligence, Sergeant. I'm not looking for unnecessary complications, but I won't take orders either from you or anyone else. My mission is to take control of Ugrumika, and all my efforts will be focused on that. Your task is to ensure my safety, nothing more. I hope we understand each other." Majyovsky gritted his teeth, but nodded. He recognized in my voice the notes of a man accustomed to giving commands. Well, at least he knew his place. "There are some articles of clothing in the cart," he said. "You should change, Boyar, before you freeze off something important." Taking this information into consideration, I stepped into the cart and found a bundle of clothes. Relatively simple, but warm. All this time I had been ignoring the cold by sheer force of will, but my body was chilled through. Zakhar took up the reins as usual, and I settled on the bench behind him. The carriage took off toward the northern gate. I looked around the city streets with no attempt to hide my curiosity. Now that the initial tension had subsided, peculiar details caught my eye. For example, self-propelled carriages, that is, cars, were almost never used here. Only rare specimens were encountered, decorously gliding between pedestrians and horsemen. But there were plenty of people, carriages, and horsemen. Apparently, this reality, although it was ahead of my homeland in terms of development, had not progressed far beyond it. As I passed under the arch of the northern gate, I couldn't help but whistle. The city walls here were well built, tall, strong, with skillfully placed towers and buttresses. Even my trained eye couldn't identify the weak spots immediately. There were a fair amount of guards lining the walls, as well as some cunning devices resembling combat ballistas, except that instead of being crafted from wood, as usual, these were cast from metal. But the differences didn't end there. They also had long, narrow tubes, pointing skyward and glittering in the sun. I chuckled, interesting toys, and also, I suspected, quite dangerous. They wouldn't lug such a colossal hunk of metal around for no reason. If only I knew how these things spew out projectiles Shaking my head, I turned away, everything in its time. For now, I needed to turn my thoughts towards other things, how not to perish in Ugrumika and how to cope with the prince's task. And in tandem, once I'd figured out how this world lived and breathed, how to lay the groundwork for returning my lost power. Judging by what Saburov had said, the inhabitants of this backwater wouldn't be happy to see me. Willful and reckless people who lived by their own rules and spat in the face of the prince. And why would they want to be under a master's hand? I was sure they hadn't seen any help from Veratine or his people, but there had been plenty of attempts to tax and impose duties upon them. On top of that, life on the outskirts was dangerous and had no patience for a cavalier attitude. Every resource, every nail, and every board needed to be put to use, otherwise you wouldn't survive the winter. And these valuable resources were exactly what the prince was trying to repossess. Would you welcome tax collectors and governors with open arms? Soon, the city was behind us. For a while, the road wound between cultivated fields, where the shoots of winter crops could be seen, covered in a thin layer of snow. Every now and then we passed peasant carts and workers in warm clothes, hurrying about their business. Occasionally, we came across good farmsteads with sturdy fences and chimneys from which smoke curled. But the further we drove from the city, the fewer signs of human presence we encountered, until they were all finally washed out by a dreary landscape overgrown with stunted vegetation. I finally had time to reflect on the vicissitudes of fate. Yesterday, I was the king of a vast empire, feared by my enemies and beloved by my subjects. Today I was a rebel with a broken noose around his neck, a bargaining chip in someone else's political game. At least, that was what my enemies thought. They were in for an unpleasant surprise. New body, new world, strange and foreign. I didn't know what role had been set out for me to play here, but I knew one thing for certain. No matter how the circumstances turned out, I would stand strong. I would outplay my opponents and restore my lost power. Even if it took months, years, it didn't matter. The main thing was that now I had a goal. After all, I'd built an entire empire from the ground up before. The attempt on my life had not succeeded. It only lit a fire under me. Where the former Platonov had chickened out and given in, I would fight to the last. I would carve out my place under the sun and subjugate the new world under my hand. A good place to start was with a thorough inspection of my magical gift. Turning my eye inward and listening to my sensations, I felt each flash of energy, noting its potential and characteristics. The power inherited from the former Platonov seemed less than impressive at first glance. However, I sensed hidden depths and versatility. This gift was distinguished by its enviable plasticity. It could be subordinated to one's will and forged into the necessary instrument. Another feature became noticeable almost immediately. The energy resonated beautifully with the elements of earth and metal. These elements almost begged to be utilized, responding to the slightest mental effort. I couldn't help but smile to myself. What a noble gift! Focusing on my favorite style, combat magic, opened up truly limitless prospects, so my new gift was quite suitable for laying the foundation for future power. All that was left was to develop it, to bring it to mind. How far to Ugrumika? I asked Zakar quietly. The thing is, master, he said, scratching the back of his head, a lot depends on the horses. I don't have the feel for these ones yet. If they continue to trot along at the same pace, I think we'll arrive the day after tomorrow in the evening. If, of course, God forbids us and we don't meet the sluice. Who? I asked dryly. You know, the soulless, he replied, turning in the seat to face me. The void walkers, the empty ones, the hollow, dangerous creatures. I tensed up like a hunting dog. Zakar blinked his eyes hard, as if hoping he might be somewhere else once he opened them. Master, he sighed sadly, the gibbet one must have been hard on you. Of course they're dangerous. I know they don't have them in Vladimir, But have you really forgotten when you and your pop went to visit your late mother's relatives in Murom? How the sluice drank Ivaska dry and almost sent me to our maker? Oh, the fear they struck into my heart. The old man began to wail. Murom. The name sparked a sudden connection in my brain. This world had a Murom as well, the eastern stronghold of my kingdom. I looked carefully at Zakar's face, trying not to betray my interest. Now this was an unexpected discovery. If there was a Murom here, that meant this world was already a little less foreign than it had seemed at the start. I'd need to find out more. Giving Zakar an absent-minded clap on the shoulder, I returned to my thoughts as he continued to groan and grumble, describing the horror he had felt. So there was a threat that was not to be taken lightly and lived outside the walls of the city. I didn't know how much more dangerous the soulless were than the hunger, but I'd need to clarify this point as soon as I got the chance. All right, I had plenty of time now. The road to Ugrumika promised to be long. I began to experiment, recalling the lessons of the court magicians. My previous gift had been strong from birth and tempered in battle, but my current abilities had to be nurtured from the very beginning. I'd need to start with a small amount of power, but train often. That was the only way to hone the magical muscle. Closing my eyes, I stretched my inner eye into the depths of my being, trying to feel the currents of power. The energy did not respond immediately. I had to show patience and skill. I slid my consciousness along the nooks and crannies of my own spirit, looking for sleeping areas of the gift, sending cautious but persistent calls to them. Drop by drop, the force woke up, gathered together. After a while, I managed to congeal a tiny clot of magic with my mind, a flickering flame in the ocean of flesh. I watched it pulsate, fascinated, reveling in the tingling in my fingertips. It worked. It was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. The same kind of flame had frayed the rope before, but the previous one had been created on instinct, while this one was created deliberately. I spent the next few miles moving the clot of power through the energy channels of my body. At first, it was awkward. The flame kept trying to go out or slip out of control. But I had enough skill and experience to obstinately refocus it, forcing it to move along the chosen path. When I managed to hold the clot stable, I began to compact it. This proved more difficult and required extraordinary concentration to compress the rarefied substance to the density of matter. Time after time, I gathered the force together, pressing it into a tiny sphere, but again and again it tried to scatter into sparks. Once I had that down, I made it more difficult. Gathering another clot, I tried to twist it into a spiral. After a quarter of an hour, I succeeded. The rotating stream of magic was more readily concentrated, acquiring a stable form. Triumphantly, I congealed a second flame, spun it in the opposite direction, and brought both vortices together. The effect, as expected, was astounding. The oppositely rotating spirals seemed to cling to each other, achieving much greater strength and density. They resonated with each other. I was momentarily taken aback by the gushing stream of power and immediately took control of it, stopping it from spilling over. This was it, the first stride in domesticating my gift. The rapture was as intoxicating as wine, and yet I forced myself to calm down. I shouldn't have pushed myself too hard out of habit. My magical muscles were aching from overexertion, and my temples were starting to throb, but the result was worth it. I leaned back in my seat, catching my breath and listening to my feelings. The gift, which had recently seemed like a tiny spark, was now smoldering with an even, confident flame, as if it had moved to a qualitatively new level and climbed a step in the boundless ladder of power. Well, today's training was a great success. I felt my lips involuntarily stretch into a satisfied grin. The road to Ugrumika promised to be a road of self-development and preparation for future achievements, and I'd taken the first step. By carefully questioning my talkative servant, I learned the following. The Platonov family was an ancient but impoverished line. And my body's predecessor, the young Boyar Prokhor Platonov, had been a real curse on the family. The soft-hearted father, who was widowed early, spent a lot of money to hush up the consequences of Prokhor's drinking, fights, and love affairs. After the arrest of the freethinkers, the old Boyar Platonov had mortgaged almost all his property in order to free his child from prison. But as I understood it, it hadn't helped. So, thanks to this strange turn of fate, Ugrumika was now the family's only possession that granted them the right to retain their status as aristocrats. For several hours, the cart rolled confidently along the forest road, leaving behind tracks in the snow. Our path lay between centuries-old pines and firs, whose crowns met high above our heads, forming a natural canopy. The slanting rays of the setting sun struggled to penetrate the dense needles, painting strange shadows on the trunks and the path. The frozen undergrowth ran right up to the ruts in the road. The icy branches of the bushes, covered with hoarfrost, crunched as they hit the carriage, reaching out to scratch against the sides. Rare birds, crying pitifully, flew off the bare branches, and in the frozen grass, sprinkled with a thin layer of snow, the fluffy tails of nimble critters occasionally flashed. The fresh air, thick with the scent of tree sap and cold, was as invigorating as a whiff of spirits. I couldn't help but smile, absorbing the familiar smells and sounds from childhood. Even though this forest was denser than my kingdom's territories, it still gave me a feeling of peace and solitude. When the twilight grew so deep that it became hard to make out the road, Majovsky gave the order to camp out for the night. The cart turned into a small clearing, and we started to set up camp. Soon a fire crackled merrily, spreading a life-giving warmth and the aroma of burning wood. The tongues of flame performed a bewitching dance, casting honey-gold patches of light on the surrounding tree trunks. The fiery flashes drew bizarre masks on the faces of my companions, sometimes diminishing, sometimes exaggerating their features. Zakar began to unpack his knapsacks, preparing for dinner. Among other things, he took out and showed me the clothes he had hastily packed for me. My attention was drawn to a dark dress jacket. On the left side of the chest, above the heart, there was an intricate embroidery, a black raven with a crown above its head against the backdrop of a fortress wall. I froze, staring at the crest. In my world, clothes were also decorated with familial symbols, although more often on cloaks or waistcoats than on jackets. "Oh, master," Zakar perked up, noticing the jacket. "How good that I grabbed it. You can't show up in a new land without a coat of arms. After all, you are a voivode now. You need to demonstrate your status, so that they can see right away that you are an ancient family, not some upstart." Majovsky, sitting by the fire, chuckled. "He can and should demonstrate his status, but with that crest, some sort of plucked bird." "It's not just any bird," Zakar spat back. "It is a symbol of the Platonov line. And it's not just by chance that this bird is on our coat of arms. Isn't that right, sir?" I confirmed his words with a nod and waited for him to continue, interest piqued. "No one remembers the exact story, but they say that the founder of the family line was saved by a raven," the old man said instructively and with a hint of pride. "Either it showed him the way when he was surrounded by sleuths, or it helped him find shelter and obtain valuable relics. In gratitude, a raven was placed on the coat of arms." "And the crown?" Demid asked with interest, while I studied the gold stitching. "Well, the master's grandfather, his father's father, told us that their family had great ambitions even before the collapse of the empire. That's why they have such a proud motto, 'Power is forged by will.'" I could barely hold back a smile. This lineage had been marked by the All-Father himself. His ravens, Hugin and Munin, represent the qualities without which there can be no true ruler: reason and will. There must have been a reason I ended up in this particular body. After a while, Zakar set up a place for me in the back of the cart, and he himself modestly settled down underneath, laying down a bedding of straw stuffed in a sackcloth. The guards determined the watch schedule, and soon almost everyone fell asleep, entrusting their safety to the night guard. I also dozed off, lulled by the silence of the night and the fatigue after a long journey. However, I was soon pulled out of oblivion by a barely audible crack of a branch somewhere in the thicket. My body reacted instantly, even before my mind registered alarm, old military reflexes, hammered in by years of battles and similar such nights. Imperceptibly raising myself on my elbow, I glanced around the clearing. The guard on duty, having lost all vigilance and composure, was snoring sweetly, leaning his back against the wheel of the cart. In my world, they would have beat you mercilessly for an act like that, at least 6 good blows. And if, God forbid, the sleeping guard let the enemy through and one of his comrades died, the culprit would face the chopping block. Silently cursing the negligent soldier, I listened, turning my head from side to side. The forest was silent. Only the wind was barely audible, rustling the leaves high in the treetops. And yet my sixth sense kept telling me that danger was nearby, lurking between the trunks, waiting for the moment to strike. Well then, let's see who was the hunter and who was the hunted. This wasn't the first time I entered into a fight with an unknown opponent. Slowly, trying not to make any sudden movements, I called upon my gift to help. Closing my eyes, I concentrated on the energy flows inside my body and directed a tiny stream of power to my eyes. For a few moments nothing happened, and then a familiar tingling sensation burned my irises. Opening my eyelids, I noted with satisfaction that the nocturnal world had acquired a new sharpness and depth, as if illuminated from within. My gaze darted along the edge of the clearing, tenaciously picking out details, and there it was. Between the trunks, several dozen steps from the camp, 2 figures were hiding, hidden by branches and shadows. Even my vision, enhanced by magic, could barely discern their contours. No sound, no movement, frozen, merging with the forest. Were these the soulless, or maybe just wicked little opportunists who wanted to profit at our expense? Well, in any case, intelligent travelers wouldn't hide in the thicket and track down someone else's camp. I needed to get to know them better, and at the same time, give this new body a test drive. I needed to understand where its limits lay. I slowly got up, carefully pretending to yawn and stretch. Then I just as lazily wandered to the edge of the clearing, as if intending to relieve myself. It was important not to scare off my prey. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the figures in ambush tense up, preparing to pounce. Standing in front of a wide pine tree, I began to slowly fiddle with my belt, waiting for the attack. This new body was filled with a familiar anticipation of physical conflict. My vision and hearing became sharper than ever, and then everything happened at once. In an instant, I sensed a figure behind me and the rustle of air being cut by a blade. Chapter 4. I moved down and to one side, ducking the knife, which flew over my head and simultaneously gaining some distance. There were 2 of them, tall, clearly trained to kill. The one on the left clutched a wide combat knife, 2 palms long, with a curved blade that gleamed like cold steel. The other swung a short but heavy club, most likely filled with lead. I carefully surveyed my surroundings, searching for other combatants. My gaze fell on a long, thick branch lying under my feet. Without thinking twice, I summoned my facet. In my world, this concrete gift was called Reforge or Transform, but one wandering mage from the lands of the Franks, upon seeing my facet in action, had called it Weapon Transmutation. It sounded nice, so it stuck. The material vibrated, obeying my command. Magic slid along the wood fibers, penetrating deep inside and altering the structure. A few moments, one effort of will, and in my hands lay a neat wooden spear with a 3-sided tip. Not too long, alas, the branch had been a bit short, less a spear and more a large dart. Mother was right, hissed the man with the club. He has awakened his magic. We must finish him off, and quickly. In an instant, one of the thugs rushed to attack, whipping out a knife. His movements showed solid experience, smooth, economical, with no needless flourishes, and yet they hardly resembled the technique of a talented warrior. More like a seasoned murderer who was used to cutting the throats of gaping travelers from behind, and he clearly underestimated me, seeing only a beardless young man standing before him. All right then, boys, time to warm up. And at the same time, I could also get a good idea of what my new body was capable of. It hadn't inspired any particular confidence or joy so far. One thing that made me happy was that my skills, known as muscle memory, remained with me, so that meant it had nothing to do with the muscles at all. But let the eggheads argue about this amongst themselves. I was a warrior. Straining to wring all the speed I could out of my body, I stepped forward and met the enemy with one precise lunge. The three-sided wooden tip sank almost entirely into the enemy's unprotected throat with a wet crunch. His knife only helplessly grazed the air a hand's length in front of my stomach. There it was, the long-range advantage. The man gurgled desperately, wheezed, dropped his blade and sank like a potato sack onto the grass, convulsively clinging to his throat. I squeamishly poked at his carcass with the toe of my boot. Ready for you, duckling, duckling? What did that even mean? Apparently, Platonov's memories were slowly awakening and had begun to intermingle with my own. The second thug roared like a bear, saliva flying everywhere. You little son of a bitch. I don't give a damn what the Countess ordered. You'll squeal like a half-slaughtered pig. Countess, curious, what a talkative lackey. But first we needed to finish what we started. I slipped out of reach of the lunging attack, uninterested in testing the strength of this puny body against his hulking form, and immediately counterattacked with a sharp thrust. The tip of the spear grazed his thigh, ripping his pants. The pain sobered him up quickly. He recoiled, confusion flashing across his face. Apparently, he wasn't used to his victim kicking back so vigorously, and I wasn't even close to done yet. Having dodged the attack with the club, I dashed to the side, not allowing myself to be outflanked. The spear gave me a head start, compensating for the stiffness of my unfamiliar body. My arms and legs did not obey as quickly as they should have. While he was busy growling and aiming his club at my skull, I deftly circled around him, trying to jab him in the arms and legs. My body grew more and more obedient, remembering my skills. 1, 2, 3. A sharp pain pierced the big guy's ankle and shoulder. Another blow reached his forearm. The enraged enemy, feeling no pain, lurched forward and bent down to the ground. His goal was clear, to knock me down and pin me to the ground. No way. My legs, burning from the unfamiliar movements, almost buckled when I broke the distance, but my arms worked just fine. They struck him sharply in the chest with a spear. The durable quilted jacket should, in theory, if not deflect, then stop my spear dart. At first glance, a simple wooden spear might seem incapable of piercing such thick material, but this was the peculiarity of my facet. It gave any weapon I made a sharpness and durability that the original material could not even dream of. The material parted with a crack, and the tip slid between the ribs. I had to stop myself from delivering a fatal blow. The enemy must be interrogated first. The giant's eyes bulged out of his head. For a moment our gazes met, and the blood-stirring thirst for battle flared up in me like a flame. He wheezed terribly and sank to the ground. The spear came free from the wound with a squelching sound. I straightened up, catching my breath and shaking the battle off. Alarmed cries came from the clearing. The noise of the fight had alarmed the camp. They were already hurrying towards me, breaking through the underbrush. Never mind them, now we'd see what sort of countess had declared open season on me and who was next on my list. It wasn't the first time I'd fought off hired killers. Majyovsky burst into the forest, along with 3 soldiers and a wailing Zakar, finding me over the body of a wounded killer. Fatigue weighed me down like lead. My muscles ached from the unusual tension. This body clearly had not known any serious combat. But I habitually straightened my shoulders and raised my chin. Now was not the time to show weakness. "What's going on?" the purple-faced sergeant barked, resting the butt of his strange weapon on his shoulder. The other end of this miraculous half-crossbow pointed towards my head for a moment before falling on the groaning lackey. The guards surrounded me with their weapons at the ready. I measured them with a stern look and countered with a question. "I should be asking you the same question. So you're my bodyguard, eh?" Two thugs snuck up on the camp while your sentry was fast asleep. If it weren't for my military skills, I'd be lying there lifeless right now. Majyovsky blinked in shock. You could tell from his face that he couldn't fathom how an incompetent aristocrat had dealt with such seasoned killers. Meanwhile, Zakar was rushing around me like a mother hen. "Oh, my poor dear master." "What is to be done?" Zakar lamented, tugging at his shaggy beard. "I wish I could warm you up some fish soup, brew you some herbs, but how did you manage to deal with the murderers?" "Don't fuss, Zakar," I interrupted, his hand wringing. "Better check if these fellows are still alive." "Good heavens!" The servant clasped his hands, cautiously approaching the bodies. "It's true, sir. Oh, this is not good, not good. You've never fought like that in your life. That is, forgive me, maybe you have fought, but I've forgotten. Don't get underfoot," Majyovsky growled. However, the servant only waved his hand and continued to lament. "What villains! At nightfall to honest people. What if they weren't alone? Maybe there are still some hiding over there, eh? Oh, what is to be done now? What will happen?" "What a joke." "Sergeant, there's another one," the soldier suddenly yelled, tripping over a motionless body in the bushes. "I told you there were two of them," I said indifferently, and then I barked in a commanding bass tone, "Bandage this man's wounds. He needs to be interrogated, and quickly." The soldiers reflexively stood at attention and rushed to do the job. Even Majyovsky flinched as if he had been strung, but immediately cast an angry glance at me and his lackeys running around. His gaze held no kindness for his men. Understandably so, it was a full-fledged breach of subordination. But never mind him, he'd just have to get used to it. He had already lost the initiative, and he was guilty before me. He was supposed to provide security, but he had missed the murderers. So now all he could do was flash his eyes and demonstrate his efficiency. While the prisoner was being bandaged, Majyovsky pulled back the collar of his shirt and let out a low whistle. "A hardened jailbird, convicted for robbery and murder, no less. Where do you find such friends, Platonov?" On the skin of the would-be assassin, a healed mark in the form of a rather swollen skull was visible. "Can you interrogate him?" I nodded towards the prisoner. I knew how to extract information from people myself, especially from those who have spent a little too long in this world. But my radical methods might surprise and frighten those around me. And for a murderer, questions would sound more intimidating coming from a stern soldier than from a frail nobleman. Majyovsky simply nodded in response. The assassin's eyes darted around. His lips twisted into an evil grin. "It's none of your business, soldier. They wanted a puppy put down, and I came to do the job. You shouldn't interfere. It'll be better for your health." Majyovsky purpled at the insolence. He leaned over to the wounded man and hissed into his face, which was turning pale from lack of blood. "You vile scum! I'll hang you myself without a second thought. Now tell me who sent you, or I'll bury you alive in this forest." The thug gritted his teeth, but the threat had loosened his tongue. "The Countess Beloziorova. She said to kill the boy for disgracing her daughter, and we, the indentured, do as we are told." Majyovsky turned to me with a quizzical look. "I have no idea what he's talking about," I said, shrugging. "First time I'm hearing it." However, the face of that woman from the square, filled with unmasked hatred, came to mind. The wounded man, apparently assessing the scale of his injuries, groaned and tried to raise himself up on his elbow. "Have mercy, good sir. Save my sinful soul, and I will tell you everything as if it were my confession. I will tell you in detail how the Countess planned this villainy. Don't let him die, Majewski commanded. The guards hovered around the murderer, trying to staunch the blood, but in vain. With each passing moment he grew paler, his breathing became shallower. Finally he let out a death rattle, his eyes rolled back in his head and went limp. Blood was rapidly seeping through the hastily applied bandages. I must have hit a major artery. Damn you, the sergeant spat angrily. He's gone, the bastard. Now Beloziorova will hide her tracks, and we have no witness. That does seem to be the case. You don't seem too cut up about it, Boyar, but why? I shrugged apathetically. The word of some ragamuffin against a countess, any judge would laugh in my face. I've found out everything I need to know. The soldiers started to search the corpses for valuables, but I stopped them with a stern reproach. Hands off. The spoils of war rightfully belong to the one who took the lives of the fallen. Or do things work differently in your army? Majewski even croaked in surprise. Where did you pick up such wisdoms, Platonov, to say nothing of your combat skills? I had a skilled mentor, I answered serenely. Did your father really hire a retired Streltsy too? That's the only place you could receive training like that. I made no move to dissuade him and allowed him to believe in his own theory. While Majewski was pondering my words, I carefully searched the bodies. A wide knife with a wavy blade, a club, 2 flasks, one with water, the other with fermenting mash. Good enough. Plus a half-empty pouch on the leader's belt. Inside were 17 silver altins. I didn't understand the local monetary system and couldn't determine whether it was a lot or a little. In the strange knapsacks with paired straps, I found a little off to one side. I found provisions, a small magic artifact for kindling, a skein of twine, and a thick bundle containing a map of the surrounding lands. Very handy. Taking the trophies along with a convenient knapsack, I nodded to Zakar and headed towards the cart. Zakar, who had not taken his eyes off me the whole time, started wailing twice as loudly. I had to shout at him to calm him down. Majewski walked up to me, scratching the back of his head. I'll tell you this, Boyar. If necessary, I am ready to testify about what the dead man said regarding Beloziorova's involvement. I thanked him with a grin. Well, Majewski may be as straightforward as a stick, but I could feel the core of a warrior within him, a man of honor. The rest of the night passed quietly. In the morning, we moved on, leaving the grave of the murderers behind. I stroked the shaft of my new spear thoughtfully, listening to my internal sensations. Magic still sparkled in my veins, beckoning toward the unknown. I didn't know about this world, but in mine, every mage had a facet, their own personal gift that allowed them to do something special, unique, something that only they could do. With the help of weapon transmutation, I transformed wood, stones, and metals into any weapon. And that was only the first component of my facet, the one that had opened up initially. As my power grew, the possibilities of my personal gift expanded significantly. It was worth noting that using your facet required less power than ordinary divination, as if nature itself was helping a person reach their destiny. Of course, any sufficiently skilled magician could learn to repeat what another was given from birth, but it was always more difficult, more expensive, and required a lot of training. Your facet fit you like a glove, like an extension of your own body. For example, I had a soldier in my personal guard who could freeze air into rock-hard ice with one gesture. Any mage could create a similar ice spear by collecting moisture from the air and freezing it, but it would take him 10 times more effort and time. But he simply waved his hand, and his enemies turned into ice statues. His facet allowed him to perform such miracles without thinking, with just a simple effort of will. My nighttime tussle had pretty much drained my magical energy reserves, but sleep and a few hours in the cart had replenished it, so I was eager to begin training anew. Today, I decided to make the task more difficult. Instead of working with single clots of energy, I tried to create 3 tiny spots of light at once. At first it seemed almost impossible. As soon as I focused on one, the others would slip away, dissolving into the void. But gradually, time after time, I managed to hold them longer and longer. Like a clown juggling several objects at once, I learned to divide my attention without losing control. When the 3 lights began to hover steadily in the space of my inner power, I tried to twist them into a complex figure, a triple spiral. 2 vortices, rotating in opposite directions, created a powerful flow of energy, but the third, moving perpendicular to them, had to close the structure. I struggled with this problem for several hours, losing control over and over again until I finally found the right solution. The 3 streams came together, forming a semblance of a tiny vortex, and the power gushed through me in an unstoppable stream. The effect was so powerful that I had to take a moment to catch my breath. My body needed to acclimatize to the new possibilities I had opened, so I emerged from my inner world. Zakar kept glancing sideways at me and the spear, furiously urging on the horses. Finally, he couldn't resist and asked, lowering his voice, "And where did you, Prokhor Ignatievich, learn to fight so well? You have been a lazy boy since childhood. You were a real potato. You never did any exercises or practice swordsmanship. You were always running after pretty girls." I shook my head without looking at him. "Some questions are better left unasked, Zakar, for your own good." He snorted resentfully and fell into silence, but not for long. A couple of minutes later, he slapped himself on the forehead and broke into a sly smile. "So that's it. Master, your talent has awakened. That's why I figured it must be that your gift turned out to be a combat gift. No wonder your father was waiting for it to emerge." "Talent?" I asked again, trying to make my voice sound casual. "Well, of course," Zakar perked up. "Each magician has his own special ability, which goes beyond the powers of others. For example, Prince Obolensky from Sergiev Posad has a talent for healing, and Prince Veratine for fire, they say. Each is given his own." I nodded pensively. This was what was known as a facet back in my world. "And are there many of these talented people?" I asked. "A few," Zakar said, scratching the back of his head. "Many people awaken their magical gift when the going gets tough. Many have it, but talent, it can only be found on the brink of death. Those who have looked death in the eye and survived, it awakens in them. Your father was always guessing at what moment it would manifest in you. And you, it turns out, found yours on the gallows and turned out to be a distinguished fighter. There was definitely some logic to this, and I didn't object. Let him believe what he wanted." Closer to midday, the detachment passed a small river near which the ground was upturned with traces of a struggle. I jumped off the cart, examining the trampled banks. Between the uprooted bushes, a pile of smoldering coals whitened, from which charred bones stuck out. "Human." Zakar, seeing this, moaned and hastily crossed himself. "Two, poor unlucky soul. Evidently the sleuths were having some fun." "How are you so certain?" I asked, eyes narrowed. Zakar nervously shrugged. "Everyone knows that after the sleuths drink their fill, they burn their victims with fire, in that order. And God forbid you meet them on the road." Majyovsky nodded gloomily, confirming the servant's words. "It turns out that these parts really were plagued with all sorts of nasty creatures, worse than any backwater region should be." I squeezed my fingers around my spear and smiled wearily. It seemed my journey to Ugrumika would be more fun than I had originally expected. A few minutes later, the detachment moved on. I kept looking around, not wanting to miss any possible danger. Majyovsky kept up, frowning as he looked around the forest thickets. My gaze drifted along the road and suddenly came to rest on a set of strange prints carved into the mud. They resembled wheel tracks, but were too wide and deep to be from a regular cart or carriage. I frowned, trying to place what I saw as something familiar, but to no avail. "Look, Boyar," Zakar said, seeing what I was staring at. "The tracks are very fresh. A convoy passed through here recently, apparently the one heading to Pokrov. Convoy? The unfamiliar word suddenly resonated inside me, revealing its meaning. A convoy of cars? I asked, repeating the word Saburov had used. He chuckled mirthfully and scratched the back of his head. I think that it was a convoy of trucks, Prokhor Ignatievich. My brow involuntarily arched. So that was it. Mechanical carriages, like the self-propelled carriages I'd seen in the city, but much more massive and capacious. A curious thing. Meanwhile, Zakhar eagerly continued, clearly showing off his knowledge of technical intricacies. They have special wheels, very wide, with deep tread, so they can go over any pothole without getting stuck. The engine is also powerful, completely incomparable to our team of horses. A marvel of a machine. From what I can see, it was a decently long convoy. No fewer than 10 freighter trucks came this way. Sergeant Majovsky nodded with concern, examining the tracks. It looks like it. They must be traveling with an important cargo, since they pulled together such resources to ensure their protection. Possibly a trade caravan. He scratched his chin and added gloomily, "There's just one problem. You could hear a convoy like that from a mile away, and it would attract the soulless like flies to honey. Those bastards will hear it and start crawling out of every crevice. If they're hanging around here, they'll definitely sniff it out. God forbid they run into these fiends." Majovsky spat over his left shoulder and hastily crossed himself. I raised an eyebrow. The potential danger set my blood roiling. "Everyone be on guard," Majovsky said abruptly. "Zakhar," I said, "if you notice anything, don't hesitate, yell it out." He nodded in fear, turning white. He must have been scared witless, the poor fellow. The squad moved more slowly, looking around and listening. I kept stroking the shaft of my spear, ready to use it at any moment. The silence pressed on my eardrums. Not even the branches creaked. Hour after hour passed, but nothing happened. The sun was setting, the shadows were lengthening. The anxious tension was gradually replaced by fatigue. Maybe our alarm had been premature, and at that moment my fingertips began to prickle, as if from nettles. Convulsively inhaling through my nose, I looked around. The magic inside me boiled, awakened by an unclear but serious threat. The feeling was so familiar, it made me grit my teeth. There was only one creature that had ever caused such a strong reaction from my gift, a creature whose memory still poisoned my soul, like venom running through my veins. The hunger, the spawn of hell, eternal enemies of the human race. They came for our lives. I frantically turned my head, trying to spot the elusive enemy. Nothing. The forest was silent, but the tension only grew. Where were the bastards? And then from behind the trees came a piercing female scream, full of animalistic horror, brimming with pain, despair, and a plea for help. Chapter 5. The screams were so shrill and desperate that one thing was clear: this unknown woman was seconds away from death. This wasn't the squeal of seeing a spider or a mouse. It wasn't a yelp from twisting an ankle. It was the heart-rending howl of someone watching as a wolf tears a chunk of flesh from their body, who knows this is only the beginning. Majovsky reacted instantaneously. "Step to it," he barked, raising the weapon slung around his shoulder. Zakhar even stood up on the carriage box and cracked the reins, forcing the horses to a gallop. I poured all my magical energy into my eyes, trying to catch the slightest sign of danger. The horses snorted restlessly, shaking their heads and trying to turn off the road. The road flew under the wheels of the cart, the hooves thundered rhythmically, and the tense soldiers turned their heads from side to side, looking for any traces of a threat. With each passing second, the air became heavier, as if congealing. The colors faded before our eyes. The pines and firs seemed to be blanched. Their dark green needles were fading, merging into a dull gray. An unnatural, inky blackness swirled in the shadows between the trees. The metal parts of the harness began to frost over, although the day was warm by winter standards. A musty smell of rot hung in the air. Zakhar began to cross his chest, muttering the words of some prayer. "It's the bloody sluice," cried one of the soldiers, and then came that feeling, a crushing, life-sucking emptiness. Apathy and hopelessness weighed down on you like lead. Every movement was a struggle. That was how the hunger manifested, and the only cure was having discipline and a will of steel. That was what allowed you to rush toward the threat, not away from it. From the behavior of my companions, it was clear that somewhere on the edge of their consciousness there was only one thought: turning around and leaving without looking back. And while the guards had consciously chosen a craft that came with associated risks, the elderly Zakar was just an ordinary servant. His duty consisted only of caring for his master's life, not confronting monsters. The honor of a warrior did not oblige him to hold the line in the face of mortal danger. And I would not have been disappointed if he had shown cowardice. And still he remained in the carriage seat, even as his hands shook on the reins as if from fever. Such loyalty was worthy of respect, so I placed my hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to you." "I won't allow it." The old man twitched, turning his face slightly towards me, and began to speak quickly. "Master, what are you saying? I'm the one who should be looking after you, looking after your life. Please, don't get into trouble, let the soldiers do their job. Otherwise, if something happens to you, Ignacio Mikhailovich will skin me alive. What's more, I won't forgive myself." Smiling crookedly, such concern was touching, I replied, "Remember how I lived my life before, Zakar, and what did it lead to? A noose around my neck. I don't want to go back there, which means I'll have to change. I'll have to become a different person. Here, in these dangerous lands, I won't be able to sit back on my father's laurels anymore. Believe me, I can handle such evil. Just keep the horses under control and don't interfere with me doing what needs to be done." The old man looked at me in surprise and whispered, "What happened to you, Prokhor Ignatievich? It's as if you've been replaced, and your mannerisms are different, your voice is commanding, and your gaze. Before you wouldn't have hurt a fly, but now," Zakar hesitated, choosing his words carefully, as if a seasoned warrior was speaking and not a pampered young lord. "Forgive me for the directness of an old fool," he added hastily. He was right. The man he had known had died at the gallows. Now someone entirely different occupied this body. "After you face death, you start to see things differently," I said, employing the now familiar explanation. The apathy and hopelessness still weighed heavily on our shoulders, but worst of all was the sensation of eyes watching us, cold, hungry, inhuman, as if death itself was peering at us from the darkness, waiting for the moment to pounce. The detachment flew out from around the bend in the road at full gallop, and at that very moment we heard a new piercing cry. Zakar whipped the reins, giving the horses, which were already at full gallop, another boost. However, after a few dozen meters, they had to stop. The sound came from the left side of the road, where the trees stood like a dense wall, stopping the cart from going any further. "To battle!" I roared, drowning out the frightened neighing of the horses. "Zakar, stay with the cart. Majovsky, follow me." And without waiting for the guard's consent, I rushed straight through the bushes. The cracking of branches and the stamping of feet behind me suggested that the rest of the squad was not far behind. My actions were not guided by humanity at all, but by simple calculation. If I was right, and the things known as the soulless here were the very same hunger with whom my world had waged a long, ongoing war of extermination, then there was only one course of action. I had to snuff them out whenever they crossed my path, since they bred extremely quickly, and each new victim became another soldier in the enemy ranks. If I wanted to bring this world under my hand at some point, I could never allow beasts with bottomless stomachs to procreate at unacceptable speeds. In my world, we were able to defeat them only because we fought back as soon as they appeared. Every day of delay meant dozens, if not hundreds, of new creatures. And one day, quantity would become quality. I was afraid the locals didn't even realize how close they were to the point of no return. So there was another reason for my little adventure, and it was hidden in the minds of my sworn enemies. I received the answer regarding the nature of the soulless when we broke out into a small clearing. I froze, instantly assessing what I saw. On the ground, pinned down by several horrible creatures, a young dark-haired girl was struggling. Her face was distorted by a grimace of utter horror. Her tormentors would have frightened even a hardened warrior. The hunger were here, in this foreign land. I could see it quite clearly. Two beasts and one human, frozen in unnatural poses over the body of the unfortunate woman. A wolf, the size of a calf, grinned, drooling dirty foam onto the ground, and his withered skin barely held to his bony frame. Next to him was a boar. His muzzle resembled a skull covered in wrinkled flesh, from which yellow fangs protruded, curving downwards. Most disturbing of all, however, was the soulless in human form, a tall, lanky man with a shiny, bald head. Skin, like dried parchment, clung tightly to his bones. His chest and neck were covered in a network of black veins, clearly visible through the rags of his clothing. All three creatures had gaping, empty back eye sockets hanging in their face, as was customary for the hunger. Not a single scientist or mage in my world had been able to determine why the eyes of victims killed by these monsters burnt out, leaving behind only dark craters. The humanoid monster leaned over the girl, pressing her into the ground. Its unnaturally wide mouth was close to her face, and I saw how the life force of the victim flowed like a silver stream, sucked into the dark throat of the soulless. The girl shuddered, thrashed in agony, but the grip only tightened. The sight was nothing new to me, alas. In my home world, I had to destroy over 1,000 of these fiends. They were called the Hunger, and every encounter with them brought only death. The body that I'd inherited from Platonov felt no fear. Like a stone statue, it exuded only cold calculation and the usual composure of an experienced warrior. A moment later, Majovsky flew into the clearing with his 3 soldiers. Taking in the scene unfolding before them, they gasped in unison, raising their wonderful weapons. A sharp, multi-voiced crack was heard, as if hundreds of dry branches had broken at once. Something invisible and deadly slashed through the creatures, leaving cut and torn wounds on their bodies. Automatic rifles, that's what these weapons are called. Any living being would have been knocked to the ground, screaming by such mutilating wounds, but the soulless beasts shielded the subhumanoid with their own bodies, taking the blows themselves. There was no blood, as it had dried up in their veins long ago, and then they silently and determinedly rushed into the attack. With truly supernatural agility, they closed the distance to the shooters. On the edge of my consciousness, I noted the incredible power and rate of fire of the foreign weapon. However, there was no time to marvel at it. I grabbed the spear and rushed towards the soulless man, who was not willing to let go of the limp girl. Ignoring the holes in his own body, he spun around abruptly. The black hole eyes focused on me. His apparent blindness did not hinder his vision at all. The soulless bared his toothy maw in a terrible grin and leapt forward, stretching out his long arms towards me in an attempt to knock me down and begin the feast. I was faster, if only by a hair. The claws barely scratched my skin as I drove the spear into his foot with all my might, piercing the bloodless flesh and pinning the limb to the ground. And then I jumped back sharply to put distance between us. Fighting these creatures required very specific tactics. You could stab and cut them endlessly, and therefore there was no point in doing so. You needed to destroy the head, and a spear would be no help here. The monster paid no heed to its injuries and was only immobilized for a couple of heartbeats. Now its empty mind would be occupied with the thought of freeing itself, and this would be no laughing matter. Even the magical fortification from my facet didn't make my spear invulnerable. Acting according to a predetermined plan of action, I jumped up to a large, mossy boulder. The material responded to my magic, yielding to weapon transmutation. A few seconds, one flash of power, and in my hands was a cast stone hammerpeck on a long handle. On one side was a tooth striker, on the opposite, a sharp beak-shaped spike. With a roar, I brought it down on the hunger, aiming for his unprotected limbs. Hit, another hit. I struck without mercy, crushing bones and rending flesh into grey rags. Broken arms greatly reduced the enemy's fighting ability, but I did not stop there. The creature stoically accepted my attacks, bucking only slightly, and I methodically continued my work. With my last blow, I smashed in eyeless skull, driving bone fragments straight into the brain. The soulless convulsed and went quiet. A few seconds later, the shots died down. I turned around sharply, ready for a new opponent, and looked around. The enemies lay in motionless heaps on the grass. The bursts of gunfire had pierced them right through, but to be sure, the soldiers also gutted the carcasses with axes, cutting off limbs and heads. That was right. That was the only way to finally put these beasts to rest. Majowski caught my gaze and nodded wearily, running a gloved hand over his sweaty face. Responding in kind, I only now realized how exhausted my body was. My meager supply of magical energy was almost exhausted. Transforming the stone into a war hammer had taken a lot of strength. The stronger the source material, the higher the toll exacted by weapon transmutation, and my physical condition left much to be desired. A fight with the hunger was no duel with ordinary killers. Although dangerous, they were still limited by the capabilities of mortal flesh. These beasts were another story. They were capable of things that seemed completely unthinkable. They moved so fast that the eye barely had time to catch a blurry silhouette. And we'd only encountered fresh, first-stage spawns that hadn't undergone the full transformation yet. Meanwhile, Majowski approached and leaned over the girl, feeling her pulse. He breathed a sigh of relief. She's alive, glory be, only unconscious. She is a strong young lady. God willing, she will recover. I nodded gloomily, looking at the woman we'd rescued. Under the torn clothes, her skin was a deathly blue and her eyes were sunken. A little longer and there would be no one left to resuscitate. Zakar, I called, and was not surprised when he scuttled out from behind the trees like a crab. Take her to the cart, please, and keep an eye on her. The servant nodded knowingly and hoisted the nearly weightless girl onto his shoulder. Majowski, make a fire, I commanded abruptly, shaking scraps of brains off my hammer. The hunger must be burned, otherwise you can expect more trouble. The who? He asked, raising a brow. The soulless, I'm telling you they must be burned. Well, well, he said thoughtfully and relayed my order. The soldiers quickly began to erect a funeral pyre. If last night's skirmish had sown doubts in the soldier's mind, he had now finally acknowledged my supremacy. I leaned wearily against a crumbling boulder, replaying the recent battle in my head. Humans here had an interesting set of toys. These, automatic rifles, spewing a hailstorm of death, were capable of making mincemeat out of anyone. A terrible force, nothing left to say. Suddenly realizing what I had done, I said, "Wait. Let me cut the kernel out of mine." What? Majowski looked at me in surprise. The grave ice, tears of the dead. What were you raised by wolves to not know this simple information? Don't try to be slick, boyar. Use plain speech. Majowski frowned. Are you talking about the essence? I'm talking about the small crystals that form in the brains of the who of the soulless. About essence, then, he nodded. Platonov, sometimes you seem like a mature and reasonable person, but sometimes you're completely you're reckless, he said, barely catching himself. With my arms folded across my chest, I waited for the tirade to end. My patience was slowly running out, and it was good that Demid remembered who he was talking to, because I would not have tolerated the disrespect. In order to safely extract the essence, you need special tools and skill, the soldier continued. Otherwise, you'll poison yourself and your soul will be sent to God, or someplace worse, Majowski said, crossing himself. Do you really need the trouble? I do, I snapped. And there is no particular trick. If you are afraid, like little children, I will do everything myself. I can also remove the kernels, I mean essence from your trophies, but not for free. I'll take one for myself and leave one to you. Sergeant, one of the soldiers said quietly, his eyes shining with greedy interest. If the master really knows how, why shouldn't we get some? We'll at least earn a ruble. Or more, look, Platonov, Majowski said, waving me off. If you get poisoned and die, I'll tell your family that I tried to talk you out of it, but you were stubborn. I am infinitely touched by your concern. I grinned and approached the first body. He was right about one thing. Coming into contact with the innards of the hunger without magical protection threatened serious poisoning or even death if the beast was in a particularly advanced stage. Watch carefully, I said coldly, enveloping my hands in a thin film of energy. The first one I tackled was the wolf. Trying not to touch the blackened, poison-oozing fabric, I peeled the skin off the severed head and carefully extracted a tiny white crystal no larger than a grain of wheat. As soon as I placed it in clean snow, a light steam began to rise from it. Working the bore with the war hammer ended up taking longer, as the skull proved much stronger. But I managed to extract the same crystal, only slightly cloudier than the first. But with the human, I ran into issues. I dug around in the headpan for a long time, but I couldn't find the loot. I decided that I had broken it with my heavy blows, but then I had the idea to check his chest. And sure enough, near the ridge, at the level of the collarbone, I found the third and largest crystal. Odd that each body only contained one crystal. That wasn't usually the case, more the exception than the rule. From my experience, the amount of essence correlated directly to the strength of the soulless. Lower-level creatures could hold 1 to 3 tiny crystals. The advanced ones, who had undergone the first transformation, could contain anywhere from 3 to 7 crystals of different sizes. And in especially ancient beasts, you could find a whole smattering of stones, up to 15, including mid-sized, and even occasionally large ones. This pattern could be confirmed by any experienced hunter. The longer the creature had been absorbing other souls, the more essence was concentrated in its body. Well, well, one of the guards whistled. So he was hiding it in his chest. I carefully wrapped my trophies in a clean cloth and tucked them into my bosom. The third one I handed to Majowski. Your share. Thank you, boyar, he said sincerely. You have shown yourself to be quite capable. You can sniff out killers, you can destroy sleuths, you can extract essence. Where did such knowledge come from? From the gallows, I answered calmly and headed towards the cart. Master, Zakhar's hoarse voice called from inside. The girl has woken up. Chapter 6. I quickly walked towards the cart where the girl, who had come to, lay covered with a sheepskin coat. Zakhar bustled about nearby, readjusting the coat as it slipped off. Noticing me, he eagerly jumped back, giving me the opportunity to examine the girl we had rescued. She was young, barely entering the spring of her life, 18 or 19, no more. Natural beauty was still discernible in her delicate features, but the attack had nearly drained her dry. Her skin seemed translucent, with a deathly bluish tint. Her wide-open green eyes looked tired, her sunken cheeks were hollow, outlining her cheekbones. Her long, jet-black hair fell around her head like a halo. She was wearing a warm jacket, torn in several places. Out of habit, I wanted to call this garment a gambeson, but someone else's memory supplied the right word. Jacket, down jacket. The edge of a knitted jumper was visible underneath. It provided an even darker backdrop for her inky black hair. The girl held the slipping sheepskin coat in her hands, intertwining her fingers with it. The sleeve of the jacket had ridden up, revealing a thin wrist. A red furrow ran across the pale skin, clearly left by something like a rough rope. It seemed that today's attack was not the first misfortune she had suffered. I squinted, mentally tasting the stranger's aura. In the midst of the overall weakness, an echo of a magical gift was clearly felt, so familiar reminiscent of damp black soil after rain. An earth gift, really, not a common talent, but useful. What is your name? I said, leaning closer and trying to make my voice soft. There was no reason to put pressure on someone who had just narrowly escaped death. The girl's lips trembled. She spoke barely audibly, slowly dropping word after word. Vasilisa, Vasilisa Olkovskaya. Medjesa Magichka, she hesitated, as if gathering herself. Just a simple villager. Why, you can call me Vasya, she added, the short form of her name clearly coming to her with difficulty. My eyebrow arched as I noted the peculiarities. What are you doing here, Vasilisa? How did you come across the sluice? Her answer was barely coherent, interrupted by convulsive breaths. I was in a convoy heading to Pokrov in a car, she began measuredly, but then caught herself. Only it broke down in the middle of the road, the damn thing. The guards grumbled about it, you see, but decided to stop to fix it and catch up. She closed her eyes, obviously fighting against her bodily weakness. I glanced sideways at Majovsky, who was standing a little further away. He was frowning, his whole appearance a picture of distrust. Well, I understood why. Meanwhile, Vasilisa continued. As soon as I discovered the presence of, she began, but stopped short. I mean, when I sensed these creatures, I hid in the bushes. I thought maybe I'd get away with it, but they tracked me down, attacked, she winced. I don't really remember what happened next. It's all a fog. She suddenly opened her eyes, fixing me with a piercing gaze. My bag, I mean my knapsack, I left it there in the forest. Find it. She glared at me, sharply and demandingly. It's of vital importance. The girl almost shouted the last phrase, her words imbued with unexpected authority. My first raised brow was joined by a second. A poor, half-dead thing, just pulled back from the brink of death, giving orders to a crowd of unknown men. Oh yes, a commoner, sure. Before I could respond, Vasilisa fell back onto the floor of the cart with a groan. Her eyelids fluttered and closed. It seemed that the conversation had taken her last bit of strength. I nodded my head at Zakar, silently ordering him to look after the girl. Then I went over to Majovsky, who was already looming over my shoulder. So, how do you like her story, Sergeant? I asked in a low voice, fixing him with an inquisitive look. He just grunted, scratching the back of his head. The girl is lying, Platonov. If you read her, she's lying from beginning to end. I nodded in agreement. The story was too awkward, and no wonder, as the mind is barely able to function coherently after an attack from the hunger. Notice her clothes. Simple, but her manners indicate a lady of noble blood. Plus, there are marks from ropes on her wrists. Something is fishy here. Majovsky spat at his feet. Your reasoning is sound. What security guard in their right mind would abandon a woman in the forest, especially a sorceress? Firstly, she would be useful in a fight with the creatures. And secondly, they'd be given the third degree later if she disappeared or got injured. In response to my unspoken question, Majovsky narrowed his eyes and added meaningfully, magical training is not cheap. The academies charge a pile of gold rubles, so much that not even all aristocrats can afford it, and certainly not a commoner. Her family is either rich, merchants, or she has a noble patron. What if this, Vasilisa, caught the eye of one of the powers that be? So he pays to have her gift honed and trained. Well, never mind, maybe we'll find out the truth about our new acquaintance if the opportunity arises. After the battle in the forest, Majovsky and I had smoothly transitioned into an informal form of address, and I was glad for it. At first, it was as if I looked down on our conversation from an outside perspective, as if it was a theater production. I was accustomed to thinking and acting detached and cold, like a monarch on whose word the lives of thousands depend. But I was no longer a king sitting on a throne and commanding armies. Here I would have to once again secure the favor and loyalty of those around me, gather like-minded people, assistants and comrades, bit by bit build a family and then an empire, and I needed to start right now. Even more so because fate had brought me together with such worthy candidates, Straightaza Blade Majowski and the sincerely devoted Zakar. Perhaps it was time to warm my heart, which had been clad in the armor of imperial arrogance. I must say, Demid Stepanovich, I said, changing the subject. Your men proved themselves worthy. Clear engagement, competent choice of combat positions, confident use of weapons, and no losses. Not every squadron could handle beasts like that, but your actions were harmonious. The sergeant straightened up, pride for his men flashing in his eyes, but he answered reservedly, "Thank you for your assessment, Boyar. We try not to disgrace the uniform. To be fair, your help was very useful. Without it, that sluice could have drunk the girl dry, but it didn't have time." "Experience comes with time," I shrugged. "The main thing is that you didn't flinch and did your duty. I am unashamed to stand shoulder to shoulder with soldiers like you." This last phrase made Majowski straighten up even more. "If we overlook the laserbones who let assassins into our camp," I grinned, showing that I meant no offense. He exhaled heavily and waved his hand as if to say, "Go ahead, mock away. Honestly, I've never seen a talent such as yours create weapons from ordinary matter. I've heard of artifactors, but that process is long and tricky. You need valuable resources, and to do it like this, with a single touch. Every talent is unique," I said conciliatorily. "The outcome of the battle is decided not by the gift itself, but by the art of using it. Okay, comb the forest near the battle site. If we can find the belongings of our mysterious young lady, that would be good. Perhaps they will shed light on her history." "I'll assign that task to the lads," Demid nodded. "But we shouldn't stick around for long. We need to move so that a new band of sleuths doesn't come after us, and the chances of success are minimal. Who knows where the girl lost her belongings?" Majowski walked off toward his men, and I thought about his words. Interesting details had come to light. It turned out that in this world, only a representative of a noble family or an extremely wealthy commoner could become a magician. In mine, it was different. I had seen to that. This was bad, fatally bad. The war with the hunger would not tolerate such short-sightedness. The army needed full-fledged sorcerers, no matter what their specialty or facet. Combat mages, artifact makers, healers, and even herbalists would come in handy. After all, someone had to grow crops to feed the soldiers. Something had definitely happened to the girl. Maybe she was running away from someone or had gotten herself mixed up in something dangerous. To be honest, it wasn't my concern. Let her keep her secrets. There was still at least a day left until we reached Ugrumika. Maybe she'd spill the beans herself. The All-Father knows that sometimes life could throw us even more incredible surprises. "Master," Zakar asked as he approached me from the side, "how wonderful that you are safe. My heart sank when I saw those soulless, and you rushed at that freak as if you, like a cat, have 9 lives." I turned to the old man, involuntarily softening at his sincere concern. "Your loyalty is worthy of respect, Zakar, but believe me, I value my life just as much as you do, and I will not risk it in vain. Tell me, what do you think about our new companion?" "What is there to think about, sir?" The old man hesitated, scratching the back of his balding head. "She seems to be pretending to be a simpleton, but her hands tell a different story. No calluses, no hangnails, they are pale and well-groomed, and she speaks strangely, as if reading our language from a book. She chooses her words as if afraid of making a mistake. Well, and," he lowered his voice to a whisper, "when I gave her the sheepskin coat, she pulled her hand away as if I were a leper. She doesn't like it that a serf touched her. She is no villager, sir. She is certainly no villager." As we talked, the guards searched the clearing, and soon one called out to me, pointing to a thicket of blackberries. I approached, and I saw a travel bag made of worn leather in the branches. Picking it up, I felt its weight and the characteristic ringing of glass inside. The soldier unclasped the buckles and made as if to examine the contents, but I stopped his impulse with a gesture. The lady has the right to keep her secrets. The soldier pulled his hands away in embarrassment, and the magical aura emanating from within hinted that it contained something much more interesting than road trip trinkets. Artifacts, no doubt. Majowski returned from his reconnaissance mission gloomy as a cloud. He reported dryly, "No car, no tire tracks, no fellow travelers, living or dead. Looks like the girl is lying through her teeth." I chuckled sadly. Not that I was surprised. Vasilissa's story seemed too full of holes. "Let's move out," he commanded abruptly. No time to waste. I set the example by jumping into the cart. My body creaked like a rusty hinge, reminding me of my pitiful state. Alas, Platonov clearly had no respect for physical exercise before I arrived. Skin and bones, not much strength. No, I would forge his body into a razor-sharp sword. A magician without training was not worth a wooden ruble on market day. Stashing the satchel under the seat of the cart, I pulled my recently created hammerpick towards me. My spear had not survived its close encounter with the soulless, so I'd have to swing this thing around instead. With mental effort, I adjusted the weapon to the necessary proportions, and I got down to business. I pumped the hammer like a weight, cursing my idle body and Platonov's sloth with all my might. My hands were numb, my side was stabbing, but I just gritted my teeth, no thought of giving up. No, I wouldn't slow down. Over and over, growing a little tougher, a little sharper. Next I worked on my body, twists, leg lifts, and everything I could do within the confines of the cart. Slowly, thoughtfully, working every muscle. Fortunately, there was enough time and road ahead. The soldiers looked at me with surprise, but I ignored their glances, not to be distracted from my work. I didn't neglect my magic either. Time after time, I focused my inner power, considering the possibilities. What was the most rational place to install the kernel, that is, essence I'd collected? I could absorb them one by one, of course, and gradually increase my energy reserve, but that would be wasteful. Every absorption required a recovery period, and the body could only absorb a limited amount at a time. It would make much more sense to conduct a full ritual, and when I accumulated enough energy to move on to the next rank, my facet would unfurl even more. I hadn't forgotten, you see, that my talent, as the locals called it, was not limited to turning stones into blades. In any case, conducting a serious ritual would require thorough preparation and special resources. Decent kernels couldn't be used raw, they were too precious, but no matter. With any luck, I'd find everything I needed in Ugrumika. Even though it was a backwater, there were still people living there. That meant there were also visiting traders. I trained hard the rest of the day, driving my mortal flesh into a sweet exhaustion. By evening, when Zakar slowed down on the steep bank of the river, I could hardly stand on my feet, but I was in the most good-natured mood. Closer to night, Vasilissa woke up, pale as a ghost, but at least she could sit up without anyone's help. She even ate the stew that Zakar had thoughtfully prepared. True, she still turned up her nose, as if she had been fed swamp water mixed with frogs. Seizing the moment, I sat down next to the girl. It was time for a heart-to-heart talk. I didn't introduce myself last time. Platonov Prokor Ignatievich, boyar from Vladimir. You already know my name, she nodded warily. I've heard about your family. Would you mind sharing why you went into the forest, young lady? I asked. Vasilissa hesitated, fiddling with the sleeve of her jacket. She didn't raise her eyes, obviously looking for excuses. Finally, she sheepishly said, I was looking for blackgrass. I walked away from the car while it was being repaired. I thought I'd be able to turn around quickly. I had a certain guess, but I decided to clarify. Blackgrass? What is that? Her countenance changed completely. She raised her head, eyes wide, and began listing off information like a learned scholar discussing their favorite subject. You see, boyar, where the soulless live, all the flora and fauna are altered under the influence of their dark nature. A special field appears, transforming everything around them. And the resources that come from these areas are priceless, both for ordinary people and for magicians or alchemists. She began to list things off on her fingers. Everything gathered from the area are called relics. That's the general category, but each type has its own name. For example, blackgrass is a special plant used to make potions. And dead and living water, respectively, are special types of liquids found in small reservoirs, which when used in tandem can cure any illness. And rot soil causes any plant sowed in it to ripen in an instant and produce harvests unlike any seen before. It increases the quality of the soil many times over. Vasilisa waved her hand in the direction of the forest. Even the trees become special. It's called empty wood. Whether you use it to construct buildings or in magic rituals, it will be stronger than stone, and not to mention cold iron. It has wondrous alloys and unseen properties. Any Streltsy or artificer would sell their soul for a piece. I listened, occasionally asking clarifying questions. The information did not surprise me. Things were exactly the same back in my world, but it was nice that here, too, people had discovered the miraculous properties of these resources. Everything that could be useful must be used to fight the enemies of the human race. Obtaining these gifts is a very profitable, albeit dangerous business, she continued. The Streltsy are mainly supposed to destroy the soulless, but they're also always searching for a vein of ore or a particular root, so people pay a lot of money for this. That's right. It's a sideline, but many will go through fire and water to obtain them. The only problem is that few survive. Anything can happen in such godforsaken places, you understand. Large detachments won't get through, the soulless will come running from all over the area, and small ones aren't capable of clearing out a truly rich nest. So the prices for relics are extremely high. Many make fortunes. Of those who are lucky enough to survive, I thoughtfully drummed my fingers on my knee. An interesting picture was emerging. Instead of exterminating the hunger once and for all, the people of this world made a living out of extracting the resources associated with these creatures. They accepted the existence of these fiends as a given and even learned to profit from it. What madness! And you were also looking for cold iron, perhaps, I threw in as if by chance, looking inquisitively into Vasilisa's face. With your gift as a geomancer and ore finder, this should come easy to you. Her response was deathly silence. Vasilisa stopped short. She suddenly blushed, pursed her lips. She fell silent, squinting from under her brows. Clearly I was on the right track. I didn't keep pushing. It was still early, and she would tell me herself when the time came. Mr. Sergeant, I know that you have already saved me. Vasilisa bit her lips, nervously glancing at Majyovsky. But could you accompany me to Pokrov? It's not that far, and I really need to get there. Majyovsky frowned and shook his head. That won't work, miss. My orders are to escort Boyar Platonov to Ugrumika. We'll stay there for a week, no less, and then we'll move on to Vladimir. Then we can escort you if you wish. He measured Vasilisa with a heavy look. So choose. Either you go to the village with us, or you get to Pokrov on your own. There is no other option. The girl gulped. Undisguised fear flashed in her eyes, but was immediately replaced by determination. If we're going to Ugrumika, then we're going to Ugrumika, she said through her teeth. Better to go with people than to wander off alone in the woods. Majyovsky nodded, satisfied with the answer. That's right. You'll perish here alone, and they'll find nothing left of you, not even your bones. And the boyar was the one who saved you. He drove that freak away. The girl looked at me in surprise, batting her eyelashes. Platonov didn't look like a savior. Well, surprise. The rest of the evening passed with everyone carrying out the usual chores. We set up camp, lit a fire, had dinner and posted guards. To my great surprise, we also made it through the night without any incidents or surprises. No soulless, no gallant assassin, only sleep, which was a long time coming. I kept turning over the girl's stories in my head, and wondering what kind of secret plan she was plotting. I still hadn't figured anything out. I had too little information, not only about her, but about the world around us overall. We moved on at dawn. The girl was still lying in the cart. Let her sleep, gather strength. I took up training again, and fortunately, there was enough time and rode ahead. You couldn't survive on magic alone if the flesh was weak. We spent the whole day on the road, punctuated only by the lazy conversation of the guards and Zakharov's jokes. By lunchtime, even Vasilisa had perked up and started turning her head from side to side. Sometimes she was looking out for birds, sometimes for roadside plants. Only towards sunset did a slanted fence appear in the distance, and behind it, a dozen grey huts huddled close to each other. Ugrumika, in all its glory, a wonderful land and excel spot for one lucky hanged man, the village that was destined to become the birthplace of my new empire. There was already a crowd of people at the outskirts, gloomy and unsmiling, holding poles, axes and pitchforks. The only thing missing was torches to warmly welcome their new commander. I could already tell I was going to like it here. Chapter 7, to the accompaniment of the creaking of wheels and the snorting of horses. We were met by a crowd of sullen, unfriendly men, at least 20 of them. In front stood a skinny hillbilly of about 40, whose right arm was unnaturally bent, obviously from a badly healed fracture. He was supported by a stocky, bearded man with a scar across half his face and dumbbell-sized fists, glaring at us from under his brows. The hostility in his glare was all too easy to read. The detachment entered the village. The people were wary, as if they were ready to take up their weapons at any moment. I noticed several hunting rifles, as well as axes, hammers, and even a couple of bows. Not a very friendly welcome party, to say the least. Majovsky jumped to the ground and, examining the crowd with a keen gaze, barked, "Headman, gather the people. Every single villager must attend this meeting." The crowd began to grow slowly, but even at its largest, it did not exceed 70 people. There were hardly 25 healthy, able-bodied men, and even fewer women. It seemed there was a shortage of them here. I noticed very few children, at most from 2 or 3 families. The remaining population of Ugrumika was elderly. When everyone had more or less gathered in one spot, Majovsky unfolded a piece of paper and read loudly. "By decree of His Eminence, the Prince of Vladimir," Majovsky said, holding the document higher so that everyone could see the crimson lettering. "Signed by the Master of Ceremonies, His Excellency Count Saburov. I order that the birthright boyar, Prokhor Ignatievich Platonov, be appointed to the post of Governor of Ugrumika. From this day forward, he is vested with full authority to administer law and order in the name of the Prince on the land entrusted to him, to collect taxes, and to govern the village. Anyone who opposes his will be threatened with the sovereign's disfavor and punishment up to and including execution." The sergeant rolled up the paper and looked at the silent crowd. "If anyone does not understand, I can repeat it." His words were met with an ominous silence and pointed sideways glances. Well, it wasn't like I expected a standing ovation, but still. When Majovsky finished, I stepped forward and introduced myself, speaking firmly and authoritatively. "My name is Prokhor Platonov, your new voivode." Everyone heard the sergeant's words. "I am here by order of the prince. It is non-negotiable. My task is to restore order and the rule of law in Ugrumika. I hope for your assistance. I will be fair to those who are ready to help and harsh to the rest. The choice is yours. Is everything clear to everyone?" In response, I received more silence and sideways glances. Well, I didn't expect anything else. There was a reason this place was called Ugrumika 3. I see that everyone who can hold a weapon has gathered. Commendable. It means that there is someone to defend the village, I continued with slight irony. You know what issues your village faces. I know ways to solve them. Together, we will handle them faster. If anyone has anything to say, speak now. After a long pause, a voice finally rang out, and it belonged to the headman, the same crippled man who had gathered the local residents. And what does a beardless youth have to offer us? He narrowed his eyes, his lips twisting into a grin. Pale, well-groomed hands, looks like he's never held anything heavier than a fork in his life. Here, in the borderlands, it is easy to lose your life. The bastards don't care who is in front of them, a master or a serf. They drink souls and take the bodies regardless, he said, and spat at his feet. And if the head of the village is stupid and has no experience, then the whole village will perish. Forgive me for being so straightforward, boyar, he bowed with feigned respect, and an undisguised mockery flashed in his eyes, but I'm only telling the truth. Hearing this, I paused for a long time, then launched into a more abstracted speech, quickly walking towards the forge. The outcome of any battle depends on 4 things. I'd noticed it at the entrance to the village and immediately marked what good condition the building was in. This meant that there was a skilled master here. Behind my back, muffled laughter and whispers could be heard. The villagers thought I was running away from uncomfortable questions. The first is the fighting spirit of the soldiers. A man who is assured of his victory is already halfway to victory. My voice emanated from the darkness within the building, where not a single lamp was burning. The second is their training. A blade in the hands of a master is more dangerous than 1,000 novices waving swords. I slowly walked back out onto the street, clutching the materials I had found in my hands, a couple of good iron ingots and a strong wooden blank for a spear. Third, the mind of the commander who creates the strategy for the upcoming battle. The battle plan should not be based on feelings, but on cold calculation, because one wrong decision can ruin hundreds of lives. The villagers looked at the materials I'd brought in bewilderment. And finally, fourth is the warrior's equipment. You can only fight rabbits and squirrels with a polearm. But the soulless require a different treatment. Summoning my inner strength, I used weapon transmutation. The metal in my hands flowed like water, weaving into a new shape. The handle seemed to jump into my palm, fitting comfortably into my fingers. An elegant tip formed at the end, a combination of a spear point and a wide battle axe blade with a sharp butt. A wave of weakness rolled over me, but was immediately suppressed by my indomitable will. Creating such a perfect weapon had drained almost all of my magical energy. If it weren't for my recent training, which had increased my strength, I wouldn't have been able to pull such a thing off. And hardly anyone noticed that the hammerpick I'd left in the cart had turned back into a pile of stones. I didn't have enough strength to support 2 high-energy weapons. This, dear headman, is called a halberd. I relished the astonished look on their faces. We can forge halberds ourselves. The man stubbornly raised his chin, although his voice no longer sounded so confident. The halberd is much more effective against the soulless thanks to its combined tip. I casually twirled the shaft in my palm. While one fighter holds the creature at a distance by stabbing it with the spear point, his comrades can chop the enemy from afar. The headman raised a hand, clearly intending to object, but I stopped him. I'm not finished yet. My voice took on a steely tone. Many underestimate the importance of the 4th point, believing that fighting spirit, clever tactics and training can cover for defects in ammunition and weapons, but this is not so. Mark this, and do not forget. Do not confuse weapons created by a blacksmith for weapons created by a magical gift. My gaze fell on a burly man in the crowd near the elder, with a scar cutting across his left cheek from temple to chin. In his huge hands, covered with a smattering of old burns, rested a weighty blacksmith's hammer. I walked slowly towards him, and he involuntarily recoiled, reflexively holding the sledgehammer in front of him like a shield. My movement merged into one silver flash. Woven by the power of my edge, the halberd began its inexorable movement. The metal whistled through the air. The blade sang, drawing a shining arc. A split second before the blow, I saw the blacksmith's eyes widen as he realized the inevitability of what was about to happen. And then there was a flash, a sharp ringing of steel on steel, and the heavy metal head of the hammer shattered into two, as if molded from soft wax. The upper half spun and fell to the ground. A single gasp of amazement ran through the crowd. People stared first at the cleaved metal, then at the halberd in my hands. Someone fervently crossed themselves, someone muttered, "Good Lord," and the blacksmith with the split hammer froze, his jaw hanging open. Even Vasilisa, who had been keeping to the shadows until then, leaned forward, staring at my creation with avarice. The elder backed away, and in his eyes I read what I wanted to see, the first glimmer of respect and a bit of fear. Good. Let them be afraid. Fear was a good start. Admiration would follow, and then loyalty. "Here is your answer, worthy villagers." I raised my halberd, letting the last rays of the setting sun play on its flawless blade, not a single chip, to what this youth is capable of. And this is only a small part of what I can give to those who stand under me. Now the choice is yours, to accept my protection or continue to rely on using a polearm against the soulless. I glanced at the hostile faces one last time and gave them a cold smile. Let them know that this voivode was not like the previous one. I did not come here to bend to troublemakers and obstinacy, but to establish law and order. And to subjugate this wilderness, whether by force or by wit. Without another word, I nodded to Majyovsky and we moved on. Our procession slowly passed through the entire village, and I carefully examined everything around me, taking in the surroundings with interest. Ugrumica fully lived up to its name. Squat huts huddled close together, as if in fear of the encroaching forest. A solid palisade encircled the village along the perimeter, reinforced in two places with observation towers. They were currently unmanned. Outbuildings, barns, sheds, stables crowded behind the houses, forming a tangle of narrow passageways. The mud on the streets had frozen into bumpy potholes mixed with snow, which would clearly become an impassable mess in rainy weather. The air was filled with the heavy smell of manure, smoke, and rotting hay. The village elder soon caught up with us, reluctantly pointing out important buildings, muttering explanations through his teeth. Behind him loomed the very same bearded blacksmith. The final point of our impromptu tour was a solid two-story house, from what I could tell, the dwelling of the former governor. In front of the porch, the frame of a well and bucket stuck out, the spot where my predecessor had perished. This was where the Platonov line would begin its rise to power. It may be just an abandoned house on the edge of the principality for now, but every empire once began small, and I had experience in this matter. I turned to the headman and asked with a sarcastic expression, "I hope you managed to pull the body from the well already, or are you scooping up water tainted by a dead man?" A crooked smile flashed across his face. "You insult me, boyar. We're not monsters. We pulled him out, of course, and buried him with honors. Everything as it should be." I chuckled and retorted with feigned calm, "And you did the right thing. It's quite a long way to the river. What's your name, by the way, good man?" "I'm Savely Rindin." "I'll remember that." The dryness of my answer could have given old parchment a run for its money. Turning to Majyovsky, I raised an eyebrow. "What do you think? Is there room for you and the soldiers in this house?" He merely shook his head. "No way. Count Saburov gave us precise orders to stand in the barracks at the other end of the village. We will keep watch from there." An unspoken warning was read in Demid's eyes. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the elder grinning carnivorously. "Well, whatever," I shrugged casually. "I'll have to watch my step." Majyovsky saluted silently. At this point, the conversation died down. Zakar was already dragging our simple belongings into the building, and surprisingly, Vasilisa helped him. All right, it was time to settle into our new dwellings. Savely Rindin the headman of Ugrumica, gloomily watched the new voivode's back. Fury and contempt were seething in his chest. Look at him, the prince's lackey. He probably thinks that since he showed a little magic, he can immediately subjugate the entire village and pin us to the ground. This will not happen. You picked the wrong people, you pompous young whippersnapper. The people who live in this region are strong and willful. They won't be gentle with strangers, especially those who try to step on their throats. There have never been any princely hangers-on in Ugrumica, and there never will be. As soon as Platonov and his retinue disappeared into the house, Savely returned to the square, waved his hand to the four most reliable men, calling them to follow him, and went to his house. "Did you see what a jester they sent us, brothers?" he whispered, looking askance at his fellow villagers. "He's too brazen and impudent. He'll definitely impose his rules by force. He'll use magic, threaten, and pull the wool over people's eyes." The men grumbled and nodded their heads in displeasure. Blacksmith Frol spat at his feet and muttered, "I don't like this fop. Did you see what he did with my favorite hammer? My hands are itching to punch him in the face so he doesn't get too big for his britches." The others nodded understandingly. Savely glanced sharply at the man and said authoritatively, "So what are we waiting for? You saw it yourselves. His guards are quartered on the other side of the village, and the sergeant said it straight out that this was the count's order. Doesn't the nobleman know what happened to the previous governor? He knows perfectly well. So they brought us a new fop, like a lamb to the slaughter. No one will grieve for him. We'll kill him quietly and bury his body in the forest. Not a soul will find him. All the loose ends will be tied up. That'll be the end of that story." Some were doubtful. After all, raising a hand against the prince's protégé would be a considerable risk. And Platonov himself was a tough nut to crack. He knew some kind of strange sorcery. He waved his halberd around like a feather. "Dangerous. What say you men?" Savely leaned forward, lowering his voice to a hissing whisper. "Have you really forgotten that our fathers watered this land with blood? We defended it from evil spirits, raised it from the ashes, and now what? We give it to some prince's sycophant. The first thing he'll do is levy a tax on every soulless killed, on every relic we find. Life is hard enough as it is, and now they're here to take what little we have." The others nodded in agreement. "Savely speaks the truth," grumbled Boris the hunter sullenly, scratching his stubbly chin. "We can barely make ends meet as it is. That huckster vendor pays pennies for essences. The bastard knows that we have nowhere to go, and if the governor demands his share as well, we'll be hung. Just you wait and see, he'll take the last shirt off our backs." "That's right," the elder perked up. "Are we going to silently tolerate this? No way. It's our land. It's up to us to decide how to live on it. Either we stand up for ourselves now, or we'll be ashamed to look our children in the eye later." "That's right, without a doubt. Well, brothers, what will it be?" Savely looked each of the gloomy men sitting around the table in the eyes in turn. "It's not that complicated," squinted Mitty, tossing a straw in his teeth. "We'll come when it gets dark. 3 to hold, 1 to strangle, quickly and quietly. Better to slit his throat," the elder objected, "so that he doesn't have time to fight back." "That's good thinking," nodded Frol, stretching his broad shoulders. "We'll kill the guy and be done with it. It's not the first time." "What about his servant?" Arkhip spoke up. "And that strange girl? You must work quietly," Savely said, waving him off, "so that no one will even notice. And if they interfere, it will only make things worse for them. And what about you?" Mitty squinted. Instead of answering, the headman waved his crippled hand. "Well, that's true, you'll just get in the way. Once a great voivode, soon to be no more than a memory," Boris summed up, grinning. The men looked at each other and grinned wolfishly. The plan seemed simple and reliable, calculated down to the last detail. But math wasn't their strong suit. I looked around the dark 2-story house that had served as the former voivode's home. Luckily, I found candles among the supplies he had packed for the journey, and then I found a hearth with a fireplace. It was obvious that no one had cleaned it since my predecessor's untimely death. A thick layer of dust covered the floors and furniture, cobwebs hung in the corners, and dirt had accumulated on every surface. Zakar groaned and lamented, throwing up his hands. "It's not proper for you to live in a place like this, master. It's a complete disgrace, a dishonor. What was the prince thinking when he sent you to a barn like this? You are a boyar, after all. It's unprecedented." With these words, he picked up a crooked broom and began to sweep away the dust. Vasilisa watched him work with a look of disgust until I coughed. "Why are you just standing there, miss? Zakar is no longer a young man, and we've got our work cut out for us. Help the old man tidy up." "What?" She almost choked with indignation. "Aye, you're just a simple village girl, not some kind of soft-handed aristocrat, right?" I asked innocently. "Excellent. The rag over there in the corner, start with the floors." She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. Her face reflected a whole storm of emotions, from rage to despair. However, there was nowhere to go. She was the one who had tried to convince everyone of her simple origins. "Of course," she muttered through her teeth, "an aristocrat me." Hiding her face in her hands, she exhaled noisily, and then, wincing, picked up a dirty rag with 2 fingers, as if it were a dead rat, and bent down to wipe the floor. "Don't use it dry. I see you're not at all accustomed to doing housework," I chuckled. "Well, never mind, you'll learn. Experience is something that can be acquired. Besides, honest labor is a great way to strengthen character. Don't you agree?" "Oh, yes," she replied, her eye twitching. "Such an invaluable skill will certainly prove useful in life. I admire your zeal. It's a joy to see a simple person such as you love their job so much. I don't know how we would have managed without you. Hold on, I'll get you some water." Judging by the withering look she gave me, she was seriously regretting her cover story. Well, let's consider it a little revenge for the lie. Rolling up my sleeves, I went to the well with a bucket, and a minute later, Vasilisa really did start helping Zakar, looking like the world's greatest martyr. Rolling her eyes, she muttered, "This is all I need." As if I wasn't shaken up enough by all the bumps and turns today, now I have to dig around in the mud. And she cast me a look of fiery reproach, as if I had forced her to climb knee-deep into a cesspool. Responding to her indignation with a polite smile, I turned my gaze to the hunched figure of Zakar, busy with his work, and sighed heavily. And then I picked up another rag and silently joined in. Of course, it was not proper for a king to play the maid, but living in a pigsty was also not ideal. Vasilisa, meanwhile, continued to grumble, now wielding a broom. "And does this look like a house befitting a governor to you? I've seen cleaner pigsties." And where had she seen them? From the window of her car. The young lady did not stop grumbling throughout the entire process. Later, scraping off the dirt that had eaten into the boards with a knife, she asked sarcastically, "I wonder if the previous owner ever cleaned this place. Or did he die without ever knowing a rag and bucket?" Zakar could hardly contain himself. His face showed everything he thought about this sulky little sissy. Towards the end, when the moon had already risen and we were nearly done, she looked at me suspiciously. "By the way, Prokhor Ignatievich, why are your soldiers staying in another house? There's plenty of room here, and they're supposed to protect you, aren't they?" I chuckled, continuing to polish the bench with a wet rag. "In fact, Vasilisa, their task is exactly the opposite." She frowned in confusion, clearly not understanding the hidden meaning. I chuckled and explained, "Since you brought it up, I advise you to spend the night with the guards. It will be safer there." Vasilisa's eyes widened and asked doubtfully, "With the soldiers?" "A lone girl sleeping in the barracks." I put the rag down and shrugged. "It will definitely be safer than here, because they're coming to kill me tonight." She recoiled, pressing her hand to her mouth. Pausing to listen to for a moment, I added calmly, Actually, it's too late. They're already here." At that very moment, something thudded dully outside. Chapter 8. I involuntarily tensed up when I heard a suspicious rustling sound behind the door. Having enhanced my hearing with magic, I was able to make out the muffled whispers of the enterprising murderers. It seemed that they were shifting from foot to foot, deciding whether to sneak into the house right now. "Look, Frol, the light is still on. It's too early to break in, they're not asleep yet," one muttered. Otherwise we'll have to slit the throats of not just the voivode, but the old man and the girl too," agreed the other. "I wouldn't want that. Let's wait a little, let them settle down first." I chuckled to myself. Go ahead then, try it. Although they couldn't see what was going on inside the house, as the shutters on the first floor were tightly closed, and vice versa, I couldn't see how many young men were gathered outside. Turning to Zakar and Vasilisa, I commanded in a whisper, "Okay, you two hurry upstairs and sit there quietly. Don't come down here and stick your nose into things, no matter what happens." "Got it," the girl gasped in fear, reacting to my command. No matter how stupid she might be, she wouldn't, for example, jump out of the window and call for help. She would be the first killed, as an unnecessary witness. So I smiled encouragingly to soften my harsh words. "Don't be afraid. I've fought much worse than a group of rowdy villagers before. I know what I'm doing. They won't get to you." "I won't let them." Vasilisa wanted to say something, but the old man insistently pulled her toward the stairs, and soon they disappeared up the staircase. I slowly walked into the kitchen, where a couple of hours ago I'd noticed a harmless, dusty object, a rolling pin, an ordinary household rolling pin. This simple tool would now serve as excellent material for an improvised weapon. Calling on my weapon transmutation facet, I mentally molded the piece of wood into the necessary shape. The matter readily responded, reorganizing itself according to my will. Within a few moments, a strong tonfa baton had replaced the rolling pin in my hands. The dark wood gleamed dully in the candle light. The striking end was rounded and weighted, and the handle fit comfortably in my palm. A bit like a bandit's club, but with a more elegant design, plus the perpendicular handle allowed me to hold it so that it rested against and protected my entire forearm. The magical cost of a wooden weapon was much lower than one made from stone, like my old hammer pick. So now, I could easily maintain the integrity of the halberd and the tonfa at the same time. Maybe they'd come in handy. Giving the weapon a twirl to test the balance, I grinned, recalling how I'd mastered this odd weapon. I had become acquainted with these strange sticks back in my home world. A trade caravan from the east had once arrived in the capital, and with it a strange, bald-headed foreign guard with slanted eyes named Misu, a man from the southern islands who had somehow ended up so far from home. He loved to warm up with a tonfa in the courtyard of the tavern, skillfully twisting and twirling it. As I rode past with my retinue, the weapon had immediately caught my eye and set my mind ablaze. I immediately challenged Misa to a training duel in order to test the fighting techniques of his native land. He fought with dignity and later willingly taught me the techniques. I invited him to serve, promising a good salary. He was too talented to vegetate among the cabbage sellers. There was a reason behind this personality quirk of mine. In youth, my father had explained a simple truth to me: a warrior who wields only one type of weapon is doomed. Lose your favorite blade in the heat of battle, and you'll find yourself with an unfamiliar weapon in hand, up against an experienced opponent. After a mistake like that, there would be no glorifying ballads written about you, only a somber funeral. I took this lesson to heart, and over the long years of my reign, I never missed an opportunity to master a new weapon, even if it might never prove useful in a real fight. I'd seen the truth of my father's words many times over in my life, but most clearly manifested in the behavior of my fellow Varangian tribesmen, who stubbornly clung to their familiar weapons: spears, axes, swords, and bows. Overall, the tonfa was a great weapon for close combat in cramped spaces. It could easily block blows, allowed you to counterattack, and if you were skilled enough, you could use it to hook an enemy's limb. Again, it was convenient for stunning without maiming to death. I definitely wouldn't use the heavy lead club I'd nicked off the assassins in the woods. I might bludgeon someone's skull and kill them by accident. And the halberd was unsuitable for anything but lethal blows. I had it with me now, but in my current conditions, it wouldn't do me any good. The space was too cramped, and taking a life was not in my plans for today. No, killing these sullen villagers was definitely not the move. Then I could forget about any sense of loyalty or trust forever. It was a small village after all, and every dead man was someone's brother, father, or son. The locals would harbor a grudge and take revenge, and even a mage had to be wary of an arrow to the back, especially at night. No, I just needed to hammer a simple truth into their heads. Your new commander was not a man you can take with your bare hands. I'd frighten them, knock them out, but I wouldn't cripple them. Time would tell, they would become loyal allies. After all, a king is respected not for his cruelty, but for his mercy multiplied by strength. I quietly picked up a bucket of muddy water left over from washing the floors and carefully poured it out at the threshold. I'd have to wash it again later. A moment later, the air above the puddle sparkled, obeying my will. The water instantly froze into a thin crust. Thin, but slippery, just the surprise I needed for my uninvited guests. This was not full-fledged ice magic, but rather a simple trick, like breaking a rope or lighting a candle, and therefore sapped very little of my energy. Any novice could do it if they tried hard enough. Finally, after blowing out all the candles, I hid in the darkness near the stairs and directed the energy to my eyes, sharpening my vision. The house was pitch black. Only the shutters creaked faintly outside. Excellent, I had the advantage. I squeezed the handle of the tonfa, getting a better grip. My heart started beating faster, pumping blood throughout my body. A familiar feeling of lightness overtook me, and every muscle seemed to ring with anticipation. Oh yes, I missed a good fight. The ringing of steel, the crunch of bones, the growling of cornered opponents, the hot excitement of the duel, the delightful dance on the edge of life and death. I didn't think that the upcoming clash would give me the thrill I so craved, but at least it would dispel the boredom. Come on then, honorable citizens of Ugrumica. How long will you make me wait? I invite you to come dance with me. Who will be the first to enter the circle? The lights are out, whispered someone outside. Look, they've gone to bed. We'll wait a bit and then move in. Well then, shall we? Another voice asked uncertainly 5 minutes later. Why me? You go first. Oh no, Frol, you're the strongest of us and you're still chickening out. Besides, I saw how he slashed through your hammer. That's why I'm not going. Maybe you, Boris. You're a hunter, you're used to it. Yeah, and I go after boars, not that. Fucking warlock. How did he mold iron like that, huh? Arkhip, you're the fastest, come on. Why me though? I have young kids at home. Everyone has kids at home. Okay, shall we draw lots? All right, enough, I'll go. Good man, Mittii. As I listened to them bicker, I could only shake my head, holding back my laughter. Some opponent's life had thrown my way. The villagers' whispers died down, replaced by the creaking of wood. The bolt slid out, and the door groaned as it opened. People appeared on the threshold, their faces covered by crudely made cloth masks. The first one stepped inside, but immediately slipped on the icy crust. A dull thud and muffled curses were heard as the uninvited guest fell on his hands, nearly smacking his face on the frozen boards. But the second one to enter fell on his back with a scream, blocking the passage. He fell so hard that his heels almost touched the ceiling. With my magically enhanced vision, I saw his shame in high definition. At that very second, I darted out of cover. A second later, and shifting my weight to my right leg, I spun the tonfa in my hand, switching up my grip so that the long end pointed toward my body. A powerful, sweeping circle, with extra added power from the momentum of my spinning body and the wooden pummel under my fist, was imprinted on the base of the skull of the man on all fours. A dull blow and his body flowed limply across the floor. To prevent the second one from getting up, I gave him a hearty kick in the groin. In a fair fight, I wouldn't stoop to such a move, but when 4 men with knives are coming at you with the idea of slitting your throat as you sleep, the laws of combat dictate that you forget certain decencies. My low blow was certainly felt. The man howled in falsetto and doubled over, clutching at his broken gems. I didn't knock him out, as I would have had to bend over, exposing myself to the attack of the remaining guests, who were all fighting to squeeze inside at once. Finally, a third man leapt over the ice and burst into the room, armed with a long hunting knife. Judging by his dexterity, he was no couch potato and was not the first time he had participated in fights. More precisely, his habits spoke of many years of practice: exact, hard blows, instant reaction time, calculated movements, with no extraneous movements. However, the darkness played a cruel joke on him. The thin crescent of the young moon, barely breaking through the doorway, could not disperse the darkness, and even the enemy's precise, swift blows missed their target. Twice he almost got me. The first time his blade grazed my sleeve, the second time I barely managed to dodge a stabbing thrust to the heart. I counterattacked, but the hunter rolled away and instantly slashed from the bottom up, nearly ripping my stomach open. I had to jump back against the wall, and the blade sliced through the air a mere inch away from my chest. Heavy footsteps fell somewhere behind him. Our last guest, judging by his build, was the village blacksmith, who also made his way into the house and was now blindly groping around with his hands, trying to find me in the darkness. Unlike his comrade, this one's eyesight and hearing were much worse. "It's black as bloody pitch in here," he roared, running into the table. "Where is that little piglet?" I slipped into the shadows, letting him stomp past, and lunged at my main threat, the hunter. Breathing hoarsely, we exchanged more blows, and I jumped back. Without giving me time to come to my senses, the enemy rushed after me, clearly intending to press me against the wall and make holes in my body. "Frol, he's over here, he's here," he shouted, trying to direct his comrade. I evaded the blow with a sliding sidestep and immediately counterattacked. The shaft of the tonfa grazed the hunter's cheek, but he managed to tilt his body back, avoiding the main force of the blow. Finally, he took a swing that was too wide. I caught his blade on the shaft of the tonfa and immediately, taking advantage of the moment, struck his chin with a powerful uppercut from my hand. His head jerked back, and he staggered, falling back and shaking his head, stunned. I definitely needed to step up my training because my body's physical capabilities were not encouraging at all. That blow should have completely pacified the man, but instead it only stunned him. I stood frozen for a moment, silhouetted in the doorway, and that was long enough for the last rube to finally spot me. The brute of a blacksmith rushed towards me with a roar. "I've got you now, you pansy. I'll snap all your bones, one by one." Entering into hand-to-hand combat with this giant would be a fatal mistake. One embrace from him could break all the ribs of my fragile body. Circling around him in the darkness, I struck his outstretched knee with the long end of the tonfa at lightning speed. The brute howled, grabbing his leg and jumping on the spot. An unforgivable mistake. While he was moaning, trying to stay upright, I dropped to the ground and, grabbing the long end of the tonfa with both hands, hooked the back of the blacksmith's ankle. A sharp jerk, and the reckless Frol flew onto the wet floor. While the bear of a man was blindly flailing around and trying to get up, I took aim and, jumping up, slammed my knee into his impudent mug, grabbing the back of his head to anchor the blow. The blacksmith immediately groaned and sank to the floor in a muscular heap. Reacting more on instinct than hearing or sight, I shifted to avoid a clumsy knife thrust and slammed the short end of my tonfa into the solar plexus of the same guy I had kicked in the groin at the start of the fight. "What a stubborn fellow," he hissed, and a short, sweeping blow to the face sent him sprawling, unconscious. I leaned against the wall, catching my breath. Even such a short fight had drained all the strength from this unprepared body. My lungs were burning, my muscles were shaking from overexertion, and the blood was pounding in my temples. Before, I could fight for hours without feeling exhaustion, but now. Well, I'd have to take this weakness into account, and I'd have to start training immediately, otherwise the next skirmish might end on a much worse note. I bent down and pulled the rag mask off of the big guy. It was definitely the same guy who was hanging around the headman and whose hammer had been damaged by my halberd. Well, now he'd know better than to bust in on the voivode uninvited. Spinning to gain momentum, I landed a blow on the chest of my last conscious opponent. He couldn't recover from the uppercut. "Tell Savely," I said through my teeth, pressing harder on his chest, "that if he pulls a stunt like this again, he'll only have himself to blame. This is the first and last warning. There will be no second. I could have killed you all. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness." The villager nodded frantically, his eyes wide. Fear in them was mixed with pain and surprise. He could not reconcile the scene of the devastation and my words with my appearance. "And tell your people, Boris," I added, grinning and pulling off his mask, "that you'll be much stronger with me than without me. Now get lost and take your friends with you." The hunter rose to his feet, moaning and groaning. He was staggering like a drunk, but fear gave him strength. Taking one of his unconscious comrades by the arm, he dragged him toward the exit. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and watched this pathetic retreat. The floorboards creaked under the weight of bodies. The air was heavy with blood, sweat, and fear. A single missing tooth glinted on the wet floor. Boris puffed, dragging his hapless comrades behind him. They dangled like rag dolls, occasionally muttering weakly. Well, not the best day in their bandit career. He had to make 3 trips to drag everyone out into the street, where the cold would quickly bring them to their senses. On the threshold, the hunter turned around, looking back at me with eyes full of horror. They were feverishly shining, and a notable bruise was forming on his cheekbone. He motioned as if he wanted to say something, but changed his mind and, stumbling, disappeared into the night. The door bolt fell back into place. I wonder how the headman would take this news. Would he come to his senses, or on the contrary, would he harbor more anger than before? I'd find out tomorrow. In any case, I'd gotten some exercise, put the troublemakers in their place, and established myself as someone not to be messed with. It was no wonder Ugrumika was in chaos, if this was the hand of order. Oh, there was a lot of work to be done. I glanced at the chaos in the hall and scratched my head. The floorboards were all dirty, covered in blood and traces of other fluids. I couldn't figure out what. And I hadn't even given it half my strength. I could even say I'd been careful. With these thoughts, I climbed the stairs and was met by 2 pairs of concerned eyes. "The enemy is defeated," I informed my servant and the girl. "Wake me up if they decide to set fire to our glorious home. And yes, Vasilisa, I expect that in the morning you will delight Zakar and me with your magnificent cooking in gratitude for saving you. For the second time, good night." Chapter 9. I opened my eyes and filled my lungs with fresh, morning air. My sleep had been surprisingly deep and calm. Despite the small scuffle with the local craftsmen, my body felt rested and full of strength. The chimney that ran through the entire building and shared a stone wall with my room radiated warmth. I got out of bed, got dressed, and made my way down to the yard, intending to push this frail body to its limit. Yesterday's tussle had made it clear that I wouldn't last long without some serious training. Weak physical control could cost lives in the next skirmish. I started with a simple warm-up. I cracked my neck, rolled my shoulders, and stretched my whole body. My muscles responded with a dull ache, reminding me of yesterday's exploits. Well, all the more important that I get my body in order. I spent a good hour stretching and warming up, recalling the exercises that various masters and mentors had taught me. At first, they were difficult. My body was not only weak, but also terribly stiff. However, after several repetitions, things started to flow better. There was no wash basin in the house, of course, but there was a tub of well water in the backyard. The ever-prudent Zakar had likely brought it early in the morning. It was cold, so cold that it made my teeth ache, but I was used to it. I wasn't a prissy little princess, after all. I splashed my face and snorted with pleasure. The sun was gently warming my back, and the snow sparkled like millions of diamonds. It was simply idyllic. Whistling a simple tune, I returned to the house, and from the threshold I heard an indignant cry. It seemed to be coming from the kitchen. Curiosity got the better of me. Was Vasilisa really making a fuss so early in the morning? "Get over here, you plucked chicken. Just you wait, I'll catch you and roast you." Her voice rang throughout the house, just like the nightingale the robber before, only nicer to look at. Who had made her so angry? Had Zakar finally swung back? Looking into the kitchen, I heard the flapping of wings, and the young lady was shaking her fist at the fleeing bird. Well, well, what kind of feathered fiend dared to encroach on the Holy of Holies, the hostess's kitchen? "Good morning. Who is attacking us this time?" "The Pechenegs 5, she turned around sharply, her eyes flashing, her cheeks flushed with anger. Some incredibly impudent raven came from nowhere and stole food right off the table. Unthinkable. Where the hell did it even come from? For an aristocrat hiding her status, she had a painfully unrestrained nature. And a sharp tongue, like a market trader. "I really tried, by the way," she said, growing even more excited. "I don't bake pancakes every day, and the rolling pin disappeared. I saw it just yesterday." Could she really bake? I hadn't even imagined that the joking order I gave yesterday would actually be carried out. "I'll help you with the rolling pin a little later, but I didn't know that your extraordinary talents weren't limited to just ore mining," I chuckled. "What's that supposed to mean?" She put her hands on her hips. "I studied at the Smolensk Academy, for your information. I understand geophysics, mineralogy, and geomorphology. And I'm also a pretty good sewer," she said, delivering the final statement like a nail in the coffin. Smolensk, how many times had I been there in my past life? The key city that locked the western gates of my kingdom. Strong walls, proud residents, a brave garrison. I wonder how different was the Smolensk of this world than the one I was used to. "Then I'm counting on a new scarf," I answered with a smile, banishing all unnecessary thoughts from my head. "I actually didn't mean any offense. I'm just surprised." Vasilisa scoffed, stubbornly lifting her chin. Her eyes sparkled and sparks flew in all directions. But for me, the effect was exactly the opposite, as if I were looking at a kitten fluffing its fur and baring its claws. All I felt was good-natured condescension. Just imagine it. "I can do many things, I just don't shout about it from every street corner." This phrase sounded rather ironic to my ears, considering her recent boasting about her knowledge in various sciences. I glanced sideways at Zakar, who shook his head sadly. As if to say, "Don't blame me, sir, it is what it is." She was a troublemaker, in a word. I looked at her dish. Oh yeah, picture perfect. The pancakes were all torn, lopsided, and completely non-uniform. It looked like a pack of stray dogs had torn them apart, but had abandoned them before they finished gnawing on them. "A bold move," I commented, nodding toward the plate. "Are you experimenting with different shapes?" Vasilisa puffed herself up like a sparrow. She sighed heavily, rolling her eyes. "Well, forgive me for not being a royal chef. You can't please anyone." I chuckled to myself. Indeed, it was not proper to throw away food. "Incidentally, regarding the food," I said, raising an eyebrow. "Where did you get all this?" The old man lifted his chin proudly. "Yes, sir, I ran around all the yards early this morning, scraping the bottom of the bins. I asked for flour here, milk there, eggs at another place, and I got a little jam and honey. The villagers gave everything away, out of the kindness of their hearts, you could say." So, Zakar, I drawled, squinting, how much did you demand from the villagers? I bet you prepared enough for a week in advance. The old man hesitated, shifting from one foot to the other. He grunted in embarrassment, staring at the floor. About that, sir, the villagers really did give the ingredients away willingly. They probably found out what happened during the night. Well, I didn't refuse. It would be a sin to scoff at such an opportunity. I frowned. What a sneak. And the locals, too. What's more, they'd already managed to spread rumors. Half the village was probably gossiping that the new governor had killed the villains with his bare hands. And now they were even trying to appease me. No way, my favor was not for sale, not for flour and eggs. This is not good, Zakar, I said, shaking my head. You can't fleece the villagers on the very first day. What kind of ruler would I be after that? Here, run off and settle the tab with everyone. I rummaged in my purse and fished out a silver altin. I threw it to the servant, who barely managed to catch it, his eyes wide in surprise. What are you saying, sir? Where can I get change for this? The locals are lucky if they have enough coppers for a pottage. There's no exchange point here. So use your head, I snapped. If you manage to gather supplies from the others, you'll be able to break an altin. Come on, don't hesitate. You're not a kid, you'll figure something out. At least drop in on the headman or whoever trades with the merchants here. Zakar moaned and groaned, but did not dare to argue. He picked up the coin and was gone. I turned to Vasilisa. She stood there frowning, her arms crossed under her chest. A feverish blush had spread across her cheeks. I wondered how long she intended to play the commoner. I gave it 2 days at most. This role was clearly not to her liking. I sat serenely down at the table, looking expectantly at the girl. If she wanted to continue this performance, who was I to interfere? She, who took a moment to realize why I looked so expectant, gave a martyr's sigh and lowered a bowl of torn pancakes and a pot of wild berry jam in front of me. I gestured for Vasilisa to join me. She winced, as though she'd tasted a lemon, but obeyed. Eat already, she said after a moment, or it will get cold. I did try, by the way. It's not every day that I cook for a real-life voivode. There was sarcasm in her voice. And have you had the occasion to cook much for yourself? I chuckled, asking casually. I assume you're accustomed to doing dirty work from childhood, right? Vasilisa stopped short. She blinked her big eyes in confusion, instantly losing all her bravado. She was confused, poor thing. Well, the thing is, she mumbled, looking away, it happens occasionally. Sometimes mommy is sick, sometimes daddy is away, so I have to run the household myself. I'm not such a lady that I have servants. Nodding as if I believed her, I winked at the embarrassed girl, grabbed a piece of pancake and put it in my mouth. It looked like a nightmare, but tasted pretty good. And if it was a bit crooked and unsightly, that wasn't a problem. In the field, even something like that would be a blessing. What's wrong with you, sir? She suddenly asked in a completely different, serious tone. Your first night in a new place, and they're already trying to kill you. And not some bandits, but the locals, as I understand. And you're fighting off 4 healthy men with relative success. Something's wrong here. How did she know there were 4? Did she sneak down to spy or something? The villagers are probably not too happy about my appointment, I shrugged. And as for the fight, sometimes life teaches even aristocrats to stand up for themselves. And yet, why such hostility? The girl did not back down. They don't even really know you. Because my appointment is a deferred punishment, I chuckled. Count Saburov from Vladimir gave me 6 months to collect 1,000 gold rubles from this backwater. The previous governor, as you heard, drowned in a well. Apparently, the locals did not appreciate his efforts. And so they do not want to help me pay such a tribute. I see, Vasilisa said thoughtfully, so you agreed to certain death. I have already looked death in the face once, madam. I was not impressed. She evidently planned to continue along this line of conversation, but I decided to change the subject. So you're originally from Smolensk. And how are things there on the western borders? Is everything peaceful? Watching her reaction out of the corner of my eye, I noticed how she hesitated for a moment, but then pulled herself together. She cleared her throat, carefully choosing her words in an attempt to pass for a commoner. Well, how can I put it? We live a quiet life. We don't quarrel with our neighbors, it seems. The soulless, the sleuths are a nuisance, of course, but you can't avoid them anywhere. I nodded, listening to her tales of life in Smolensk. She was clearly making them up on the fly, confusing nuances and distorting events. Oh well, the All-Father would be her judge. For the time being, I was preoccupied with other things. I dug through my pockets and pulled out the strange thing my father had given me as a farewell gift. A flat, rectangular metal plate about the length of a palm, covered in crystal. I turned it over in my hands, examining it from all sides. Vasilissa's eyes widened. Wow, you have a 3G herald. I couldn't help but wince. Did she really think I knew what this trinket was? All right, I'd have to improvise. What kind of artifact is this? What do you mean? The Celestial Herald from Iskra, the latest model of megaphone, she answered automatically, blinking her eyes. That didn't clear anything up for me. And how much does it cost? I asked, to fill the pause, turning the find over in my palm. About 200 rubles at least. And where did you get it? Did you go to Novgorod for it? The familiar name struck a chord. Where I came from, Veliki Novgorod was the capital of my kingdom, since it was where numerous trade routes intertwined. It seemed to have attracted the attention of many merchants and artisans here too. My father gave it to me, I said casually, said it would come in handy, but I never got around to figuring it out. What's there to figure out? Have you never seen a megaphone? She said, arching a dark brown brow. It's just that this model is new to me. I've never had the chance to hold one in my hands before. The girl narrowed her eyes in disbelief, but did not comment. She took the megaphone from me and deftly poked her finger at the polished surface. It suddenly flared up with multicolored lights, revealing something unlike I'd ever seen before. Thin lines of light danced across the screen, forming intricate patterns, geometric shapes that shifted from deep blue to emerald to gold. A moment later, they were replaced by an image of an old mansion. Like a magical illusion brought to life by the magician's will, and then a grid appeared against the backdrop of the building. It's locked, Vasilisa said. Looks like someone already set this one up. You certainly remember your own combination, don't you? Her eyes glinted mischievously. I automatically reached for the device, unsure what my next move would be. However, my fingers seemed to remember the sequence. The first attempt, nothing. The second, silence again. The third time, my fingers formed some complex pattern sliding across the screen. The device clicked, and the lights dimmed slightly, replaced by rows of small emblems. Look, Vasilisa began to move her fingernail across the screen. You can send messages here, make calls here, and take photos. And this sign in the form of a sphere, that's the Ethernet, she said, looking at me as if I was crazy. The World Wide Web. And who can be caught in these nets? I asked with a smile. Usually some heartbreaker with lips that have been artificially pumped up by a healer, she said with venom. Or a pompous jerk who thinks he's making an impression by throwing his family's money around. Her words struck no chord in the memories that I inherited from Platonov, except for a couple of female portraits in varying degrees of dress that flashed before my eyes. So there is no practical benefit from this Ethernet. Sure there is, Vasilisa said, caving in. You can find any information and any sort of specialist on it. Do you really not know? Her voice clearly expressed surprise mixed with suspicion. Of course, what boyar could do without a megaphone? I cursed myself silently. I prefer speaking face to face, I responded calmly. You sound just like my father. Vasilisa chuckled skeptically, but did not object. Despite her capricious and willful nature, the girl turned out to be a skilled mentor, and soon I mastered the basics of managing this artifact from Helheim. Fascinated, I looked at each of the icons, as Vasilisa called them. Each was an entire world inside a tiny box. Throwing caution to the wind, I clicked on the search bar and wondered what I should learn about first. Clumsily with one finger I typed, "What year is it now?" The screen flickered and displayed a variety of different lines, but also the answer, 207-2008. How many centuries had passed in this world compared to mine? Amazing. Although, judging by the realities of this world, not much had changed. It had the same principalities, boyars, and serfs. The only difference was the exotic new toys. Now I needed to determine my exact location. Based on the two familiar city names I had already heard, I had certain guesses, but they needed to be confirmed. Selecting the map icon, I watched as a detailed diagram appeared, dotted with multicolored borders and strange symbols. I absorbed it all voraciously, constantly checking it against my own memories. So there's a Novgorod here, glory to the All-Father. Pskov, Chernigov, Izborsk, Kiev, Polotsk, Rostov, Smolensk, Ladoga, all familiar. So history had not turned this world down a drastically different path. At least the key cities had survived. Then came the unfamiliar names. Moscow, first time I'd heard of it. Ryazan, Tver, Arzhev, Yaroslavl, what eager young upstarts were these? Okay, let's figure it out. The main thing now is to understand the balance of power and possible allies. The vast territory around all these settlements was called the Commonwealth of Russian Principalities. It was surrounded on the sides and below by other powers, but I had no interest in them now. Some cities like Novgorod, Moscow, and Smolensk had an icon of a fortress wall next to their name, and as soon as I clicked on it, I was transferred to another page. Bastions, the text read, curious. I immersed myself in studying these reference materials, time after time discovering new aspects of the reality of this world. It seemed that most of the kingdoms here were fragmented into separate enclave cities, which proudly lauded themselves as bastions of civilization. Basically, each bastion was an independent city-state, with its own laws, rulers, and ways of life. They had fenced themselves off from the rest of the world with high walls and magical barriers, turning into impregnable fortresses. Apparently, the bastions served as the main stronghold against the invasion of the soulless. In these isolated centers, life was in full swing, far from the events occurring outside their borders. Crafts and arts flourished here, new wonders of magic technology were created, trade was booming. A real utopia for the wealthy. The images of these city-states were impressive. High walls, towers with weapons unknown to me, intricate defensive structures, truly impregnable fortresses. Life in the principalities was simpler and harsher than the bastions. They thrived on agriculture and resource processing. They supplied the bastions with everything they needed, receiving technology and protection in return. The principalities also served as human shields between the city-states and the wild lands where the soulless actually lived. I carefully studied the descriptions. In the principalities themselves, the threat from the soulless was not a catastrophic factor, but rather an annoying hindrance. Individual creatures sometimes made their way to settlements, but were quickly destroyed by the guards. Only rare mass breakthroughs, known as chases, posed a danger. And even then, strong walls, garrisons of streltsy, and fortified estates of boyars protected the cities well, making peaceful life possible. But traveling between principalities did require caution. And Ugrumica was evidently located in one of the affected zones on the far edge of the principality, in a hostile wasteland infamously known as the Far Frontiers or the Borderlands. These lands were often ruled by the soulless, and small human settlements eked out a miserable existence. Travel between such villages always carried the threat of mortal danger and was undertaken only in cases of extreme need. From the same reference materials, I learned many interesting facts about the structure of this world. It turns out that the Bastions did not seek to expand their possessions due to the high cost of defense systems. Apparently, defense against the Soulless was not cheap, even for rich settlements. The principalities mostly survived thanks to a clever combination of technology and magic that allowed them to stay afloat, as well as the extraction of relics. On the periphery, in the borderlands, there was complete chaos. Soulless, magical anomalies, bandits. A whole lot of fun, in short. All trade between the developed lands was conducted exclusively along specially guarded roads. In these parts, simply stepping outside the city gates was no small feat. However, the differences between the Bastions, the principalities and other lands were not limited to their level of security. Obscure, shadowy corporations played an important role in the Bastions. They looked like industrial and trade associations. Life in these enclaves was subject to strict laws and rules. In the principalities, the law of the strong and the brave reigned. And the peripheries were reminiscent of the lands of barbarians and savages like the Huns, who once, in the distant past of my own world, had almost captured all the civilized lands. Navigating between all these fragments of former empires was quite an adventure. Between the Bastions flew strange magical technological machines called planes. There were also magical portals, although this method of travel was not cheap. The principalities used good old caravans under heavy guard, of course. The cars produced in the Bastions remained a luxury item, and there was no talk of portals for the principalities. I frowned as I read the descriptions of life in this world. The information was not encouraging. A grave situation, to say the least. No wonder the local kingdoms were so small and disjointed. Just try to put together an army when there are hordes of soulless wandering around. And I bet the Bastions wouldn't stay on the sidelines either and would try to milk all they could out of their weaker neighbors. I thoughtfully drummed my fingers on my knee. A curious picture was emerging. No matter, I'd figure everything out. You see, in 20 years, legends would begin to circulate about a new emperor. About how he rose from nothing, tamed the wild lands, and revived humanity's former greatness. And to start, I should finally take a look at the essences I'd collected. Chapter 10, taking a sip of water, I thanked Vasilisa for breakfast and stood up from the table. The girl raised her eyebrows questioningly, but remained silent. Thank the All-Father for that. Now I needed to be alone to think things through properly. As I walked into the backyard, I was greeted by a cool breeze and bright sunshine. I sat on the porch, twirling the megaphone in my fingers, so many new and incredible things to process. My head was spinning from trying to fit the fragments of information into a single mosaic. With all that I'd learned, there was little I could do for now, but I could channel my efforts in a more practical direction. Strengthen my own magical gift. The key to this was essence, an amazing resource obtained from the soulless. I pulled 2 of the trophies out of my bag and took a quick look at them. One, barely noticeable, no larger than a grain of wheat, belonged to the category of tiny crystals. It barely emitted a weak glow, containing 5 drops of energy. The second, larger, the size of a pinky fingernail, was considered a small crystal. It cast a soft mother-of-pearl shine and contained 13 drops. As I managed to determine with the megaphone, in this world, as in mine, magical energy was measured in drops. Both were brilliantly clean and white, like the first morning snow, untouched by human hands. One could develop their magical gift and move up the levels and ranks mainly by absorbing essence, training, and combat experience. The first allowed you to, simply put, acquire strong magical muscles, the second, to acquire skills, and the third, to learn how to use them in a real environment. However, in my world, there was also the path of long, meditative concentration, absorbing the subtle, rarefied energy spread throughout space. This method required many years of painstaking inner work and an extreme degree of self-control. In contrast to this method, the essence extracted from the soulless significantly accelerated the process of developing the magical gift. So much so that almost all the magicians of our world chose this path. I was fast, effective, and straightforward. Why spend months collecting grains of energy when you can get a concentrated magical reservoir in one fell swoop? Apparently, the local magicians had come to the same conclusions. Having only recently awakened my gift, I was at the first stage of the first rank. In my world, such mages were called, rather unimaginatively, the Awakened. We had only 7 ranks, 3 stages each. At the moment, the only important detail was that the process of absorbing energy from essence was far from simple and exceedingly dangerous. The mage's body must digest it, incorporating it into part of its magical structure. The higher a sorcerer's rank, the faster the absorption. It could take anywhere from several minutes for masters to several hours for novices. There were also restrictions, and quite strict ones. You couldn't absorb more than a certain amount of essence at a time, otherwise you'd get magical exhaustion. Every mage should know their limits precisely. At my current rank, I could safely absorb no more than 10 drops of energy at a time, and to reach the next rank, I needed 100. And the body required considerable breaks between each absorption, otherwise the body would be unable to handle the load. For lower ranks, it took a whole week, while for masters, 3 days would suffice. I carefully stroked the sharp edge of the crystal. Overdosing essence was dangerous. Even pushing yourself slightly past your own limit would cause headaches, nausea, and a temporary decrease in control over your own power. It would take a couple of days to recover. But if you were to ignore the voice of reason, you could end up in a state of magical exhaustion and lose control over all spells. This would take 2 weeks to heal. If you pushed yourself even further, you could face irreversible damage and a complete loss of magic. No treatment would help with that. Absorbing essence wasn't the simplest either. The speed of the absorption process depended on many factors, as did the completeness of the energy absorption, because part of it could simply dissipate into the universe and be lost. In addition, there was a risk of energy rejection, especially from dark essence, which contained distorted energy. However, I knew a way to bypass some of these limitations. If you prepared for the absorption process correctly, you could achieve impressive results. Speed up absorption by a quarter or even a third. Increase efficiency, that is, the amount of absorbed energy above the limit, and also reduce energy loss and the risk of rejection. And that was exactly why I needed some of Ugrumika's resources, those that could only be found in inhabited settlements. In addition, I needed to perform a purification ritual before absorbing the essence. My gaze automatically rested on a small log building near the far fence, which was easily recognizable as a bathhouse. I walked over, opened the heavy door to the dressing room and winced. A musty smell of dampness and rotten wood hit my nose. Wincing, I looked at the cobweb-covered corners and the thick layer of dust on the benches. It looked like it had washed it out in a while. However, what else could you expect from a long vacant building? Everything needed to be put in order before rats and woodworms started cropping up. Zakar's talents could be put to use here, but as luck would have it, he hadn't returned yet. I could waste precious time, or I could say, damn it all, and solve the problem yourself, especially since daylight hours were better suited for the ritual I had in mind. Rolling up the sleeves of my shirt, I set to work cleaning and spent the next half hour diligently scrubbing, sweeping and scraping away years of dirt, once again marveling at my own vigor. Ultimately, when developing a gift, it all came down to one thing: expanding your magical reserve. The more you train, the stronger you become, and the more maneuvers you can master. I finished cleaning and gave the room a thorough examination. Well, it would have to do. At least now I could wash here without fear of catching some kind of infection. Returning to the house, I found Vasilisa in one of the rooms. The girl was enthusiastically rummaging through her bag, muttering something under her breath. Hearing my steps, she shuddered and turned around. "Oh, it's you," she sighed with obvious relief. "You scared me half to death." I thought the soulless had come again. I chuckled, leaning against the doorframe. "And here I thought I was a decent-looking guy. You just broke my heart. Is the boyar joking?" The corner of her mouth twitched as she hid a grin. "Well, all right then, tell me why you came." "Are you just bored?" Chuckling, I walked deeper into the room and sat down on a rickety chair. "I have something to discuss with you. I plan to absorb the essence I collected." Vasilisa's eyebrows shot up. "All right then, but where do I factor in?" Leaning forward, I looked intently into her eyes. "I can't handle it alone. I need an assistant." She frowned in bewilderment. "Assistant? And what could I do? From my understanding, absorbing essence requires special potions and ointments brewed from relics, like the blackgrass I was talking about, but I don't have anything like that." "We'll do without them for now," I said, waving my hand. "Potions are for special occasions, and I need you to perform physical manipulations on my body that I'm not capable of. I need your hands, not potions." The girl's cheeks flushed like poppies. "My hands? What are you hinting at?" She retreated to the corner of the room, giving me a view of the contents of her bag. Curiously, inside her travel bag were all sorts of magical tools and something that looked like an alchemist's travel kit. "Who do you even take me for? Do you think you can proposition me just because I'm a commoner?" She continued to rage. "I'm not some kind of unscrupulous harlot." I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I am, of course, flattered by your offer, but I do not speak of the carnal pleasures." Vasilisa gasped, embarrassed. "What a heartbreaker you are. Well, then what is required of me?" Turning serious, I sighed. "It's very simple. I'll need to rub a certain compound into my spine so that the essence will absorb better, and I can't reach it alone, no matter how hard I try. Got it?" A genuine interest flashed in the girl's eyes. "Fascinating. I've never heard of that. And what, it really helps?" "Yes," I answered calmly. Curiosity played across the girl's face. Perhaps it was due to her lack of experience, or perhaps these mysteries of handling essence had not yet been discovered in this world. "And you won't hide your family secrets from me?" Vasilisa raised an eyebrow. That meant she thought this was part of the Platonov family legacy. "I certainly won't. Green-eyed beauties are my weakness." Vasilisa became embarrassed and muttered, "I don't think so, but I am curious to see this process." "Come on then, Mr. Ladies' Man, just watch out, no tricks." "After you," I grinned, nodding toward the door. The bathhouse heat enveloped my body, washing away the fatigue of the last few days. I methodically rubbed my skin with pumice, preparing the body to receive new strength. Cleansing was not just a tribute to tradition, but a necessary stage in the preparation of energy channels. Slowly removing all the dirt from the road, I thought about the upcoming ritual. Most mages were content with standard methods of absorbing essence, passing the energy only through their magical core. Hence all the restrictions on the volume of absorbed power and the frequency with which the process can be repeated. However, I knew a better way, a method discovered by the most powerful magician in my kingdom, Truva. "My brother, energy can be anchored to different parts of the body, creating temporary storage vessels in muscles, bones, and even blood. Of course, this requires special training, but the result was worth the effort. An experienced magician could accept more energy and recover much faster." Upon finishing the ritual ablutions, I wrapped my thighs in sheepskin and went out into the anteroom. Vasilisa, who was sitting there on a bench, blushed at the sight of me and turned away to the wall. "Don't be so embarrassed, madam," I grinned, taking the previously prepared solutions from the shelf. "As if you've never seen a man's bare torso before." "I've seen it, just never so wimpy looking," she said bitingly. "We'll come back to this conversation in a month," I smiled. "Let's get on with it already." I began to rub salt solutions over my body. The strongest ones, made with ash, were for my joints, while the weaker ones, made with spring water, went over my muscles. With each touch, I directed thin streams of magic from my core to the desired point, forming energy spirals. They opened up like invisible flowers, ready to accept new power. The salt served as a conductor, helping to fix the magical constructions. These spirals worked like a funnel. One end turned outward to receive the energy of the essence, while the other plunged deep into the body, anchoring itself in the tissues. The more complex the spiral, the more energy it could conduct and hold. "Now I'll need your help." I handed Vasilisa a bowl with a medium-strength solution of salt and crushed coal. "I need it rubbed along my spine. I'm agile, of course, but I still can't reach." Her fingers trembled slightly as she began to work, and the color rose in her cheeks. "It's amazing," she muttered. "I can feel the energy moving under my skin. I've never heard of such a method." "Family secret," I answered vaguely, standing up. "And now the final stage." I took out a previously prepared decoction, a strong herbal infusion with honey and a pinch of salt. I added a drop of my own blood from a pricked finger. Without it, the potion would have remained just a beverage. The blood carried my energy imprint, tuning the decoction to my magical wavelength. I drank it down in one gulp and felt the warmth spreading through my body. Now came the hardest part, transforming the blood. Concentrating, I directed the flow of magic through the vessels, dividing each drop into two components, physical and energetic. This would create space to store the power of the essence. The process itself was like separating oil and water. The physical blood became denser, and the energetic part seemed to thin out, creating a very small gap between them. "Done," I exhaled, feeling as the changes settled in. "Thank you for your help." "You are full of surprises, Boya," Vasilisa said thoughtfully. "Just be careful. I may not understand exactly what you're doing, but mistakes always cost dearly in these matters." I just nodded. She probably didn't even realize how right she was. After the bathhouse part of the procedure was done, I carefully prepared the backyard for the next ritual. I would have preferred to conduct it indoors, but it would give better results outdoors, under the face of the sun or moon. First, I poured a wide circle of salt, not just a line, but a strip 2 fingers wide. The salt would protect against the external energy interference that inevitably arose when working with pure energy. I placed beeswax candles around the perimeter. Their warm glow created a special atmosphere, and the natural energy contained in the wax would help stabilize the flows of energy. I placed pieces of charcoal between the candles. They would absorb the negative energy that was always released when essence was absorbed. All these manipulations were mainly employed by beginner magicians who had only recently awakened their gift. Alas, thanks to Platonov's body, I fell into this category. More powerful magicians were able to handle energy absorption on their own quite well. "Are you sure you don't need anything?" Vasilisa stood in the doorway, nervously crumpling the edge of her jacket and shivering from the cold. The chill wind penetrated to the bone. "Nothing, save for your presence and honey." I sat in the center of the circle, tucking my legs under me. "You will give it to me little by little when I say so." 2 crystals lay in my palm, glittering tantalizingly. After drinking another hot herbal decoction designed to expand the body's energy channels, I closed my eyes, gradually falling into a meditative state. My breathing evened out. The noise of the external world receded. Taking the essence crystal, I began to direct its energy not only into my magic core, but also into the spirals I had prepared earlier. The first wave of power rolled through my body, forcing me to clench my jaw. It was as if a fire was flaring up in my joints and my muscles twisted in a spasm. Drops of sweat ran down my face. At first they were transparent, then grew increasingly darker and took on a reddish tint. "Honey," I croaked. Vasilisa brought the spoon to my lips. The sweetness dulled the pain a little, helping to even out the flow of energy. The next wave hit even harder. I growled dully, feeling the energy spreading throughout my body, filling the batteries I'd created. Every muscle burned, as if molten metal had been injected into it. "Oh my God, what's happening?" Vasilisa whispered. "Maybe we should stop." I shook my head, unable to speak. My sweat already reeked of blood, and my shirt was soaked through. But I couldn't stop. The process had to be completed. Suddenly, I felt a swift movement and caught the flapping of wings. My eyes opened too late. Vasilisa just screamed in surprise. A black raven, large and extremely impudent, landed at the edge of the ritual circle. As if waiting for our attention, it darted forward and brushed away several pieces of coal with its wing. The integrity of the protective sphere was broken. I felt the energy spiraling out of control. Chapter 11. In a single moment, all the energy I had prepared flowed into me like a mighty river. The ritual circle, the impenetrable barrier that protected the enclosed area from any external interference and stabilized the flow of power, had vanished. The essence raged around me like a hurricane. It was like a strike from a combat mage, if one would be so wasteful as to throw pure energy into a fight. In the few seconds since the ritual circle had been breached, a chaotic flow of energy had been rushing through my body, threatening to seriously damage the energy channels. At one point, the pain became so intense that dark spots began to dance before my eyes. Through the scarlet haze, I saw Vasilisa recoil in horror. Her lips trembled and her face turned white. Zakar, who had chosen that moment to appear, froze in place, as if struck by lightning. They clearly did not know how to help and were expecting a quick outcome. Any ordinary, not very experienced mage of the rank of apprentice or even journeyman had only two options in this situation. The first was to reflect the flow, trying to disperse the energy and in doing so lose it all without a trace, or take a risk and forcefully squeeze it through the channels, hoping that they would hold. But the chance of winning such a lottery was small, and the price for losing would be severe magical exhaustion or even damage to the energy channels, which would require a long recovery. Good thing I wasn't an ordinary magician. My consciousness, hardened by hundreds of magical duels, had already found a way out. Instead of trying in vain to hold back the torrential energy by force, I began to redirect it, modifying the temporary funneling storage devices I'd created before the ritual. This was my own creation, the double spiral, which I practiced on the way to Ugrumika. The idea was that the first spiral led the flow of energy into the body, while the second created a countercurrent that stabilizes the main stream, dampened excess vibrations, and formed a buffer space for dissipating chaotic surges. It's like directing a turbulent mountain stream through a system of dams. The water doesn't disappear, but the pressure becomes manageable and doesn't wash away the banks. The sharp pain gradually subsided, replaced by a deep heat that spread through my veins like hot metal. The pressure of the foreign energy no longer threatened to tear my channels to shreds, rather becoming a powerful but controlled stream. Gritting my teeth, I continued to hold back the violent surges of power, studying my own body. My decision had brought unexpectedly pleasant results. The energy poured into me was distributed more evenly and therefore would be absorbed better in the future. In addition, the body would adapt better to the new power. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Zakar. He took an uncertain step forward. His hand froze in the air, reaching out to me, but did not dare touch me. Vasilisa remained standing in place. Only her eyes reflected a strange mixture of fear and curiosity. Finally, it was over. The energy dried up, and I allowed myself to relax. A few deep breaths helped calm my pounding heart. My magical vision showed that the transformed channels were working as they should, distributing the energy evenly. It was time to see what I'd achieved. As an awakened, My natural supply was about 3 drops. Of that, I'd needed to maintain the metal weapons created by my talent and a little over 1 drop for stone weapons. Wooden weapons consumed only a laughable half a drop. That was why I couldn't maintain both the halberd and the hammerpick at the same time. The 2 essence crystals had contained a total of 18 drops, 5 in one, 13 in the other, 6 times more than my initial amount. It seemed like an excellent opportunity to become significantly stronger. However, it was important for any magician to understand that it was impossible to be 100% efficient in energy absorption. One way or another, some of it would evaporate. Even my brother was unable to overcome this completely. He only reduced the amount of energy lost. Without ritual and preparation, due to the natural limitations on one-time absorption of essence, I would be able to absorb about 10 drops. A properly performed ritual would have allowed me to break through this limit and reach 14. But the Raven's intervention, oddly enough, had played into my hands. I had to improvise, but I'd gotten 17 drops. Only 1 drop went to waste. Fantastic results. A total of 20 drops in reserve. A good even number, but alas, still insignificant compared to my previous abilities. On the one hand, the boost was significant, but on the other hand, it was still such a small reserve that one spell outside the domain of my talent would empty it completely. In fact, I'd begun to get the impression that the feathered scoundrel had destroyed the circle at the most opportune time to release the energy. A little earlier and it would have dissipated into space. Later and the flow could have destroyed me completely. Coincidence? Or had birds become more learned in the ways of magic than the most wizened masters? And if so, where in the world had this clever raven come from? So many questions and no one to interrogate. Maybe I could shout them into the sky, but that would look pretty stupid. So I'd wait for my next encounter with this bird. I no longer doubted that there would be one. In the meantime, there were more pressing matters. My body felt like lead, but my mind remained crystal clear. Opening my eyes with effort, I saw Vasilisa frozen like a statue. The fear on her face gradually gave way to poorly concealed admiration, as if she had witnessed an incredible miracle. Zakar froze in mid-step, not daring to come closer. "Master, are you all right?" The old man's voice trembled and broke from his excitement. "What kind of misfortune has befallen you?" "Never mind," I said, taken aback at how hoarse my voice was. "A minor obstacle, nothing I can't handle." "How did you manage that?" Vasilisa finally came to her senses and stepped closer, her tone laced with undisguised interest. "This is the first time I've heard of any circles being drawn when absorbing the essence, but even so it's clear that the breach must have had serious consequences for you. Once, when a classmate of mine couldn't handle the essence, her channels were damaged so much that she couldn't cast spells normally for a month." "You're right," I said, managing a smile with difficulty. "Usually losing control can lead to big problems, but not this time. Let's say I turned the obstacle to my advantage." I looked at the girl with a keen gaze and noticed a strange mixture of feelings that appeared on her face. Delight was mixed with envy and greedy curiosity. She was clearly expecting a more detailed explanation, but I was not going to reveal all my cards, and so I added, choosing my words carefully, experience and ingenuity. Suspicion flashed in Vasilisa's gaze, as if my terse phrase had confirmed some guess of hers. I didn't like that. I needed to keep a closer eye on her. She knew too much for an ordinary aristocrat on the run, and that was the image I'd already started to form in my head. There was an awkward pause. Vasilisa clearly wanted to continue asking questions, but I was not going to satisfy her curiosity. She shifted from foot to foot, looking first at me, then at the place where the raven had just been. Finally, unable to bear the silence, she shook her head sharply. "This feathered scoundrel was too bold. I tell you, all the troubles stemmed from it. It's doing mischief, as if on purpose. I wish I could catch it and put it in a saucepan. No, the All-Father's messenger would not harm me like that. There was probably some higher meaning in this, and therefore I needed to redirect Vasilissa's thoughts to another subject. Would this improve the quality of your cooking? I asked. You know what? You can cook for yourself, she said, sulking. It's not like I exactly offered up my services as a chef for hire. Look at her, Zakar croaked. We found her lying under a bush. She wasn't so proud then, but now she turns up her nose. Vasilissa was indignant, but restrained herself and remained silent. I struggled to my feet. My whole body ached as if after a hard battle, and a dull pain throbbed in my temples. But it was a pleasant fatigue, a sign that the ritual, despite unforeseen complications, had been successful. Zakar, be a good man and bring me some warm milk with honey, I said, straightening up and trying not to wince from the head pain. The servant eagerly rushed to carry out my order. It was obvious that he was sincerely concerned about my well-being. Vasilissa headed to the second floor, nearly whipping me in the face with her hair. What offended her more, the lack of trust in her culinary abilities or the fact that her curiosity was never satisfied, remained to be seen. Next time, I'd consider saving someone less hot-tempered. Vasilissa wearily plopped down on the bench in her room, massaging her temples. The day had been eventful and full of incredible discoveries, and it wasn't even lunchtime yet. Her thoughts involuntarily returned to the moment she'd met the strange boyar. The first meeting in the forest, when he saved her from the soulless, had already surprised her. Instead of an arrogant metropolitan dandy, a calm, self-confident man with a sharp gaze appeared before her, not at all like a frightened exile. Yes, outwardly he did not give the impression of a strong man. Quite young, about 19 or 20 years old, tall and thin, golden blonde hair and stubble of the same hue, regular features. Eyes of an unusual light green shade, as if dusted with frost. There was not a drop of aristocratic effeminacy or arrogance in his appearance, but at the same time every gesture, every movement betrayed good breeding and inner strength. She had seen a lot of aristocrats in her life, and this young guy's behavior was more like that of a seasoned military man. In some ways, he even reminded her of her father. The same confident voice and absolute self-control, characteristics of a man accustomed to managing other people's lives. But she had never heard of the Platonov family having any kind of outstanding heir. The encounter with the villagers had struck the girl to the depths of her soul. The angry crowd of locals had initially frightened the girl. But Prokhor didn't just talk, he commanded, subduing people with his appearance and voice alone. And when he casually wove a halberd with magic, and a moment later easily chopped a blacksmith's hammer, she realized that he wasn't as simple as he might have seemed. At that moment, Prokhor earned, if not love, then respect from many villagers. But in the borderlands, the only language they understood was strength. The girl knew that. Prokhor had made it clear to the locals that he was not to be trifled with, and Vasilissa, without knowing why, felt proud of the new voivode. But she was even more amazed by his magic. That was incredible. To create a material object practically from nothing, without going through the long weaving process, with only a single effort of will. Only virtuos, apprentices, or even entry-level masters were capable of this. It was obvious that the weapon was a product of his talent, and yet mastering his talent well enough to create blades in a split second required years of continuous training and an absolute understanding of the nature of metal. Among the mages she knew, only a few possessed such skills. Could this plain-looking Joe really be that powerful? Subsequent events only confirmed her suspicions. When ungrateful residents tried to kill Prokhor at night, he had easily killed 4 thugs, armed only with a strange wooden weapon. Vasilissa saw this fight with her own eyes, enhancing her vision with magic, and never ceased to be amazed at the commander's skill. It wasn't that his movements were amazingly fast. She had enough time to follow them with her eyes. Rather, he acted economically and prudently. He didn't spend more effort than was necessary to dodge, block, or attack in response. However, the real revelation was the ritual of absorbing the essence. Proctor prepared for it in advance, carefully drawing a protective circle, warming up his body, rubbing salt and ash into his skin. Vasilisa had only heard whispers of such practices. They were not taught at the academy. This was ancient magic, half forgotten and considered dangerous. She expected to see the usual fusion of energies, a smooth transition of power into the body of the magician. But when the chaotic flow broke free after the intervention of the Black Raven, Vasilisa was truly scared. It seemed to her that the inexperienced awakened man would not cope. He would not be able to tame the raging flow of energy that had broken out of control. Even experienced apprentices could not do something like this, let alone a novice. Yes, there was a sense of power in him, although not as great as it might have seemed at first, but he knew how to use it. Who was he? Proctor Platonov had proven to be a much more complex mystery than she expected. He was not like the magicians or warriors she knew. He exuded something different, ancient, and powerful. Vasilisa generally got the impression that his calm demeanor and wit were just another facet of a very dangerous man. And at the same time, he did not seem dangerous to her personally. Although harsh with his enemies, he was surprisingly patient with his own people and did not disdain simple work. At the same time, there was a certain honesty and straightforwardness in him that was not typical of court intriguers. He could be tough, but not cruel, decisive, but not reckless. And admittedly, he was also an attractive man. If she didn't have her own aspirations in life, she could have lost her head. This thought caused an irritated laugh of annoyance at herself. Shaking her head, Vasilisa stood up and went to the window, looking at the unsightly appearance of the village. Ugrumika looked so pitiful that she had no doubt that this place would never rise above poverty or achieve prosperity. There were dozens of such villages in the surrounding principalities, and the same fate awaited them all: oblivion. And Ugrumika would drag the exiled voivode along with her. Squeezing anything out of this godforsaken place was far more unrealistic than conjuring a halberd out of thin air. 10 minutes later, sitting on the porch and sipping the fragrant drink, I reflected on the vicissitudes of fate that had flung me so far out into the provinces. The golden honey melted on my tongue, imbuing my body with new strength. The hot milk gave me a feeling of peace. An abstract thought flashed through my head: I would need to get more salt, a lot more. Almost everything Zakar had collected from the village had gone into the ritual and preparation for it. Otherwise, we'd only have bland food to eat, and given Vasilisa's level of proficiency in the kitchen, my life would become completely unbearable. I decided to dedicate the next hour to rest. Listening to my body, I felt the absorbed strength gradually became a part of me. Zakar fussed around, handing me one thing after the other. His presence alone was soothing. It was nice to know that there was someone nearby that you could rely on. While I was drinking my milk and honey, the servant sat down next to me on the porch and began to tell me about the villagers. The old man turned out to be unusually observant and had picked up on a lot during the day. Blacksmith Frol is the first in line after the headman, strong though a bit slow. A third of the village usually follows him. Then Stepan the miller, he has his own gang, and also Carpenter Mickey and his posse. I nodded pensively. This distribution of power was to be expected. Artisans always had influence in small settlements. What about the old people? Who do they listen to? There's one man, Petrovich, a former teacher. They say he ran away from Vladimir. People heed his words, although he doesn't really get involved in things. And there's Granny Agafia, a healer. Everyone goes to her when the going gets tough. Zakar went silent, scratching the back of his head. The youth all flock to the headman. He promises them that he will raise the village, organize the extraction of relics, and deal with the bandits. But how he'll do that, Savely, although not stupid, has become painfully cowardly, especially after he was almost killed during a hunt and his arm was twisted askew. The slightest sign of trouble and he hides in a hole. I grinned. It was a funny picture, 3 craftsmen with their gangs, a sage, a healer and a village elder who tries to sit among the rest and also toes his own line. After my previous life, politics was child's play. But on the other hand, having gotten used to the scale of the empire, I wondered if I would simply break everything here, like a bull in a china shop. It didn't take much intelligence to kill all the dissenters, but where would I find new people? I couldn't lure them here with promises. In situations like these, every pair of hands counted, even broken ones like the headman S. All of them must be put to serve the Platonov family, not out of fear, but out of conscience, so that they understand their own benefit in it and are faithful. What about hunters? Besides Boris, is there anyone smart? There are 5. But they are mostly on their own, and they keep to each other's company. They rarely show up at general meetings unless they are really desperate. They live on the outskirts of the village. This was also unsurprising. Hunters everywhere kept to themselves. Their craft required independence. So, there are only 3 main groups, I summed up. The craftsmen, the elders, and the hunters. And what about the simple peasants? There are very few, Zakar sighed. The land here isn't particularly arable, and the soulless interfere. They can't sow the fields, so all their grain is bought. They live mostly off of the vegetable gardens. Potatoes, cabbage, turnips, that's the entire harvest. I stood up, stretching my aching muscles. This was helpful information. Now I'd have a better understanding of who to deal with. The village depended on relic and essence mining, not agriculture. This also explained the small number of women. This was not the trade for them. Thank you, Zakar. I put my hand on the old man's shoulder. You've helped me a lot. Oh, what can I say, boyar? He was embarrassed at first, but then suddenly straightened up proudly and blurted out in a military manner, I'm glad to try. Smiling at his zeal, I threw my jacket over my shoulders and headed for the village. It was time to have a heart-to-heart talk with the headman. Chapter 12. The previous night's sergeant, MOGILEVSKY, the room, casting concerned glances toward the window every now and then. He felt uneasy. Count Saburov's order to quarter the detachment at the opposite end of the village, far from the new governor, seemed to him not just strange, but downright suspicious. From the very beginning, their mission to accompany the disgraced boyar had a certain murkiness surrounding it. The order was too vague. Deliver Platonov to Ugrumika alive and well, and then let him figure the rest out himself. No specifics, no clear instructions in case of unforeseen circumstances. But these circumstances were more than unforeseen. How much a single skirmish with the soulless could reveal. Demid had seen the boyar in a real battle, not just his petty victory over the convicts. The sergeant was amazed at how the man conducted himself in battle. Instead of hiding behind the guards, as any normal aristocrat would have done, Prokhor rushed into the thick of it. Wielding first a spear and then a hammer, he crushed the ugly beast. He acted competently and confidently, without the slightest fear. This had inspired an involuntary respect in Mogilovsky. It wasn't every day that you met a boyar who didn't disdain to fight shoulder to shoulder with ordinary soldiers, and Platonov didn't look much like the usual capital city dandy. Rather, he looked like a battle-hardened warrior whose blade had been stained with the blood of many enemies. And now, this unusual fellow was left in his house, without protection or defense, in the company of only a young girl and his elderly servant. Mogilovsky had been duly forewarned of the villagers' intentions in Ugrumtsev, Ugrumitsev, less a village than a tongue-twister. The glances they cast at their new governor were too malicious. The hidden hatred sounded too clearly in their voices. Platonov only need let his guard down for a moment and they would try to kill him. The sergeant had no doubt about that. "It's not right, oh, it's not right," he muttered, pacing the room once again. "They threw the boyar here to be torn apart like a lamb to a pack of wolves. It's not humane." "Oh, come on, Demid Stepanovich," one of his subordinates responded. "Our voivode is no lamb. You saw for yourself how he took care of the sluice. He can handle the villagers." "Oh, foo, you fool," Majowski said, getting angry. "The soulless are brainless beasts. They'll throw themselves at any hunk of meat. The villagers are clever. They'll strike from behind." The soldier fell silent, contemplating Majowski's words. It was obvious that he, too, was starting to be overcome by doubt. The other soldiers were also deep in thought. A heavy silence hung in the room. Only the wood crackled in the stove, and the wind howled in the yard. Besides that, Majowski felt in his heart that the Count had ordered them to lodge separately for a reason. It was all coming together too smoothly. The boyar had miraculously escaped execution, but would not remain a voivode for long. The villagers would do all Saburov's dirty work for him. Majowski sighed and went to the window, peering into the night darkness. Somewhere on the other side of Ugrumica, in the house of the old governor, their ward was sleeping, alone against an entire village full of ill wishers. Would he stand firm? Would he have the strength and skill? "Oh, Prokhor Ignatievich, you vex me," he thought with a mixture of sympathy and irritation. "Oh well, if fate brought you here, then you must have surrendered to it for some reason. Hang in there, boyar. We'll help you as much as we can, if we can." With these thoughts, Majowski moved away from the window and began to settle in for the night. Something told him that he would have to sleep with one eye open. You never knew what news might arrive from the far end of Ugrumica. He had to be ready for anything. I walked along the snow-covered street, leaving behind a chain of footprints in the dirty snow, which had already been trampled by dozens of feet. Streams of smoke rose toward the sky from the chimneys. Here and their voices and the creaking of gates could be heard. People hurried about their business, now and then casting wary, cautious glances at me. I couldn't help but smile to myself. I supposed the news of last night's incident had already spread throughout Ugrumica. The villagers were wondering how I had managed to survive and what I intended to do next. Well, soon enough all their questions would be answered. On the main street, I unexpectedly met Majowski, accompanied by one of his fighters. Judging by their purposeful gait and worried faces, they were heading straight to the governor's house. "Prokhor Ignatievich," he called out to me as soon as he saw me. His voice clearly expressed relief mixed with surprise. "Are you all right? We were going to check if you were all right." "I am, as you can see," I said, grinning broadly and spreading my arms wide. "I went out to relieve myself at night, but didn't fall into the well." Demid nodded understandingly, easily surmising the hidden meaning in my statement. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the blacksmith sidling across the street. The hulking man's face was adorned with a large purple bruise under his eye, which perfectly matched his shamed and slightly frightened expression. "Oh, my word," I called out to him with feigned concern. "What happened?" Frol froze in place, as if he had run into an invisible barrier. You could see the bashful blush covering his unshaven skin. He clearly hadn't expected me to pay him any attention, or if I did, certainly not to joke about the situation. "I fell, sir," he muttered finally, carefully averting his eyes. "From the stairs, I accidentally tripped." "Tusk, tusk, tusk," I said, shaking my head with feigned sympathy. "Be more careful, otherwise you might crack your skull open." "Who'll keep the forge going then?" The brute mumbled something indistinctly and stumblingly hurried away. As I watched him go, I thought about how much in the world was determined by the right first impression. Today these people were afraid of me. Tomorrow they would respect me. And the day after tomorrow, you see, they would begin to serve not out of fear, but out of conscience. I just needed to play my cards right. Having calmed Majowski with a couple of encouraging phrases, I continued on my way. My legs carried me to the headman's house. I answered all the villagers' questions briefly and monosyllabically, not wanting to waste time on empty chatter. Right now I was interested in only one person, Savely Rindin, the unofficial master of Agrumika. Following the locals' sparse directions, I soon found myself at his doorstep. The heavy oak door was closed, but not locked. This did not bother me. Without thinking twice, I pushed it open with my shoulder. The gloomy entryway smelled of rancid fat and sauerkraut. The homeowner was standing nearby, disheveled and sleepy, with a sheepskin coat thrown over his shoulders. Seeing me, he turned white as a sheet and backed away, holding out his gnarled hand while the other, broken one, grasped off to one side. "What are you thinking, boya?" he wheezed, trying in vain to find some kind of weapon around him. "You're breaking into someone else's home without permission. You're not living within the law." The old man had not officially participated in last night's attack and could easily have disavowed it, saying that he had nothing to do with it. But his behavior gave him away, which was unsurprising. "And you are, then, living within the law?" I retorted, slowly approaching him. "Since I got a visit from all sorts of suspicious characters who burst in without asking, I decided to adopt your customs." "Apparently, that's how you do things in Agrumika." Savely's face turned crimson with impotent rage. He'd begun to realize what a trap he had driven himself into. However, he was in no hurry to surrender. "Boris," he suddenly yelled at the top of his lungs, glancing sideways at the window, where the hunter I already knew well happened to be walking by. "Boris, come here, we have something to discuss." I didn't even bat an eyelid when I heard the creak of floorboards and the sound of cautious steps behind me. One more person, even if it was the hunter I'd encountered earlier, wouldn't change anything. Apparently, Savely hoped that I wouldn't risk killing him in front of a witness. Personally, I didn't intend on killing anyone, not at the moment, at least. Glanced indifferently at the man with a cut across his chin, standing frozen on the threshold, I once again turned all my attention to Savely. He cowered under my focused gaze like a naughty dog. "Listen very carefully, Savely," I said quietly. "What happened yesterday was not just a mistake. It was a crime. No less than an attack on a representative of the authorities. You understand what the punishment is, right? The prince has given me the right to administer justice in this village, and I will have the right to hang you in the main square, just as I was nearly hanged not long ago." He stared at me in bewilderment. It seemed that this detail of my biography had not yet reached Agrumika. This was not a slip of the tongue or simple loquaciousness on my part. I deliberately mentioned the event to show that I, like the villagers, had no reason to favor Veratine. Boris, demonstratively holding up his empty hands, slid to the side so that I could keep them both in my field of vision. The hunter now had a good idea of my value as a fighter and did not want to get caught in the fray. He feared me, respected me. "Excellent," I continued, clearly enunciating. "You know why I ended up here. The prince took pity on you and gave your village another chance, but you chose to spit in the outstretched hand and bury Agrumika's even further in the dirt. Well, that was your choice. Just remember, there will be no second chance. Either you throw this nonsense out of your head and start cooperating, or I will not vouch for your life. This village may soon have a new headman." Savely's face turned purple and the veins on his neck bulged. It seemed that the direct threat had worked flawlessly. He looked around like a man being hunted, seeking support from Boris, but Boris only silently looked away. "Wait, boya," the elder finally croaked, licking his lips convulsively. "Don't get excited. So what, had a little squabble? It happens to everyone. I didn't mean any unkindness by it. I was looking out for the people." "You've done a disservice to your people," I snapped, cutting off their pathetic attempts to justify themselves. "You can keep trying to kill the voivode sent from the capital, but how many more times will you be able to do it unnoticed? Once, twice, and most importantly, what will happen to Agrumika when the prince's patience snaps? He could send a platoon of investigators here who will use pincers and fire to extract all your secrets. About how the previous voivode disappeared and how many state resources were wasted. And after that, all your freedoms will be abruptly cut off, turning your life into a terrible nightmare. Some dandy from the capital will sit here and drive you to hell and back in search of relics, and he won't care how many people perish or how many widows weep. Is this the future you choose for Ugrumika? My metallic voice made the mugs on the headman's table tremble. Savely gulped and looked away. My speech had clearly hit the mark. It seemed he hadn't calculated the consequences of his reckless behavior. There is another way, I continued, softening my tone. Put your faith in me, so that together we can improve the dire situation of your village. I will train your hunters to fight the soulless, equip them with weapons no worse than what I demonstrated yesterday in the square. We will organize the hunt for relics, so that both the treasury will profit and you will not lose. You will live like human beings. You will not have to look over your shoulder, fearing the attention of the authorities. The elder grimaced, as if he had bitten into a sour cranberry leaf. Now he was not happy that he had called the hunter. Boris, however, listened to my speech with all due attention and was clearly glad that he had found himself in the right place at the right time. Surely my words would spread throughout the village. I added one final argument. Magic can do a lot. Not only kill, destroy and maim, but also heal. What ordinary medicine can't do. For example, fix your hand. I see how badly it has healed. It probably causes you suffering, but first prove that you deserve such mercy. I read everything I needed in Savely's eyes. He didn't dare even dream of such a thing, but he would willingly give anything for the opportunity to be cured. True, he was clearly in no hurry to take my word for it, and I understood why. Too often the villagers had been deceived with sweet promises. It's all bullshit, he muttered, hiding his mutilated limb behind his back. You're not a doctor too, I suppose, and why should I believe you? You talk so well, it's not the first time you've fooled people, sir. I don't make empty promises, I said, looking straight at the stubborn man. Do I look like a man who throws words around? I said I'd discipline Ugrumika, and I will. I said I'd kill you if you tried to attack me again with your own hands or someone else's. Well, you can be sure that's what will happen. And if I promise to heal your hand in exchange for honest service, rest assured that I can handle that too. Savely thought for a moment, knitting his bushy eyebrows. The silence dragged on, and I added, right now, I need a guide. I want to see your dense forests, to get to know the local threats a bit better. He nervously shifted from one foot to the other and glanced sideways at Boris, silently asking for support. However, Boris didn't even bat an eyelid, demonstrating with his whole appearance that he had no intention of getting involved in the squabble between the voivode and the elder. The villagers have free will. I am not their master, Savely said through gritted teeth, looking away. Just know, no one will come with you. It's dangerous on the other side of the palisade. You'll perish, as will the people you bring along. You'll all go to feeding the sluice. Taking a deep breath, I summoned all my patience. I had seen this wandering gaze before, a momentary hesitation when a person was ready to break, but still clung to the remnants of pride. I was sure that in a day he would come to me himself, or not, and then I would fulfill my promise and hang him in the main square. Revenge was a quick but short-sighted pleasure. A king must not think about the immediate humiliation of the enemy, but about strategy. If the headman was killed, the entire village structure would fall apart, and then I would have to solve minor management issues himself. Making Savely my instrument would be the real victory. Besides, an exemplary execution now would only strengthen the resistance. People will unite against the stranger, and I needed to win them over, not provoke them. If there was a chance to avoid such an outcome, it was worth trying. It seemed like we'd reached an impasse. At least I'd gotten my point across to the stubborn old man. We'd see how things went from here. I've said my piece, I said as I walked toward the door. Think on it safely, think long and well. The future of Ugrumika depends on it. I'll give you a day. My patience isn't limitless either. With these words, I left the headman's house, leaving him to stew in his doubts and fears. I needed a guide for one very specific purpose. On my ride through the village yesterday, I noticed many shortcomings and weak points. The palisade was rotten and in some places barely held up. The watchtowers were tottering on the point of collapse. There were finger-width gaps in the gates. All of this required urgent repair. The soulless would not wait for us to strengthen our defenses. The hunters also needed to be properly equipped. Their homemade axes and rusty guns were more suitable for hunting hares than for fighting beasts. With such equipment, one could not even dream of effectively hunting for relics. And all this required money, startup capital. A word from the memory of the late Platonov popped into my head. Without serious investments, any plans would remain empty fantasies. We needed to secure a way of getting gold, and quickly, before the time allotted to me by the Count expired. In turn, the easiest way to earn the necessary funds was to find and sell the relics. Or better yet, not even the relics themselves. A promising idea popped into my head. "Wait, boyar," Boris called out to me, quickly catching up from behind. "Allow me to speak." Apparently, the hunter decided not to tempt fate and left the tense situation. I slowed down, looking with interest at my unexpected companion. Unlike most of the villagers, this one did not look scared or confused. Rather, he looked determined. I wanted to say anyway, "I can show you our forests if you need," he blurted out, squinting intensely. "I know these places like the back of my hand. I had to hunt sleuths. If we see them, I will not run. I won't go against Savely either, and don't be angry about that. Anyway, if you order me to, I will escort you." It's not the first time I've done it. I gave him a long, searching look. Were there really still people in this godforsaken place who were capable of making their own decisions? Looking closely at the man's face, I tried to catch the slightest sign of a lie or hidden hostility. Would the hunter try to lead me into a trap under the guise of help? Was this another cunning plan to eliminate the unwanted governor? However, try as I might, I could not discern anything of the sort in the features of my unexpected ally. Boris was clearly acting on his own, not fearing the elder's wrath and not holding a grudge. And I didn't think the chances of another attempt were high. The villagers had had their fill of my strength the night before and were unlikely to dare to try again so soon without properly healing their wounds and restoring their fighting spirit. Besides, my conversation with Savely could have planted the seeds that I needed to sprout in the hunter's head. I just didn't expect them to bloom so quickly. "Well, let's go if you're not joking," I nodded. "We just have to swing by the house for one particularly insufferable girl, so it won't be so boring." Chapter 13. A minute later, Boris and I were strolling at a leisurely pace through the quiet village, heading for the voivode's house. Despite the ritual, I once again felt full of vigor and thirsty for action. The upcoming trip to the forest promised to be an interesting experience, regardless of whether we could convince the obstinate girl to join us. I wanted to take her with me for two reasons: to assess her knowledge and skills in her professional field and to see her in a combat situation. Even though her specialization was peaceful, all mages are taught to fight without fail, as I'd already discovered from Majilevsky. The forest incident with the girl was even more surprising. It didn't look like she managed to harm the attacking sleuths. Did she have no fighting talent, or was she caught off guard? I'd like to find out. All this, of course, depended on whether we would be able to find at least some valuable types of relics and whether we would meet the soulless. The hunter walked alongside, looking around warily from time to time. Apparently, he was afraid of the disapproval of his fellow villagers, who were not used to seeing their tracker in the company of strangers. But as soon as our eyes met, he immediately straightened his shoulders and casually put his hand on his belt, feigning a dashing manner. I chuckled to myself as I watched this simple pantomime. Soon we reached the governor's house. The girl had just come down to the first floor when Boris and I approached. "I hope you had a good rest, young lady. I have planned a short walk into the forest to explore the area, look for traces of the soulless, and perhaps relics. I recall you mentioned that you were going for blackgrass when the soulless attacked you. Perhaps you would like to join us. Maybe you will be lucky enough to find something interesting." I specifically mentioned her recent story, full of omissions and inconsistencies, as if to say, "I remember your story about the broken car that fell behind the convoy." At the same time, I would check how interested she truly was in the local curiosities. "Join us," Vasilisa clarified. "I found a guide who will show us all the most interesting spots." "A very tempting offer," Vasilisa said thoughtfully after a short pause. There was genuine curiosity in her voice. Perhaps it would be nice to see the local sights. Especially since after that incident, traveling with an escort is somewhat more secure than traveling alone. "When are you planning to set out?" "All right then." She wasn't pretending about that. It seemed she really did have a fascination with the relics. Well, that would only work in our favor. I could only sense resources related to my gift. A geomancer's abilities were much broader. More precisely, her gift for ore exploration allowed her to locate and identify almost any valuable rock, not just metals. I also had an affinity with the earth element, but I was primarily a metallomancer, so my perception was narrower and more specialized. But Vasilisa could sense the whole spectrum, from precious stones to rare minerals. In this regard, her abilities were definitely keener than mine. "Anytime," I replied with a neutral smile. "Our guide is already fully prepared, as you can see. I suggest you dress warmly, and in the meantime I'll give instructions to Zakar." We shouldn't leave the dwelling unattended. Boris was indeed stamping about in the street, his whole appearance expressing his readiness to rush off. It was obvious that the prospect of spending the day in the forest, proving his usefulness in action, attracted him much more than sitting in the village. By this time he had managed to look in and grab a bow and arrows and sling an old rifle on a belt. At first, the set of weapons seemed strange to me, but almost immediately I guessed the reason. Poverty. A gun required ammunition, but arrows for a bow were easier to make, and fashioning or finding new ones was not very difficult. Firearms were used at the very last opportunity to save one's own life. After receiving a nod from Vasilisa, I went downstairs and briefly outlined the situation to Zakar. The old man became noticeably nervous, but did not dare object. Having grabbed the halberd from the room and thrown it over my shoulder, I stepped out into the street. Vasilisa soon joined us, already equipped for the hike. I noticed she had a travel bag slung over her shoulder, in which I could make out the outlines of various bottles and devices, obviously taken from her mysterious travel bag. A prudent person, if nothing else. "So, everyone ready?" I asked, casting a careful glance at my companions. "In that case, let's move out while it's still light. No point in wasting time." The sun had already passed the noon zenith when we left the governor's house and headed to the outskirts of the village. Boris walked ahead, showing the way and regaling us with information about the intricacies of his craft. For a hunter, he was quite young, about 30 years old by the look of it, but his movements and gaze conveyed the confidence of a seasoned tracker. He was one of those whom the forests discipline more harshly than any mentor. Broad shoulders, a broken nose, a beard ingrained dirt on his weathered face, and a sharp, tenacious gaze. His entire appearance screamed of long years spent far from inhabited places. Vasilisa was a different matter. Despite all her efforts to seem like a simple peasant, there was something elusively aristocratic in every one of her gestures. She held herself with dignity, and during conversations she would stumble every time, forcing herself to switch to simple vocabulary. In addition, the local dense forests did not arouse her enthusiasm. However, her interest in the relics and the desire to remain incognito still overcame her disgust. A quarter of an hour later, we were already walking along a barely noticeable path between snow-covered firs, leaving the village behind. Freed from the shackles of civilization, Boris immediately perked up and began to willingly share his forest wisdom with us. "There are several signs you can use to identify the soulless," he said, looking carefully where he stepped. "Here, for example, the tracks in the snow, see how torn and crooked they are. They came by here, and quite recently. Moreover, there is a barefoot imprint, and no one walks around these forests without shoes, except for the sluice." Vasilisa nodded with interest, absorbing every word. I just hummed understandingly, being well versed in the intricacies of hunting, but not wanting to belittle Boris's merits in the eyes of the girl. Let him show off, since the opportunity had arisen. Meanwhile, the hunter got into the swing of things and began to describe in detail the methods that the locals had come up with to kill the soulless. "We have several basic methods of hunting these freaks. Which one you use depends on various conditions, where we are hunting and who, an animal or a person, how much time is needed for preparation, how many people are involved." He held up his index finger. "The first option is pit traps. We dig a deep hole and drive sharpened stakes into the bottom. We mask it from above with branches and leaves. When the sluice falls inside, we can easily shoot it from above with guns and bows. Then we finish it off with spears or pitchforks. The downside is that it takes a long time to prepare and the hole can only be used once. Not bad. I saw something similar being utilized back in my world near Ladoga. The second method is to drive them into nets," he continued. "We set strong nets between the trees. One daredevil takes on the role of bait, lures the soulless into a trap. The creature gets entangled in the nets, and the other hunters pounce and hack at it mercilessly. The only bad thing is that the bait is at great risk, and the nets sometimes break." Vasilisa nodded as if she understood something about these nets. "Another option is bear traps, big steel ones. We set them up, camouflage them. The soulless attacks, the trap snaps shut. That's it, the creature is immobilized. You can shoot it from a safe distance. It's expensive, of course, but the traps are reusable. The downside is that the target may just walk past the trap, or leap out of it, because their reaction times are excellent. And the fourth way is if you manage to catch sluice by surprise. We take special arrows with barbed spikes, like harpoons. We tie a long, strong rope to each arrow. The best ropes are made of rawhide or shade leaf soaked in a special solution. They're strong and don't break. It's a bit expensive to make ropes from relics. Then 3 or 4 streltsy stand at a distance from each other. It is important to aim at different parts of the creature's body and shoot simultaneously. Otherwise, everything is lost. But the arrows hold firm. Each holds his own rope. They draw the sluice with the ropes. It rushes at them, lunges, but is powerless as it's being pulled in all directions. The important thing is making sure the ropes hold up, and then you all hack it to pieces." The girl nodded understandingly. "That's right," Boris said, continuing to show off. "The rest of the hunters attack with spears, axes, swords, and start chopping, stabbing, cutting. If the beast is really seasoned, we also tie ropes to the trees to secure it, and then 5 hunters will fall upon the beast and kill it. And there are probably casualties," I said, raising an eyebrow. "Wounded and dead. Anything can happen," the guide sighed sadly. "It's a dangerous business, hunting the soulless, but what can you do? You have to live. You have to feed your families somehow, so we adapt, study their habits, and learn each other's tricks." Boris fell silent, catching his breath. It was obvious that he was worried about his trade with all his heart, proud of it, and at the same time burdened by the forced risk. "All very clever," Vasilisa said, slightly patronizingly. It probably takes great skill to deal with an enemy like that. Can't do without it, Boris nodded importantly, proud of the impression he had made. We learn the ways all our lives. From a young age, as soon as our fathers start taking us into the forest. Such worldly wisdom only strengthened my respect for the locals. To tell the truth, at first glance they seemed to me to be ordinary village oafs and rubes. But as it turned out, here I had found military dexterity, animal cunning, and desperate daring. No decent weapons, no defensive artifacts, not even simple recognition of merit. They'd accomplished everything on their own, with their own wits and skill. They invented a whole science of how to deal with the soulless, and they didn't just sit behind a fence, they went into the forests, hunted, risked their lives. You couldn't help but respect these stern, sinewy men. Emerging from my thoughts, I decided to clarify with Boris one point that had caught my attention. And who do you sell your trophies to? Essence and relics? The hunter grimaced, as if he had drunk sour milk. It was obvious that it was a painful topic for him. That's the thing, boyar, he reluctantly admitted. There's a trader here, his name is Macca Griven. He comes to us once a month, buys up everything we can get our hands on wholesale, but the bloodsucker pays only a quarter of the real price. What can you do? There are no other buyers anyway, and we have to sell the goods. We can't hide them under your pillow. At this, even Vasilissa's face darkened. It seemed that she too was outraged by the blatant injustice happening in Ugrumica. Why don't you hand over the relics to the treasury? She said, raising her eyebrows. They are always willing customers. Boris only smiled bitterly in response. That's just the way it is, miss. According to the prince's decree, commoners are not allowed to hunt in the local forests. That, you see, is a privilege enjoyed by the Streltsy alone, and since we have no right to the game, we are not allowed to trade our winnings. So we have to sell the goods secretly to make ends meet. He spat at his feet and angrily kicked a snow-covered tree snaggle in his path. I just shook my head, once again amazed by the bizarre logic of the rulers in this world. No, of course, I had heard in my world that in the lands of the Franks and Saxons, commoners were forbidden to hunt in the forests of noble families, but there they were talking about deer and partridges, not enemies of the human race. These must be mercilessly destroyed wherever you meet them. And the trophies obtained are only a well-deserved reward for the courage shown. The princes around here clearly had heads stuffed with straw, since they weren't looking more than one step ahead. When the hungry, I mean the soulless, overwhelmed these lands, it would be too late to lament the fact that they shouldn't have been stingy with rewards for anyone willing to hunt. And what are you told to do if the sleuths attack you, in the forest, or even in the village? I asked with interest. So, according to the law, you have to finish the creature off and hand the carcass, along with everything you found, over to the tax collector who comes to visit once every 6 months, the hunter said, spitting again. But I can tell you, he rarely makes it over here. Either the snow conditions aren't right, or the mud is making the roads impassable, or something else. For some reason, this only started after the previous one disappeared in our forests. Boris' eyes flashed unkindly. It was clear that the previous tax collector had not simply disappeared. So the choices are either let everything rot until he shows up, or sell it to Griven. Either the hunter was being braggadocious, or the desperate peasants had not only sent the former governor into the well, but had also killed the tax collector. Government officials didn't last long here. The staff turnover was crazy. We spent the next few hours meandering through the winter forest, trying to find any sign of the soulless or relics. The snow crunched under our feet, and the wind whistled mournfully overhead, throwing handfuls of prickly snowflakes into our faces. Boris led us confidently through the thicket, pausing every now and then to sniff, like a hound on a scent trail. I watched Vasilissa with interest, trying to figure out who this mysterious person was. She kept behind us, looking intently at her feet and occasionally touching the tree trunks with her hand. Perhaps she was trying to sense any deposits of valuable rocks or metals. I didn't have time to finish my thought. Boris suddenly stopped dead in his tracks and squatted down, peering at something in the snow. Vasilisa and I approached, trying not to make any noise. "Look, boya," the hunter pointed to a chain of deep, bizarrely curved tracks. "A soulless passed through here, a pretty big one at that. A couple of hours ago, no more, they've barely flattened out." Vasilisa gasped, pressing her hand to her mouth. Fear flashed in her eyes, which was instantly replaced by greedy curiosity. I looked at the prints and chuckled in confusion. They really were unusual. Either a bear's or a wolf's, it was hard to discern, but they were definitely a large animal, that was certain. "Can you identify what kind of creature this is?" I asked, circling around the tracks. A familiar tugging feeling began to build inside me, my gift responding to the faint presence of the soulless. "I'd say a bear," the hunter said uncertainly, scratching his beard. "But it's kind of strange. And the smell, I can't figure it out. It kind of smells like an animal, but also kind of cold iron." Vasilisa suddenly blurted out, her face slightly pale, and her fingers, clutching the lapels of her jacket, trembled slightly. "The creature is somehow connected to it. My senses are responding to it." I listened and realized that the girl was right. The sensation that had aroused my gift really did resemble the call of metal, ringing, piercing, chilling the blood. And the ground under my feet seemed to tremble in unison, pushing, calling me forward. "It went north." Boris stretched out his hand, indicating the direction. "Into the ravines. We have a lot of windfall there, just right for a lair." He glanced sideways at me, trying to discreetly gauge my reaction. A poorly concealed curiosity flashed in his eyes. Would the nobleman chicken out or take a risk? "Should we follow the trail, boya? Maybe we'll catch it there. Or should we turn back?" I noticed this appraising look. It seemed to be a kind of test. How many nobles were ready not only to command from a safe place, but also to face the creature themselves? Despite the experience of the nighttime tussle, he still considered me a pampered young lord. What a high opinion the locals had of the class called upon to protect them from any kind of threat. Feeling my lips stretch into an anticipatory grin, I nodded. Tracking down and killing a seasoned soulless, wasn't that a worthy task for a warlord who had found himself in the wilderness? Again, trophies wouldn't be a bad thing. My gift needed to be developed, and for that, essence was required, and it wouldn't hurt to test out my new abilities. After the ritual, I'd be able to cast a strong spell, even if only one. I'd have a surprise up my sleeve for my enemies. "Let's go," I said decisively, twirling the shaft of my halberd. "Just be careful out there. Soulless of that size can be extremely dangerous. Heavy weight and insane speed are a deadly combination." "Are you sure you can handle it?" he asked uncertainly. "Who knows what kind of creature is hiding there? If it's a rotter, that's okay, we'll manage somehow, but what if it's a striga?" A look of apprehension flashed in his eyes. It was easy to understand from the context that the hunter called the lower soulless, the weakest kind, rotters. Zakar also called them empty or hollow, and I knew them by other names. Strigas were obviously the name for the advanced soulless, that is, those who had undergone the first transformation. "I'm sure. After all, we have a powerful geomancer with us," I chuckled mockingly, glancing sideways at the girl. "What do we have to fear?" Vasilisa rolled her eyes, clearly having difficulty keeping her temper under wraps. We moved forward, guided by the tracks and our inner sensations. Gradually, the forest began to thin out, giving way to gloomy hills and gullies. The snow here was trampled and mixed with the earth, clearly indicating that this was an animal place, not often trodden by people. After about 10 minutes, I felt all the signs of the creature's presence. A pale blue frost crept across the metal of my halberd, a musty smell of decay hung in the air, and a familiar tingling sensation appeared in my fingertips, like nettles. Even the colors around me seemed to fade, and an oppressive feeling of hopelessness stirred in my soul, a sure sign that a soulless was lurking somewhere nearby. After another 5 minutes of meandering between trees and boulders, we came out onto a sloping hill, at the foot of which a black hole of a natural cave loomed. Boris and I exchanged glances. Obviously a den. The resident was somewhere nearby. Those were the tracks we had seen. Without saying a word, we took up positions, encroaching upon the lair from both sides. Boris strung an arrow on the bowstring, and I extended the blade of my halberd, feeling as the handle seemed to grow into my palm. Vasilisa kept her distance, nervously fiddling her fingers as if playing the piano. The comparison that came to mind brought up an image of an amazing musical instrument, and I was simply amazed at the ingenuity of the inhabitants of this world. Catching my gaze, the hunter cocked his head questioningly, as if to say, "Let's go." I nodded reservedly, steeling my entire body. It was time. Before we could take a single step, the crust of snow in front of the cave began to shake, falling in clumps. Something dark and huge burst out of the den, scattering pieces of frozen earth all around. A hoarse roar was heard, more like the scraping of a blade on chain mail. "Oh my God," Boris exhaled, momentarily taken aback. He barely had time to finish before the monster noticed us and rushed to attack, baring its toothy maw. Vasilisa's terrified squeal rang out over the clearing. Ah. That thing is not a bear. Chapter 14 Vasilisa was wrong. The creature really had been a bear once, but since then the soulless had drained the life out of it, and it had quickly undergone its first transformation, becoming a ghoul, or a striga, as they were called in this world. It was colossal, 1.5 times larger than a normal bear. Some of the brown fur had fallen out, revealing flesh as crimson as a cherry, while lesser soulless were more like faded corpses, which is why Boris had called them rotters. Advanced sleuths had color return to their skin, acquiring a semblance of life. Just unnatural, wrong, and hideous life. The bear looked like a muddied, torn fruit with fat worms sticking out of it. Its scarlet interior had been torn through its fur, causing muscles, ribs, and guts to spill out. Painful bony growths protruded from its entire body. Its front legs had split in two, leaving the lower half, studded with teeth, dragging along the ground. The striga's neck scruff was adorned with spikes that shone like grey relic metal. Short black tentacles writhed in its too wide, fang-filled mouth. Their longer, more menacing cousins swayed through the holes where its throat and ribcage should have been. Basically, any unprepared person would squeal like a pig upon meeting such a nightmarish fiend. I glanced quickly at Boris and Vasilisa, assessing the situation. The hunter, although taken aback at first, had already fired several arrows towards the monster, but it dodged them with frightening ease, moving too fast for a creature of its size. Vasilisa looked pale and frightened, but her fingers were already weaving an invisible pattern in the air, and sing-song words were escaping from her lips. With each new gesture and sound, the dim brown light around her palms grew brighter, congealing into a clot as the spell was formed. I knew full well that in this situation, combat magic would be of little use. Advanced soulless, which this clearly was, were capable of absorbing part of the magical energy directed at them. Considering the current development level of Vasilisa and my gifts, any combat spells would anger the sleuth more than cause it any significant harm. So I need a different course of action, I thought serenely, taking a step back and readjusting my grip on the halberd handle. Either weaken the creature or strengthen myself. Weakening a beast of this level will require energy that I simply do not have. That leaves the second option. Having made my decision, I took a deep breath and reached out to my inner source of power. My gift responded instantly, readily offering up its stored energy. I felt the magic flow through my veins, filling my body with a tingling warmth. Any aspiring mage in my place would be waving his arms, making intricate passes in the air, and chanting activation words, just like Vasilisa was doing right now. Each spell had its own unique combination of gestures and sounds that channeled the flow of magic in the right direction. But I, having reached the heights of mastery in my past life, no longer needed such crutches. Control over power was ingrained in my essence. Unlike the physical limitations of the body, such as the volume of reserves or the throughput of energy channels, this method of activating spells depended only on the experience of the magician and the strength of their will. Will, capable of subjugating the gift with just one thought without relying on gestures or words. Airborne Heal. I instantly turned magic into reality by concentrating my spirit, directing the energy flow to my limbs. Acceleration, lightness, swiftness. For 60 breaths, no longer. Barely noticeable bluish sparks flew from my fingertips and danced around my feet, enveloping them in a trembling haze for a moment. The next moment, the world suddenly slowed down. Boris' scream became muffled and indistinct, as if underwater. I knew that from the outside, I looked like a blur of motion, barely discernible to the human eye. However, for me, nothing had changed. I was moving at my usual speed. It was just that everything around me had frozen like insects in amber. Everything, that is, except the Striga. On the edge of my consciousness, I noted that the spell had sucked 15 drops out of the 20 available. My calculations had not failed me. The price was high, but there was no other way to deal with this creature. It was too agile and too dangerous. Taking a step forward, I felt almost no air resistance. My body seemed weightless, my movements were smooth and fluid, like a dancer's. The monster in front of me still looked quite nimble, but now I could confront it on equal ground. Silently, the bear tried to reach me with a clawed paw, but I easily avoided the blow, sliding to the side. At the same second, chopping diagonally with the halberd from the bottom up, I cut off 5 black tentacles, which spun as they fell, flinging stinking ichor everywhere. The Striga did not react to the damage, feeling no pain. The long tendrils around its throat cut through the air, trying to engulf my neck. The sickening stench of decay wafted through my nostrils. With this much contact, the poison they contained should have paralyzed and immobilized me, securing the opportunity to absorb my soul and life energy. I slid to the side to put distance between us and avoid the counterattack. The magical acceleration allowed me to move lightning fast, almost effortlessly. No ordinary human could match my speed now, but the enemy was almost unharmed. Its empty black eye sockets followed me relentlessly, promising an exceedingly painful death. At that moment it lashed out again, this time from both sides. Its fanged mouth lunged towards my face, and its front paws, split like huge mandibles, tried to close on my legs to deprive me of my mobility. I barely managed to slip away, sacrificing the edge of my jacket. The fabric was shredded, but it saved me from being captured. A jump to the side, a roll, a half-turn, and my counterswing sliced through the soulless face. If it had eyes, it would have just lost one of them. Vasilisa's scream behind me was muffled in my ears, almost ready, but I had no time for her now. At the moment, there were only the two of us, me and the enemy, fierce as the spawn of Helheim. A shot rang out from somewhere to one side, like thunder tearing through the frosty air, and a buckshot tore the writhing tentacles on the bear's face to shreds. Boris was trying to help as much as he could. As we walked through the forest, he repeated several times that the gun should only be used as a last resort. The noise could attract the nearby soulless. Apparently, he thought that this occasion warranted it. The bear instantly forgot about me and turned to the hunter, rushing toward him, its fanged maw agape. Boris raised his gun, trying to reload, but I knew he wouldn't have time. The creature was taking huge bounds toward him. Another few seconds and the hunter would be finished. I leapt after it, quickly closing the distance. Vasilisa screamed and finally unleashed her creation. Her sing-song words merged into a final chord, and her hands abruptly dropped down, as if pressing something into the ground. At the same moment, the soil under the monster's paws swelled, and a thin layer of stone covered its limbs like a crust of hoarfrost. It stumbled, instantly losing speed, and slammed its fanged mouth into the ground full force. Its paws sank into the stone shackles as if in resin, and one of its immobilized limbs cracked as a result of the abrupt change of momentum. Now flashed through my mind, and I grabbed the halberd with both hands and delivered a series of swift chopping blows to the ghoul's scruff, leaning my full body weight into them. The bear's skin, reinforced by the first transformation, turned out to be stronger than any armor. The cursed flesh had transformed into something like thick rubber, which dampened every attack. Only the magically reinforced blade of the halberd allowed me to break through this defense. The sickle-shaped blade at the end of the shaft bit into the brown fur, slicing flesh, tearing veins, and crushing its spine. The striga silently writhed in its bonds, trying to reach me with the remains of its tentacles, but I moved too quickly, not stopping for a moment. The bear suddenly lunged forward, furious beyond measure and far more dangerous than before. The stone shackles that held his limbs began to crack under the onslaught of the monstrous force. The monster's neck was a bloody mess. A normal beast would have died long ago from such wounds, but this fiend was just working itself into a frenzy. With a loud crack, the soulless smashed through the cinder blocks of earth, holding it down, and attacked me, toothy mouth open wide. Only my lightning-fast reactions, enhanced by airborne heal, saved me from instant death. At the last moment, I jumped back, dodging the blow. The striga rushed past, carried by its inertia, but immediately spun around for a new attack. The tentacles around its snout writhed furiously, dripping ichor. The empty sockets of its eyes seemed to glitter suspiciously like essence crystals. This beast must have eaten many souls to have grown so strong after death. It started to gain speed, clearly intending to simply crush me with all of its incredible mass. I grabbed the halberd, held it out in front of me, and thrust the shaft into the ground. The metal-bound tip was pointed straight at the head of the approaching monster. The impact was terrible. The shaft of my weapon cracked deafeningly. The striga, carried away by the furious onslaught, flew onto the long tip of the spear and impaled itself on it like a spit. The momentum carried it so far that its flesh sank down past the sickle-shaped blade of the halberd, and the end of the shaft jumped out of the ground, throwing up clods of soil and snow, but I still did not let go. I was dragged back. My feet slid along the icy crust, finding no support. Another moment, and I would lose my balance, falling on my back, and then the monster would surely grab for my throat. A leap away, another jump back. Suddenly, an ankle-high stone wall crunched behind my heel. I managed to brace the shaft of my halberd against it just as my feet found a new foothold. The bear leaned on me again with all its weight. The spear point of the halberd sunk even deeper into its head, piercing through bone with a crack. Without wasting time, I channeled my talent into the weapon, changing its shape. The combined tip of the halberd began to flow, turning into a wide, curved glaive blade. And the striga kept pushing and pushing, aiding me in my effort. The shaft of my weapon cracked again, unable to withstand the monstrous pressure, but it was too late. The metal had cracked the monster's skull in two, splitting the head apart like an overripe fruit. At that very moment, the handle broke in my hands, but the deed was done. The fatal blow had reached its target. The creature shuddered one last time and went limp. The blade protruded out of its forehead like a strange metal flower. I took a few swaying steps back, gasping for air. The magic had certainly sped me up considerably, but it had taken a commensurate toll on my body. I was exhausted. "Boya," I heard somewhere to my left. "Are you okay?" Boris ran up to me. He was clutching a cocked gun in his hands, apparently prepared for the worst. I waved my hand to indicate that I would live. The hunter breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Vasilisa. "You're really something, my dove," he whistled. "The idea to shackle it like that. And look at the support platform you formed." She only smiled wearily with the corners of her lips. Sweat was pouring down her face, her hair was stuck to her forehead. It seemed that the magical maneuver had taken a lot of her strength. I got to my feet with difficulty and approached the fallen monster. I needed to extract the essence before the carcass began to stink even more. Every grain was worth its weight in gold. Suddenly, a strange image flashed through my mind. I seemed to be floating high above the snow-covered forest, looking at it from a bird's-eye view. Dark dots moving toward our battleground were clearly visible among the white cover. They moved with unnatural, jerking motions, leaving behind ragged, uneven tracks, soulless, and in numbers, at least half a dozen. Judging by the trajectory of their movement, the creatures had been attracted to the noise of the gun and were now rushing towards it like flies to honey. We only had a few minutes before they appeared. The vision was so vivid and clear that for a moment I felt dizzy, an unfamiliar sensation, as if I were looking at the world through someone else's eyes. Blinking, my vision returned to normal, but the disturbing image was imprinted in my memory. The source of this vision was entirely unclear, but at the moment, it wasn't important. The enemies were approaching, my weapon was broken, my energy was almost at zero, and my body was pretty exhausted, and the nail in the coffin, I had two companions with me who were unaccustomed to serious battles. Fantastic! There was no time to think. I needed to act quickly and decisively. Many years of experience commanding troops helped me instantly assess the strengths and weaknesses of my squad, as well as the enemies. Examining the situation, I developed the optimal battle tactics. The narrow passage into the cave gave us an advantage. The enemies would not be able to crowd us and attack. This meant that we needed to block the bottleneck off fully. "Okay, listen up," I commanded, turning to Boris and Vasilisa. "A group of sleuths is approaching us. Rotters," I added, answering the hunter's unspoken question. "We're retreating to the cave where the bear was just now. What if there are a few more creatures lurking in there?" the girl said fearfully. "Sleuths don't hide," I snapped. "They always attack head-on." If there had been anyone else in there, they would have run out long ago in response to the noise of the fight. "The lower and advanced soulless don't hide," I mentally clarified. "The ancients and the lords might, but the likelihood of them living in this place is negligible. Take up positions," I continued, giving orders. "I'll stand in front, block the passage. Boris, you stand a little behind. Shoot over me with a rifle on my command. Only when I give the signal, aim at the wounded or those who try to jump over the obstacle." "Obstacle?" The hunter's bushy brows arched. "Vasilisa, stay deep in the cave, prepare your spells. Use geomancy to create sticky mud under the sleuth's feet at the very entrance to the cave. Slow them down, immobilize them. Work quickly and harmoniously. Is everyone clear?" My companions nodded in unison, taking up their positions without further question. Well then, let us see what our improvised combat trinity was capable of. One thing I knew for sure, it definitely wouldn't be boring. Once I'd finished giving orders, I picked up the halberd fragment and headed towards the nearest group of young trees. A couple of precise blows, and the thin trunks fell to the ground with a crash. Calling on my remaining magic, I used weapon transmutation to transform one of them into a wooden spear with a crossbar at the tip to keep the enemy at a distance, and handed it to Boris. "Here, if necessary, shoot with everything you've got. Save your ammo, shoot only if you're sure it'll hit." The hunter nodded silently and accepted the spear. A look of awe crossed his face. It wasn't every day that you were given a weapon created by a magical talent. His movements became focused and precise, as if he too understood the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, I focused on the broken halberd. Closing my eyes, I mentally reached out to the remnants of energy sealed in the metal. allowing the matter to return to its previous state. The pommel trembled and began to melt, turning into a shapeless lump of iron. I noticed on the edge of my perception that releasing the halberd had returned 2 drops of energy to me, as it should have. The spear I had created for Boris was now consuming half a drop from my reserve. In total, about 4.5 out of 20 were freely available. Not much, but enough for one trick. After making sure that Boris and Vasilisa had taken up their positions as I had ordered, I approached the dead bear. The bony growths on its spine looked like strangely curved pieces of metal growing straight out of the flesh. Looking closely, I recognized the characteristic deep gray-blue hue and the barely noticeable shimmer, twilight steel, a rather rare and very valuable relic with a whole set of unique properties. This metal was much denser and heavier than usual, but in the hands of its wielder, it felt weightless. A blade made of twilight steel required practically no sharpening and was capable of cutting through enemies' armor like butter. But most importantly, a weapon made of twilight steel literally absorbed the magical energy of its owner, gradually synchronizing with it. The longer you use it, the better the blade conducted your power, and when striking the soulless, it temporarily blocks the enemy's regeneration, allowing you to inflict critical damage. Of course, twilight steel has its downsides. It was difficult to forge with regular tools, and when remelting a weapon, it was necessary to take into account the binding effect. The blade could reject a new owner if it was tuned to someone else. But thanks to my talent, these downsides were rendered completely insignificant. Dragging a second log closer to Striga, I activated weapon transmutation. 3.5 drops of energy immediately went into the new product. Relic metal, compared to ordinary metal, made the use of my talent more expensive. The fragments of twilight steel torn from the bear's carcass floated through the air, coming together. A few seconds of intense concentration, and in my hands was an elegant but fully functional glaive with a curved blade. The twilight steel sang in my fingers, responding to the call of power. "They're almost here," I said, weighing the weapon and rejoicing at the perfect balance. "Don't be afraid, they won't get to you." "I won't let them." My companions perked up a little at this promise. I stood in the center of the passage, blocking it with my body. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed how collected and confident Boris and Vasilisa looked, as if they sensed my determination. Well, that was a good sign. The fight broke out quickly and furiously. Without warning, the first creature, a fat, awkward man in tattered clothes, silently jumped out of the forest thicket. Running full speed into the sticky mud, which was only kept from freezing by the girl's gift, he swayed awkwardly, jerking his arms, and immediately sank with a wet slap. An economical blow from the glaive split his head like jelly, meeting no resistance, and a new enemy was already soaring through the air, trying to jump over the danger zone. "Fire!" I barked, ducking down. A shot rang out overhead, and the monster flew back with a hole in its skull. The hunter's aim was immaculate. There were more enemies than my mysterious vision had anticipated. Perhaps some were hidden from his view by the dense crowns of the spruce and pine forests, or perhaps fresh reinforcements had come to the noise of shooting. Among them were animals and people who had once disappeared in these thickets. The creatures climbed and clambered over the corpses of their brethren, but the narrow passage prevented them from ganging up on us. I worked the glaive like a scythe, meeting each enemy with either a chopping swing or a stabbing blow. If the twilight steel blade pierced through the flesh, it only took a small push to cleave it in two. My hands seemed to have a life of their own, delivering and parrying blows with precision honed over centuries. After the battle, I would pay for this with complete exhaustion. Boris' gun boomed methodically behind me. The hunter shot rarely, but accurately, taking down the particularly nimble ones or those trying to jump over the trap. A couple of times, he saved me from some particularly dexterous freaks, for which I was very grateful. Vasilisa also showed her skill. At first, I was afraid that the inexperienced girl would get confused and start doing stupid things, but my fears were unfounded. As soon as the first monster stepped into the mud, the soil around it suddenly became unstable and wet. The enemies got stuck in the treacherous quagmire. The earth turned into a loyal ally, obeying the slightest gesture of her hand. Mercilessly and relentlessly, we sent the soulless to rest. The twilight steel in my hands sang with delight, easily finding gaps in the enemy's defense. Magic, albeit meager, gave the glaive additional power, causing wounds to smoke and heal poorly. The last enemy tried to hold his dead brother up as a shield against my blow, but the glaive cut diagonally through the enemy's body without any effort, reaching the cunning rotter behind. It swayed and fell apart into two halves. A finishing blow to the head put an end to it. It was over. I slowly straightened up, returning my breathing to normal. I looked around the improvised battlefield, littered with torn bodies. I listened to my inner feelings. I seemed to be intact, if you didn't count the damaged jacket. I'd been through worse. Phew, Boris sighed noisily, leaning against the wall of the cave. What a fight. Wait. Vasilisa suddenly took a sharp breath. Her hand froze near the cave wall. It's no wonder these creatures made their lair here. I feel the presence of cold iron. Perhaps there is a deposit somewhere nearby. Chapter 15, Twilight Steel, I said, looking at the cave wall. That's what you most likely felt. What? Vasilisa perked up, her eyes sparkling. Really? How do you know? This meant that the material was known by the same name in this world. The Striga we killed had absorbed it. So that's it. I've heard about this metal. Incredible properties. In combat, it simply has no equal, cuts through any armor, and suppresses the regeneration of the soulless. You speak so confidently on the subject, I said, squinting slightly. Have you actually seen it in action? Vasilisa instantly became sheepish, and a blush bloomed across her cheeks. No, why would you? I mean, I learned about it in the academy. Theoretically, she was a terrible conspirator. She gave herself away at every turn, and it was hilarious to watch. I see, I said with a barely noticeable smile. And how big is the vein, according to your calculations? Vasilisa did not answer right away. First, she carefully examined the cave, running her palms over almost every centimeter of the floor. At the same time, she bit her lips several times from the tension and shot her eyes in my direction. Then she opened her bag and took soil samples with the help of some devices, and only after that did she announce the result of her calculations. There is a small pocket of ore not far from the surface, she frowned. I can't say more about it yet. We need to check the samples. All right then, Boris, I called to the hunter. Go out and keep watch outside, otherwise the sleuths might run up on us again. Understood, sir, I'm no fool. The hunter picked up his gun and quickly left the cave. And now, madam, I continued, when the hunter's back was out of sight, would you care to enlighten me on what larger issue is at play here? I may not be a geomancer, my gift is different, but I can sense metal too, and this allows me to conclude that you are not telling me everything. Vasilisa's face reflected a considerable internal struggle, as if she were deciding whether I was a worthy recipient of her secret knowledge. Finally, she concluded her internal estimation of my character and blurted out, "What difference does it make, really? Neither you nor I stand to gain anything from this anyway." "Could you elaborate?" I grinned. "The metal that lies near the surface is nothing compared to the vein that may lie deeper," she said. "There is no complete guarantee, but many signs indicate that it's there." "What's bad about that?" "What's bad about it," the girl sighed, "is that any prince would pay a lot of money for information about such a vein. I think that would be enough to pay your Wergeld 6, she hesitated. "I mean the 1,000 rubles. So you don't need the money yourself?" I asked, already guessing the answer. "What does money have to do with it?" Vasilisa waved her hand in annoyance. It's a chance for any geomancer to mine a deposit like this. But it's much easier for you to sell the information to someone else and use a strategic resource for immediate gain. I shook my head disapprovingly. It's like sawing your boat in half in the middle of the sea and using the wood to light a fire and keep warm. So you plan on mining the vein? The geomancer raised her eyebrows incredulously. On your own, seems so. With what resources? She began twiddling her fingers. How will you ensure the mine is protected on soulless territory? Where will you find the materials to build a mine? Who would supply mining equipment to such a remote location? How will you arrange for the removal and transportation of the metal? You'll still need to find qualified workers somewhere and feed them, as well as pay a hefty salary to offset the risk, and your Prince Veritine is unlikely to be pleased with the appearance of independent production of twilight steel on his very doorstep. Rather, he will send a solid detachment of Streltsy to take this territory under his complete control. Her questions conveyed the experience of someone who was well acquainted with mining operations. I simply smiled. We'll cross all those bridges when we come to them. There's a saying, my lady, you have your secrets, I have mine. I just have one thing to ask. When we do reach that point, will you help me? Will I help you? Flames flared up in her eyes. On the contrary, I wanted to tell you that if you launched into this venture without me, I'd be very offended. I wouldn't want to risk that, I said, throwing up my hands. I promise that from now on, I won't do anything without your help. For now, can you give me a little more detail about the depth of the vein? The main vein is about 20 meters down, the girl answered in a professional tone, but there is a small outcropping at 5. Can you reach it? I can just about reach it, but I won't be able to reach any further. Vasilisa concentrated, closing her eyes. Her fingers began to weave an invisible pattern in the air, and the spell's activation words burst forth from her lovely mouth. The cave floor rippled like water, and the stones slowly, reluctantly began to give way. First, a thin vein of blue-gray metal appeared, shimmering deeply. Then it began to widen, protruding further and further from the rock, until finally a hefty chunk of twilight steel had slipped from its stone prison. Exquisite, the geomancer whispered, examining the metal. Such a refined sample, no impurities. Her fingers were trembling slightly from the tension, and beads of sweat were running down her temples, but her eyes were blazing with genuine research interest. Thank you, I nodded politely and picked up the chunk of metal. Holding the relic in my hands, I considered the following. Making a weapon required much more effort and calculation than it seemed at first glance. A simple double-edged sword weighing 1.5 kilograms, in addition to time and effort, required about 1.7 kilograms of source metal. Approximately 10–20%, depending on the skill of the blacksmith and the technologies used, would be lost in the melting, sharpening, grinding, polishing, and forming the final shape of the blade. For blacksmiths and artifact makers, each reheating represented the loss of precious metal. Each operation required precision and understanding of the subtleties of the craft. Meanwhile, my weapon transmutation knew no such limits. I didn't need to heat the metal to incandescence and didn't require hours to hone it. All I needed was the slightest touch, and the material instantly took on the shape I desired. Without oxidation, without the slightest loss, and with a precision that was beyond even the most experienced craftsmen. Each of my blades was not just a weapon, it was a death sentence for any local artisans. My talent made their craft obsolete and rendered their labor useless. And this was not even a question of superiority, but an elementary difference between manual labor and miracles. I already had a plan in mind to turn this rundown village into a thriving center of mining and manufacturing, but first I had to deal with the issues at hand. Boris met us at the entrance. In order not to disturb our conversation, he cautiously moved away about 10 steps. His clothes were slightly spattered with blood, but the hunter himself seemed to be unharmed. "Sir," he began awkwardly. "Yes," he cleared his throat and continued, switching back to a more formal form of address in his over-emotional state. "Forgive me for doubting you at first. I thought you were an outsider, a city dandy, incompetent and pompous. But look at how it all went down. You practically saved my life. I would have died here on my own, and not just me." He nodded towards Vasilisa. Seeing me looking at her, the maiden straightened up and gave us a weary smile. "I've never had to use geomancy on such a scale," she admitted, mechanically brushing off her clothes. "A very impressive experience." Although the result was probably worth the effort, I just waved my hand. This girl had certainly surprised me. Just imagine such talent wasting away in the boonies. Casting an approving glance at my companions, I felt it necessary to say a few words in closing. "You were both fantastic. You worked cleanly, quickly, and professionally. Not every trained squad can do that. I'm proud of you, really. And I was not being disingenuous. The last battle clearly showed that my new comrades were not just ballast, but a serious combat unit. Of course, they still had a lot to learn, but they definitely had potential." "Well then, heroes," I grinned, throwing the glaive over my shoulder. "All that's left is to collect the trophies and head home. You deserve a well-earned rest." We systematically searched the cooling carcasses of the soulless, extracting essence crystals. It was not a pleasant task. We had to dig through the slimy entrails and slice through the flesh with knives to reach the desired stones. But it was worth the effort. Survival in these parts would be impossible without these valuable resources. Boris worked silently and skillfully. It was obvious that this trade was nothing new to him. Since he could not wrap his own hands in a magical film to protect them from the toxic flesh of the sluice, the hunter used special gloves woven from raven flax. I was familiar with this plant. Fabric woven from it repelled water and dirt, and also had light protective properties, including against the poison of the lesser soulless. I matched his pace, and a quarter-hour later we all gathered at the entrance to the cave to examine the loot. It wasn't a bad haul. 9 tiny crystals of pure white essence, 3 small ones of the same color, and 1 medium one with a bluish hue, an elemental bias towards the metal found in the Striga's skull. Quite decent for one skirmish. "What a catch!" Boris looked at the crystals with delight. "I've never seen so many. It's a good day if you find even 1 or 2 like this." I met his words with an ironic smile. In my world, once after a battle with the hunger, we had spent 2 days cutting crystals out of them. We'd had to mow through so many of them. "Looky there, an azure one." The hunter clicked his tongue approvingly, examining the shimmering stone in my palm. "A rare find, by the way. It will make a good artifact if you approach it wisely," Vasilisa confirmed, looking over the hunter's shoulder. "There was one more issue to be resolved. Since we all fought together, we need to share the spoils fairly." I looked at Boris. "I can give you a share in crystals or money after the sale," he thought, scratching his thick beard. "Just decide first, are you with me or on your own?" I added. "You did not lie about your skill, sir. You slaughtered them like chickens," Boris said, holding my gaze. "I believe you now." "Will you take me on?" "I will," I nodded calmly and clapped him on the shoulder. "I need loyal people. Isn't that right? As for my share, I can be patient. Whenever you can sell it, I'll take whatever you think is fair. But who are you going to sell it to? Griffin won't be in our area for a while. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it." "And you, Vasilisa?" I turned to the girl. "Thank you, but I don't need a share." She shook her head. "After this, consider us even for you saving my life." "You had no debt to repay," I chuckled, hiding the crystals in my belt pouch. "I just wanted to try your cooking. I was curious to find out if you were as talented in the kitchen as you were at acting." Her cheeks instantly flushed red. She opened her mouth in confusion, clearly preparing to spit out a biting retort, but she caught my pointed stare and wilted, preferring to awkwardly change the subject. You used an interesting spell in battle, she said, glancing at me sideways. By the way, I didn't notice any verbal or somatic keys. For an awakened, that's unusual. A small family secret, I said, smiling mysteriously. Oh, come on, she threw up her hands. I've never seen anyone move that fast. I couldn't even determine what school it was from, and yet at the academy we studied all the standard lower-rank spells. I guess not all of them, I said, shrugging and watching her interest grew even more. And how often do you use it? There was undisguised scholarly interest in her voice. Only when I want to impress pretty geomancers. Vasilisa blushed, snorted and turned away, showing with all her body language that the conversation was over. I had to admit that the girl had a sharp mind, but any unnecessary lines of questioning had to quickly be shut down with my proven method. Concluding our conversation about the division of spoils, we slowly set off on our way back, making a circle around the cave. Boris rightly noted that it would be worthwhile to look for any useful relics nearby. You never know, you might get lucky. And the sly fox was right on target. We hadn't walked even 100 steps when the hunter, with a satisfied look, pointed to a scattering of bluish-black stems nestled between the stones. Look, raven flax. A good find, you can weave sturdy ropes and nets from it, or enchanted armor if you really want to. Shall we take it, sir? Yes, I nodded. Let's take everything we can get our hands on. It will all come in handy back at the village. Next came a smaller bush, with thin stems of a reddish hue, vitterweed, as Vasilisa explained, a healing plant that stops bleeding. True, you had to be careful. If used incorrectly, it could cause the blood in the heart to clot. The geomancer called it a thrombus. It was common knowledge that this was always the case with relics. Whatever healed could also harm. On the other side of the hill, we came across a huge patch of inky black moss, shimmering with a soft blue light in the gloom, twilight moss. Good for all kinds of lamps and lights, because one handful was enough for a month of illumination. Boris quickly filled a bag with trimmings, saying that Ugrumika wouldn't have to worry about lighting until the next moon. Finally, we were lucky to find another relic, namely grey alder, a type of hollow wood. A lonely tree with ashen bark had found refuge on the outskirts, a very valuable material. The wood was perfect, it didn't rot, and insects shied away from it. It was the top of the line in construction. After brief consideration, we made a simple sled from nearby ordinary trees, cut the grey alder down at the root, and laid it on the sled. We secured the trunk, tied it with a hunter's rope, and headed back to Ugrumika. That was probably enough adventure for today. The sun was already setting when we reached the outskirts of the village. Boris and Vasilisa were worn out, of course they were, after such a day. However, both of their eyes were shining, and their movements were much more confident than before. Our first little foray into the forest had done a lot for them, as it was clear to see. To be honest, I myself felt a strange mixture of fatigue and spiritual uplift. As if hearing an old, half-forgotten melody in a new way that imbued it with fresh color. It seemed that I was beginning to understand why I had been thrown into this godforsaken place, and the prospects opening up before me were, I must say, interesting. Boris walked quickly into Ugrumika, keeping a keen lookout. Proctor had sent him ahead to check if a new ambush was being prepared in the village. You never know, maybe the headman decided to get ahead of the game. The street was quite deserted. Only the familiar figure of Frol loomed near the forge. The blacksmith, noticing Boris, was taken aback at first, and then broke into a malicious grin. Of course, the hunter was not only covered in blood, but also showed up alone, without the boyar and the girl. Well then, breadwinner, Frol barked, coming closer and folding his arms across his chest. Has something happened to your master? I see you're looking a bit shabby, and I don't see any sign of his honor or the girl. Has our handsome capital man really bit the bucket? Boris just rolled his eyes. What kind of person was he, constantly blurting out something without thinking and then regretting it. You should hold your tongue, the hunter chuckled, shaking the dried mud off his jacket. Our boyar is safe and sound. And the girl too, really? The blacksmith didn't believe him, squinting. Then why didn't either of them come with you if they're alive and well? Or maybe you ran away from them as the sluice was sucking them dry. We know you foresters, you're all the same. When you're in a hurry, your heels are a blur. Boris just burst out laughing. What a stubborn fool. He made up his own stories and believed them. Oh, Frol, Boris shook his head as his laughter died down. Wouldn't you know it, our good boyar hacked down more sluice in one go than our team can handle in a month. What the hell did we go into the forest for anyway? For relics, of course. Half a dozen of the beasts came pouring out to meet us, along with a striga, curse its soul. Frol's mouth dropped open in surprise. He must have been weighing in his mind whether Boris was lying or telling the truth. The story was too outlandish. Well, that's what I'm talking about, the hunter continued, secretly enjoying the effect he'd produced. Our boyar is proving to be no dandy. He whipped around like a whirlwind from sluice to sluice, and all you could see was the flash of his blade. And his girl dove into battle too. She pulled those bastards into solid rock, as if it was quicksand. I helped out as best I could, an arrow here, a bullet there. In short, we ended up finishing off the entire horde, thank the Almighty. Frol was simply incredulous as he listened to the hunter's tale. The image of a dandy boyar in his mind did not fit with the image of a dashing warrior. Boris understood, as he'd had the same doubts at first. Okay, the hunter said, nodding behind him. I'll go, I guess, and you go ahead and greet the boyar properly with respect. He deserves it. Look at all the trophies we've collected. We could barely drag them all back. We had to make a sled from whatever was at hand. In our joy, we didn't even realize at first how rich we all just became. With these words, Boris turned and walked away, leaving the dumbfounded blacksmith to digest what he had heard. Let him think about the new voivode, and let the others think on it too. Maybe they were hasty in listening to the elder and attacking Prokhor. Boris had only taken a few steps when he heard Frol shout uncertainly after him. Hey, Bo, your boyar wouldn't happen to need any more help, would he? Like around the house or something? It's not right for a man like him to manage without a retinue. The hunter spun on his heels and grinned widely. You know, maybe he does. I sat in my bedroom, gathering my thoughts after a busy day. The sauna and a hearty dinner had helped wash away the fatigue, but my mind was still churning, digesting what had happened. The trip to the forest had been a smashing success. Not only did we get rid of dangerous creatures, but we also got hold of valuable trophies. Essence, relics, twilight steel, all of this opened up tempting prospects. Perhaps it was worth thinking about equipping a trade convoy, sell the surplus in a large city, and buy everything we needed. Again, scout out the situation and establish connections with the local nobility. This was always useful. Suddenly, my recent vision, the one that had saved us from the unexpected attack in the forest, floated to my mind. What strangeness, I'd never had a gift for prophecy before. Could it be that in this world my facet, my talent unveiled other aspects of itself, premonitions, clairvoyance, psychic magic, or did the source of this warning emanate from elsewhere, some feathered and mischievous force? I already had a few guesses as to whom. I had to verify. I reached out to the unknown source with the part of my being responsible for magic, and to my surprise, the connection responded, weakly but clearly, as if someone on the other end had been awaiting my call. Closing my eyes, I concentrated on the vague images. A heartbeat, a second, and I was once again hovering a fair distance above Ugrumika. I saw houses, roofs, sleepy streets, torches on watchtowers. Two vague shadows glided between the trunks at the edge of the forest, pausing every now and then, as if sniffing, but did not dare enter the village. More sluice, I thought detachedly as I returned to my own body. There is unrest in our area. We'll have to fortify the patrol units. Without thinking twice, I sent a few drops of energy through this thin channel. I was very curious what would come of it. The power flowed like a stream, and the connection responded with a wave of heat. Chapter 16. An invisible flame flared up in my chest, spreading warmth throughout my limbs. I instinctively clung on to this sensation, trying to maintain and intensify it. The more energy I poured in, the stronger the link became, as if whatever was on the other end had turned to look at me. I sent my consciousness along this ghostly thread, allowing myself to dissolve into it. The familiar bird's-eye view of Ugrumika at night became clearer, and I realized that I was in another body. Only this time, the sensation was vivid, more filled out. I wasn't just hovering over the village. I felt my new form, sensed the springiness of the air currents under my wings. With mental effort, I turned my head to one side and saw an unfurled wing covered in shiny black raven feathers. I guessed as much. It was definitely that same impudent raven that first stole pancakes from the table and then managed to disrupt my ritual. A curious turn of events. My first impulse was to immediately return to my own body and to break the uninvited connection. It was so unexpected. But my curiosity and some inner feeling that this was the right path led me forward. After all, it wasn't every day that you got to see the world through the eyes of a bird. Carefully, trying not to make any sudden movements, I directed my feathered helper down to the familiar gable roof. The raven obediently swooped down, perching on the branch of an old spruce directly opposite my window. Once I was sure the connection was strong, I concentrated and jerked my consciousness back into my own body. I sat there for a while, acclimatizing to the feeling of this particular physical shell. Then I stood up and resolutely opened the window. The bird flew in with no hesitation, as if it had been waiting for this cue. It sat down on the back of the chair, tilted its head to one side, looking at me with almost human curiosity, and cawed softly. I couldn't help but admire it, enormous, dignified, with blue-black plumage and a tenacious glint in its beady eyes. "Well, hello, you little rascal," I clucked, holding out my hand. "Who are you, eh? I know there's a reason you've been hanging around." For some reason, I knew for sure that it was a male. The raven cawed again and jumped back onto the edge of the table, demonstrating his clear distaste for hands, but he was clearly in no hurry to fly away. I squinted, trying to feel the aura of my feathered guest, and almost whistled in surprise. The bird was literally saturated with magic, not very strong, but distinct and ordered. The density and structure of the energy spoke of tens, if not hundreds of years of accumulation. An effect like this was impossible to achieve in a short period of time. And in the aura, traces of multiple absorption and processing of the essence were clearly visible, which led me to an interesting conclusion. Either someone had been pouring magical energy into this bird for years, turning it into some kind of living artifact, or the raven had learned to absorb it on its own. But the bird couldn't possibly comprehend the path of meditative concentration, the assimilation of the subtle, rarefied energy spread in space. I would bet on my life that the raven was truly intelligent and understood human speech, but this method of energy absorption required many years of painstaking internal work and an extreme degree of self-control. And it was hard for me to imagine that even the most intelligent animal was capable of such a thing. Unless he really was marked by Odin. "All right, you clever creature, let's introduce ourselves," I said, crossing my arms. "I'm Prokha," the raven cawed shrilly in response. Since I can't understand you, and you're so chatty, I'll call you Scald 7. The bird thought for a moment and slowly ran its beak from top to bottom. As if it were really nodding, walking towards the door, I shouted, "Hey, Zakar, bring some food, we have a guest." "A guest?" the old man asked in surprise, looking into the room. "My God, that little rascal again. Are you sure, sir, that we should welcome him? He nearly destroyed you." "Nearly doesn't count," I said. And to be fair, I added, and he warned me of the approaching sluice in the forest. Is that so? Well then, let's see what we have to offer. He returned a couple of minutes later, holding a bowl of cereal and a crust of bread. What friends you keep, he muttered, looking sideways at the bird. It's as if he came straight from your family's coat of arms. It's a sign, a sure sign, I tell you. Perhaps one of your ancestors sent him to keep an eye on you. Perhaps, I agreed. Zakar just shook his head, but did not pursue the topic. Bowing respectfully, he retreated behind the door, leaving me alone with the raven. Well, my feathered friend, I grinned, pouring the cereal onto the table and crumbling bread on top. Help yourself, and while you do, we can get to know each other better. Maybe we'll find a common tongue. The raven moved its beak around, sniffing. It glanced at me with obvious doubt, as if asking, "You're treating a noble bird such as myself to a handful of dry cereal." I caught the vibe of slight indignation and self-satisfaction he was giving off, but his greed seemed to overpower his pride. Jumping up to the mound of grain, he began busily pecking at the treat, occasionally casting me a disparaging glance. I sat on the bed, watching him eat and pondering the vicissitudes of fate. Since this bird had come to me and possessed a magical gift, I should try to make it my ally. After all, the raven was the symbol of my new family, and its image adorned our coat of arms back when the Platonovs were worth something. Perhaps this really was a sign. Moreover, an assistant like him would be indispensable for reconnaissance. He had already demonstrated his abilities in this field. As he finished his treat, Scald resolutely jumped closer, staring demandingly into my eyes. It immediately became clear what he wanted, not physical food, but the energy that I had poured into him earlier. I chuckled and called upon the magic again, letting the energy trickle down to the bird, drop by drop. The raven froze, leaning forward. His beady eyes seemed to shimmer with a bluish light from within as my power touched his aura. At that moment, the same ephemeral thread that had allowed me to share his vision earlier flared brighter, growing stronger, turning into a strong bond. The bird spread its wings and let out a triumphant cry. I felt its presence constantly now, like a faint warmth somewhere on the edge of consciousness. It seemed I had just made a most unusual ally. As if to confirm my thoughts, Scald walked proudly along the table and bowed his head, acknowledging my authority. Now it definitely resembled a bow. So my squad now included both one uncouth hunter and one energy-hungry crow. A real dream team. Savely sat at the table in his hut, gloomily staring off into space. The morning had been unusually lousy, and the reason was not just the sudden snowfall that had covered the village up to the rooftops. No, the main source of the elders' bad mood was the news that had arrived at dawn. Firstly, it turned out that the restless Boris had taken the boyar into the forest. Where did he get it in his head, the bastard? How much impudence did it take to go over to the side of a stranger, spitting on the decision of the headman, who had been concerned about the welfare of the village for years? Well, I certainly won't forget this betrayal. Now he'd have to factor in the fact that one of his best hunters had gotten involved with this capital city fop. But that was only half the trouble. The news about Proctor himself was much worse. Not only did he return alive, the scoundrel, but he also brought back a ton of loot. They were already whispering in the village that the voivode had collected a bunch of relics and essences, the most valuable kinds. Moreover, as the rumors were retold, both the quantity and quality of the loot grew. It got to the point that local windbags began to gossip that the voivode had brought back crystals the size of your fist, the kind that could be sold for 100 gold rubles or more. Savely shuddered at this thought. He, naive as he was, had hoped that the damned sluice would deal with the despised boyar themselves. He had hoped in vain. Apparently, scum won't eat other scum, and look how that turned out. He'd not only saved his own skin, but also scrounged up a profit, and that wasn't all. Rumor had it that Proctor was going to the city to auction off his trophies, and that meant only one thing: money would flow into the village. Lots of money, and it would all end up in the pockets of that damned voivode, strengthening his power and weakening, accordingly, the power of the village elder. Savely gritted his teeth. Previously, he was the one who sold everything that the hunters managed to get to the visiting merchant, not forgetting, of course, about himself. And now this financial stream threatened to dry up completely, and all because of one cocky young man from the capital. Savely thought about the ungrateful people around him with vitriol. Take Boris, for example. They'd known each other for many years, and yet here he was, the opportunist, dancing to someone else's tune. And he didn't care that the elder sacrificed his health for the village, hunted the soulless in his youth until he had crippled his hand. He glanced sideways at his mangled hand and grimaced. Yes, he had suffered back then. He thought the end had come when one swipe from a sluice turned his bones into dust. He barely pulled himself out alive and had to put himself back together piece by piece. And this was how he showed his gratitude, the fact that Savely had ruined his life, lost his heath. Boris didn't give a damn about that then. He was still trying to figure out how to become a loyal lapdog to this insolent city boy. Well, fine then, the old man thought bitterly, clenching his fingers until they cracked. Serves you right, fools. Let this pompous young man fool you and tell you fairy tales. He'll make a lot of promises, but when it comes down to it, you'll all die for nothing. These thoughts only put him in a worse mood. Slamming his fist down on the table, Savely turned his gaze to the drawer where one interesting little item had been awaiting this very moment. No way. I can't let some visiting dandy take the bread from my mouth. Something must be done, and quickly. The headman rummaged through a drawer in his desk and pulled out a simple megaphone, the cheapest one he could find, left for him by Griven to keep in touch. He dialed a number, impatiently tapping his foot. When someone answered, he whispered hurriedly, "Macca, is that you?" Here's the thing, well, we're in trouble. A new voivode has shown up in the village. He's too bold, stirring up trouble, establishing his own rules. And just recently, the bastard mined a whole bunch of relics and essences out of the forest. Now he's planning to auction them off in some city. I'll let you know when I find out which one. It turns out that all the loot will go straight to the prince's granaries, passing over our heads. The boyar has the right to sell them all and leave us alone to rot. He's really on our tail, you know. We'll be left without a source of income any minute now. Savely didn't have time to finish speaking before Griven's distorted but quite recognizable voice chimed in. I'll deal with him. That was it. No more words needed. Only a short beep and the rustling sound of static. Savely slowly lowered the artifact, trying to stop the sudden trembling in his hands. He knew Macca too well not to understand that such a tone did not bode well. He sounded furious, and since he had promised to deal with the boyar, so be it. All right then, thought the headman, leaning back in his chair. Let them kill each other, what do I care? Especially since there's not much left to go. I've almost gathered everything I need. Soothed by this thought, Savely got up and wandered to the door, intending to take a nice walk around the village. To clear his head, so to speak, to unwind a little. And it was worth visiting Boris, to set the traitor's head straight before it was too late. He'd come around, come to his senses. And if he didn't, well, Savely would find a way to deal with him. Who was the true leader of Ugrumica, after all? Exactly. The morning was frosty and clear. Looking around the quiet village, I decided it was time to establish contacts with local opinion leaders. I already knew the main figures from Zakar. Now it was time to meet them in person. First on my list was Petrovich, a former teacher who, if rumors were to be believed, had fled Vladimir. It wasn't hard to find him, a small hut on the edge of the village, with a neat front garden and a simple sign that said school. He turned out to be a quiet, intelligent man of about 50, thin, with a neat beard and attentive brown eyes. He greeted me warily but politely. He let me into the house and sat me down at the table. The conversation was short. Petrovich was not very interested in the squabbles between the voivode and the headman. He had only one concern: teaching the village children, of which there were relatively few, to read and write. "It's none of my business, Prokhor Ignatievich." The teacher spread his hands helplessly when I tried to carefully find out his opinion on the situation. "I'm a simple man. I like to teach the kids while they still want to learn something new, and you can figure out for yourself who's in charge here." Well, his position was clear. This one definitely wouldn't get involved in politics, thankfully. More power to him. Next on my list was the miller Stepan. This man turned out to be much more cunning, a kind of sneaky little man with shifty eyes and an oily grin. He immediately began to dodge my line of questioning, trying to find a way to squeeze profit out of my presence. "Oh, it's good that you came, boyar," he said ingratiatingly, rubbing his hands together. "Our headman has gone completely off the rails. He's robbing honest people, making life difficult for them. Maybe you could rein him in a little. We'd be eternally grateful if you did." I simply chuckled to myself. This man was an open book. He'd bet on me now, and tomorrow he'd hand me over to Savely, lock, stock and barrel, if it was to his advantage. Well, let us see who outsmarted whom. The conversation with Carpenter Mickey was short but meaningful. He was a simple man without a catch. His head and his hands were in the right place. He knew his business and didn't meddle in the business of others. "Just tell me what is needed, Prokhor Ignatievich," he said sedately, looking me in the eyes, "and I will try. Whether the elder or the voivode, it's all the same to me, as long as it brings benefit to the village." This is someone I can work with, I thought. A reliable, responsible person. A rare find. Finally, I dropped in on the local healer, Granny Agafia. Now there was a loose tongue. She prattled on incessantly, now and then slipping into gossip and dramatic sighs. However, she did give out some valuable information. "Oh, it's hard for us here, my dear," she lamented, throwing some roots into the pot. "Our elder has completely gotten out of hand. The relics and the essence are worth a lot, but our hunters are still barely making ends meet." She pursed her lips pointedly. "It leaves me wondering, why did Savely insist on all business with the merchant going through him? Before, everyone traded on their own, but now—" The old woman shook her head and abruptly changed the subject. "You'd better try my decoction. It's just the thing for a cold." About what I suspected. No surprises. After all the meetings, I gathered the 5 hunters that Boris had mentioned. I outlined the situation. Essentially, I'm going to the principality to auction off our goods at the end of the week. I need strong men to accompany me. The pay is decent. 3 agreed at once. Wiry, quiet, with the keen gaze of seasoned trackers, just what I needed. I wouldn't get lost with them on my side. Majyovsky and his detachment were still in the village. This meant that I couldn't leave Ugrumika before they left either. Otherwise, they'd think I'd gone on the run, although it wasn't clear what was stopping me from doing that even after they returned. Apparently, Count Saburov assumed I wouldn't live to see that moment. Closer to evening, I dropped in on the headman again to warn him about my plans and see how he would react. If, for instance, he started fidgeting and trying to weave his own schemes, it would be a great test. After voicing my intentions, I said casually, looking at him point-blank, "The time for you to make your decision is at hand. An agreement is an agreement." The headman clearly became nervous, and his eyes darted around the room. "You're in too much of a hurry, voivode," he said through gritted teeth. "Go to the auction, come back, and then we'll talk things over. Otherwise, you never know, maybe you'll put all the money in your own pocket, and the village will be left to rot. So I'm not ready to give my answer yet. Do you judge others based on your own intentions?" "You know what, Savely," I said calmly. "You've already given me your answer." As I headed for the door, I considered whether I should carry out the sentence immediately. On the one hand, the elder's hesitation was answer enough. On the other hand, now was not the time to split the village by executing its leader, even if he was being dishonest. Especially not right before I plan to leave the village for a while. I need to go to the auction first, see how Savely would behave in my absence, and check whether he will try to get rid of me again through someone else's hands. And before chopping off the snake's head, it would be a good idea to verify the loyalty of the hired hunters, to test them in action, and most importantly, to obtain evidence of Savely's embezzlement, so that the new manager, whoever I chose for this position, came into power with popular support and not under the burden of doubt. 6 days before my departure, I set myself a strict routine. Every morning I started with physical bodyweight exercises as well as stretching. Platonov's body, which initially responded to the load with acute muscle pain, gradually got used to the training. Endurance gradually increased, the movements became more confident. In between tasks, I practiced meditative concentration, the ancient art of absorbing the subtle energy spilled in space. The painstaking work bore fruit, my strength increased by 1 drop, and my own body no longer seemed so alien and uncomfortable. I also trained with Scald, refining my connection with the unusual familiar over and over again. Every day it got better. I could freely look through his eyes, feel the gusts of wind under his wings, discern the subtlest shades of his emotions. At first Vasilisa looked askance at the raven, with undisguised hostility, apparently unable to forgive the ruined breakfast and the disrupted ritual. But gradually she too thawed, especially when she noticed that the bird was not only smart, but also had its own, rather caustic sense of humor, and began to steal food from me without me noticing. Now Vasilisa even saved some special treats for him, although she still refused to admit that she had become attached to the impudent feathered fellow. In the following days, I wasted no time. I walked the entire length of the village, up and down, figuring out what could be fixed quickly and what would require serious investment. The first thing to do was to repair the palisade. In some places, it had become completely worn out, the logs had rotted and threatened to crumble from the first blow. Patching up the holes as they appeared would only waste time. Whole sections needed to be replaced, and it would not be cheap, and would require a lot of labor. The same was true of the watchtowers. If we built them from scratch, we'd go broke. It was easier to repair the existing ones, strengthen the foundations, and lay new floors. But that would cost a pretty penny. Again, we'd need to establish a supply line, and the village had very little farming or agriculture, 3 chickens and a vegetable garden. None of the locals were particularly bothered by this. After all, there was a forest nearby, and it was lousy with sluice. The villagers thought like gold miners. Why work every day if you can hit the jackpot all at once? Why plow the field or the garden if you can buy a year's supply of provisions with a few grains of essence? True, they could lose their lives, but the hunters carefully drove these thoughts out of their minds, and I guessed who was behind this particular approach. The headman who profited from all the purchases of the locals. After all, if everyone was busy tending the gardens, then who would bring the profit back to him? It was better to pacify the people with promises of a sudden windfall so that they continued to live one day at a time. It was obvious to me because I had observed it more than once in my long life. Among any miners, be they prospectors, hunters, or even sea robbers, it is not they themselves who profit the most, but the traders. I understood why I was a thorn in his side. This state of affairs could not go on. Hunting was a job for well-trained fighters. And for the rest, there was work to do in Ugrumika. We needed to plant more vegetable gardens, get poultry, and buy grain for spring sowing. Perhaps as parts of the palisade were replaced, the territory of the village could be increased by giving new land for crops, if of course the soil was acceptable. Again, we would need to fortify the houses, especially on the outskirts near the palisade, put strong shutters on the windows, arm their inhabitants with decent weapons, and teach them to fight. Overall, the picture was clear. There was a lot of work to do, and all of it required solid gold. Now the main task was to go to this auction and make some money. Chapter 17, VASILISAPACD, the length of her room, every now and then glancing nervously at her bag of instruments. Her anxiety gave her no peace. She couldn't decide if she had done the right thing. How could I trust a complete stranger? She thought, biting her lips. After all, we're talking about a fortune. What was it worth hiding the existence of the large underground vein of twilight steel and giving out only the small fraction lying near the surface? At the same time, another voice, loud and heated, entered into the argument. Even thinking such thoughts is low and ignoble. He saved me from certain death, several times in a row at that, and after all that, if I would have kept silent about the deposit, what a show of gratitude, but the worm of doubt would not leave her be. For mercy's sake, what trust are we talking about? He had all sorts of secrets himself, secrets that he kept close as armor, and he still has the audacity to say something about mine. And besides, this is a strategic resource. You can't tell something like that to the first person you meet, no matter how honorable he may seem. Vasilisa stopped at the window, mindlessly tugging at a lock of hair. She was overcome by contradictions. On the one hand, Procher had indeed saved her and Boris from certain death. Together, they would never have defeated either Striga, to say nothing of the pack of soulless. This was something she had to admit to herself, no matter how much it offended her vanity. But on the other hand, wasn't it her gift that helped them defeat their enemies? First, she saved the hunter's life by stopping the bear and allowing the boyar to deliver a series of blows, and then she slowed down the rotters that were climbing into the cave. No, her contribution was no less significant. And it was her gift that had discovered that very vein. Her knowledge and skills allowed him to estimate the scale of the deposits. Even if Procher had lived 3 full lifetimes as a warrior, without the support of a smart geomancer, he would still have simply passed by, not noticing anything special. The girl began to rush around the room again, glancing at her mobile laboratory every now and then. The tiny samples of twilight steel, packed in oiled paper, beckoned to her, teasing her imagination. She had never seen such a quantity of relic metal, let alone studied it. But how much more could be learned, fully comprehended, from practical application? What scope for research, what development prospects for one's magical talent? Her eyes lit up at the thought. It was worth the risk. No risk, no reward, as they say. And she absolutely had to improve her qualifications and strengthen her reputation in scientific circles. Otherwise, she would never be able to escape her father's close supervision. She would never gain freedom or independence and would remain nothing more than a bargaining chip in family affairs. Someone who could be profitably married off to strengthen the family's position. We need to run, the girl convinced herself, clasping her hands. Any prince would pay a fortune for such information, and Procher has neither the means to create a mine, nor the connections, nor the necessary equipment. And where will he find skilled workers in such a remote place, who would agree to toil in the territory of the soulless for pennies? How much money would the whole mining operation require? She stopped at the window, sighing loudly. But the main issue is Prince Veritine. As soon as he finds out that someone is mining twilight steel under his nose, he will immediately send some Streltsy to commandeer the amateur operation. And yet, somewhere deep in her soul, a nasty little voice whispered that it was not a matter of concern for Procher's safety, but of her own benefit. Vasilisa was already walking toward the door, but stumbled. She saw the dashing grin of the young boyar. "We'll cross all those bridges when we come to them," he had said, and the geomancer believed him at that moment. This man really wasn't afraid. He didn't back down. What would happen if she reported the deposit? They would say thank you, mark it down in her personal file, pay her a bonus and push her aside, as if to say, we'll manage on our own from now on without snot-nosed little brats. No one would let her near the mining site, she could be sure of that, but Procher, his little endeavor might just work out. What was better, a bird in the hand or two in the bush? Although with Platonov, the bird would be a raven. Finally, having cheered herself up, Vasilisa jumped to her feet and began to hum a tune to herself. Her fears and doubts subsided, replaced by anticipation of future discoveries. Now, all she had to do was wait for the right moment. She was already imagining how she would enthusiastically dig into the rock, extracting more and more new samples, how she would experiment, testing the boldest hypotheses, how she would write a brilliant dissertation based on the results or even multiple papers. She was predicted to have a great future, and by God, she would get it. In this, Vasilisa had no doubt. 3 days after the first ritual, when my body had fully recovered and was ready to accept new essence, I performed another ritual. For this, I had to buy the remaining salt from the villagers. This time, I was prepared for Scald's intervention. When he broke the ritual circle again, just like last time, scattering the coals, I didn't even flinch. On the contrary, through our connection, I read his intentions and was convinced that the raven would do more help than harm. His presence strangely stabilized the flow of energy, making it more manageable. The pair of small crystals I had chosen contained a total of 21 drops of power. A hefty dose, considering that the general limit for single absorption of essence for mages of my rank was actually only 10 drops, but I felt that I could handle it, especially since I now had an unexpected helper. Scald sat at the edge of the circle, his head cocked to one side, his eyes glowing dimly in time with the pulsating energy. It seemed he was not simply observing the ritual, but taking part in it directly. Perhaps that was why the absorption process was so much easier. Thanks to my familiar, the process went smoothly. I absorbed 19 drops, and most surprisingly, the remainder, which should have dissipated into space, went into the raven. "How do you like this symbiosis, my feathered friend?" I chuckled, looking sideways at the bird. He croaked shrilly and tapped his beak on the coal, as if to say it was tasty, but not enough. "It's never enough for you, you're a bottomless pit," I laughed in response to his indignation. After carefully observing the process again, I began to understand exactly how the raven's intervention worked and why it improved my essence absorption efficiency. Both times, the bird's magical aura resonated with the ritual's energy, like a tuning fork tuning a musical instrument. This resonance not only stabilized the flow of power, even though it initially seemed like a hurricane, but also enhanced my ability to perceive it. Through our mental connection, I felt Scald catch the slightest fluctuations, helping me more precisely control the absorption process. A curious effect. I'd never encountered anything like it before. Apparently, years of learning diffuse magic on its own had made the raven a catalyst for such rituals. Either way, my current reserve was 40 drops, almost half of what I needed to advance to the rank of apprentice. My current reserve put me at the level of an advanced awakened, or as was the convention in this world, a second stage awakened. I planned to perform the next ritual in the city, having bought some blackgrass, which would enhance the effect of absorbing the essence. Thanks to my own knowledge and the help of the familiar, this would not reduce the amount of energy lost. My efficiency was already practically at 100%, but it would still benefit my energy channels. As Misu of the South Isles said, "A journey of 1,000 li begins with a single step," and I'd set a good pace. Being close to a forest full of soulless would help me develop my gift much faster than those who sat safely behind city walls. I sat in my room in the voivode's house, thoughtfully looking at the crackling firewood in the fireplace and thinking about my upcoming trip. Selling the relics obtained during the last campaign would hardly bring in a significant sum of gold, as the quality of the finds left much to be desired. I was not going to touch the essence, planning to use it for my own development. After running through the list of options in my head, I settled on the idea of creating a magical weapon from the piece of twilight steel found by Vasilisa, and then selling it in the city. This would be the easiest way to get the starting capital needed to implement the accelerated development plan for Ugrumika. Creating a weapon from relics required only 3.5 drops of energy, but then I would have to constantly keep this energy locked in reserve to feed the blade I'd created. To make an artifact truly permanent, independent of my strength, I needed to invest 10 times more, 35 drops. Previously, with a reserve of 20 drops, I could only create permanent weapons from common materials. Now, with 40 drops, I finally had the opportunity to work with relics. Of course, I would have to spend almost my entire energy reserve, which would only be restored the next morning, but my reputation was more important. My word must be unbreakable, which meant that the weapon must serve its new owner flawlessly. I stood up and, taking out a hunk of twilight steel, set to work. My talent, weapon transmutation, sparkled at my fingertips, ready to obey the slightest impulse of will. I pondered what artifact would be best to sell. On the one hand, to hunt the soulless, you needed a functional weapon, a spear, a halberd, or a poleaxe, which were convenient for fighting in the forest and in open terrain. However, my goal now was not to equip my own squadron, but to obtain funds to build up Ugrumika. Rich aristocrats, lovers of splendor and glitter, were unlikely to be interested in utilitarian things. They wanted something spectacular that emphasized one's status and position. A saber would attract the attention of aristocrats. A ceremonial status weapon, reflecting the wealth and position of the wielder. It was so easy to show off at receptions and in front of the ladies. Of course, a saber was not particularly practical for hunting, unless the fight was in close quarters, but that wasn't what they were looking for. Such a rare and luxurious thing made of twilight steel would be sure to attract the attention of some bored nobleman. I imagined a typical aristocrat flaunting a richly decorated saber at receptions and balls. How he casually touched the hilt, attracting the attention of young ladies and causing envy of rivals. For such peacocks, the appearance of the weapon was often more important than its combat qualities. Important nobles and young dandies, respectable matrons and young debutantes, even the prince himself, all would take notice of the owner of such a unique blade. They would ask where he had found such a curiosity. And perhaps they would want to get their own copy, and this would work to my advantage in the long run. Yes, the saber would definitely interest wealthy buyers. They would not miss the opportunity to acquire a unique handmade blade, and I would be able to set a decent price that would help improve Ugrumika's state of affairs. Closing my eyes, I concentrated, forming the image of the blade in my mind's eye. A long, curved, single-edged blade and a sharp, beveled tip. Not too wide, so as not to lose maneuverability, but incredibly strong thanks to the properties of twilight steel. An elegant crossguard and pommel of dark metal, covered in intricate engravings. The handle, covered in black leather taken from a local leathersmith, fit comfortably in the palm. The bluish steel of the blade showed off the striated pattern characteristic of this rare material. Touching the jagged piece of metal, I channeled a stream of energy, causing the material to flow and change. The twilight steel willingly obeyed, taking the shape I had envisioned. Within seconds, I had a saber in my hands that was exactly like the one in my mind. After twirling the weapon, I considered the possibility of strengthening it with essence. However, the only medium-sized crystal I had was hardly suitable for this purpose. Using such a simple crystal on twilight steel is like hanging a torn sheepskin coat on a queen, I chuckled to myself. You need at least a large one, and preferably extra large. I'd have to do without it. But I decided to apply strengthening runes to the blade. They also required energy, so I could only begin working on it after a day of rest. Forming them directly on the surface of the metal with my talent, I carefully drew intricate symbols. Then, concentrating, I poured 30 drops of energy from my reserve into them. Flashing with a bluish light, the glyphs were absorbed into the steel, forming a single hole with the blade. 30 drops was enough to keep them running for about a month, and then the buyer would have to recharge them himself. When struck, this particular type of glyph converted kinetic energy into magical momentum, amplifying the force of the blow at the point of contact. This allowed for damage to be inflicted that exceeded the physical capabilities of the wielder. The runes operated at full power as long as there was at least one drop of energy in the blade. However, they had their own daily limit of activity. After a series of powerful blows, they would temporarily cease to function, regaining their strength the following next dawn, regardless of how much energy was left in the blade. I had applied exactly the same runes to my glaive the day before yesterday. There were much more advanced versions, but crafting them required relics, which I simply did not have on hand at the moment. I turned the finished saber over in my hands, admiring how the light played on the engraving. An excellent weapon, worthy of the most demanding aristocrat. With such detailed craftsmanship, it would surely fetch a good price. Majowski looked at me with poorly concealed anxiety in his eyes. We were standing at the gates of Ugrumica, preparing to say goodbye. It was time for his detachment to return to Vladimir. "Listen, boyar," the sergeant said quietly, clearly choosing his words carefully. "Be careful here. If it becomes dangerous, leave. No one is holding you back now. Let's hope that the Count simply forgets about you. Goodbye. Maybe we'll see each other again." A sincere smile flashed across my face. During our short acquaintance, I had developed an involuntary sympathy for this simple but honest civil servant. "Don't worry, Demid Stepanovich," I responded, shaking his hand firmly. "I won't be a stranger, and you'll see I'll hire you onto my team yet. Will you join my squad?" The sergeant frowned in bewilderment, clearly puzzled by the proposal. It was not surprising. In his understanding, as he served Prince Veratine, he could only come under my command if the prince were replaced, which sounded extremely absurd coming from a disgraced boyar. "So what does this mean?" The sergeant hesitated, choosing his words. "Do you have your eyes on the prince's throne?" "All in due time," I replied serenely, clapping him on the shoulder. And so we parted. The guards, one after another, headed for the gates, urging on the horses harnessed to the cart. The property belonged to the prince, and it could not be abandoned. Majowski turned around and saluted me as he left. I responded in kind, watching the departing detachment. It was time to prepare for my own journey. There were 4 large cities around Ugrumica: Vladimir, Suzdal, Murom, and Sergiv Posad. I was forbidden entry to the first under penalty of death, and the path to the second lay past Vladimir, so I forewent this one as well. Of the remaining 2 options, I chose the latter, since it was located near a large bastion, Moscow, and therefore the selection would be more interesting. Finding Vasilisa in the voivode's house, I suggested that she join me. An extra pair of eyes and hands wouldn't hurt, and besides, the girl wanted to leave this godforsaken place. The fact that she didn't go with the sergeant's detachment didn't surprise me. After all, she knew about my planned trip to the auction. That's probably why she chose this option. "Thank you, but I have to refuse." Vasilisa shook her head sharply, surprising me with her definitive no. "Why not?" I frowned. "You asked to be taken to Pokrov. It will be much more convenient for you to find a passing conv in that direction from Sergiv Posad. If you didn't go with Majowski and refused to go with me, how do you intend to get to a big city?" "I haven't finished studying the samples yet." Vasilisa looked away, nervously tugging at a lock of hair. and I promised to give you my conclusions regarding the ore deposit. Her behavior said much more than words. It seemed that she had just verified that the ore was there, and now she very much wanted to participate in the mining process. Well, that only played into my hands. Okay, I nodded. I'm leaving Zakar with you. Boris will keep order around the village. But still, think it over. Who knows when the next opportunity will present itself? Vasilisa only nodded meekly. I set out on my journey accompanied by 3 hunters. Of the 2 carts in the village, one belonged to the miller Stepan, and he refused to provide it, citing its poor condition, and the second belonged to the carpenter Mickey, and it really was under repair. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. But he did have a strong, insulated sled, which he easily parted with in exchange for a promise to hire him to do the repairs for the palisade and watchtowers. I didn't object, since I was planning to refresh the fortifications anyway, and there were no other craftsmen in the village. I had to borrow a couple of horses from the scoundrel miller. I considered it beneath my dignity to haggle for them, but Zakar took it almost as a personal challenge. Stepan Ivanovich, have you no fear of God? He said, clasped his hands dramatically. The money you ask is for thoroughbred racehorses, not these bony runts. They are fit to be gnawed by crows, not to be driven on winter roads. And did you think I would offer you prize horses? The miller squinted slyly, stroking his beard. It's winter. Do you know how difficult it is to forage these days? I won't take less than 100 altins, and even that would represent a loss for me. I watched their bargaining from the side. The miller kept casting wary glances in my direction, but continued to stubbornly bargain with Zakar. The latter, it seemed, was in his element. He waved his arms, snorted indignantly, then began to laud my honesty and nobility. After half an hour of furious bickering, they agreed on 80 altins, including fodder. Considering that I had only 16 silver coins and a scattering of copper kopecks left in my purse, we had to agree on a deferred payment plan. 10 altins now, the rest upon return. I announced my decision. When he realized that he would have to entrust his property to me and risk never seeing it again, the miller's face twisted so wryly that it seemed it would never smooth out. Or perhaps, boyar, you can pay with your trophies, he suggested ingratiatingly. The whole village is talking about your forest finds. I will gladly accept them as payment. You'll accept them, but what will you do with them then? I raised an eyebrow mockingly. You won't be able to sell them anyway. Will you run to the headman? And how long will he wait for the merchant? And how much will you get from that sale? 1/5 of what I'd get, at best. Wouldn't it be better to wait for my return, get the full amount, and establish a good trade relationship with me, so that as the new governor, I have no reason to interfere in your affairs? My unspoken threat hung in the air. Stepan let out such a heavy sigh, as if he was handing over his own daughter, not a scrawny-looking set of mares. Have it your way, just don't let me down, bring them back. Behind his back, Zakar gave me a thumbs up and grinned in satisfaction. His dignity seemed to have not suffered at all from the protracted arguments and swearing. The next morning, 3 hunters and I set out on our journey. The sleigh creaked rhythmically over the potholes. The pair of strong, dappled horses harnessed to it indifferently waved their tails from the gusts of the cold wind. Squalls soared in the sky, conducting reconnaissance. He had been ordered to fly ahead of our group, paying close attention to everything that was happening on both sides of the road. In exchange, the insatiable fiend had demanded drops of magical energy, more. Along the way, I started talking to my companions, trying to get to know them better. Gradually, the conversation turned to their life in Ugrumika. Judging by their stories, existence there was difficult but bearable. Savely is a man with a mind of his own, said the powerfully built Silanti, who was about 40, but he keeps the order. Without him, the village would probably have fallen apart long ago. That's true, confirmed his comrade, the long-nosed Fedot, but he doesn't really care about us common folk. He thinks more about himself and doesn't pay attention to our needs. The third hunter, young Gavrila, hardly joined the conversation, only sitting on a box and nodding occasionally. However, his attentive, tenacious gaze indicated that he didn't miss a single word. Listening to their stories, I thought about the future of the village. It was not enough to march in and establish a new order by force. It was much more important to make people want the change themselves. Human resources were the most valuable. You can execute all those who disagree, but then who would work? It was much better to find an approach to people, convince them, and lead them. In the past, I had to recruit even hardened convicts into my squad, brutal men, but good at heart. If we had to get rid of someone, it should be a one-off affair, and with the support of the populace, so that they understood that justice is being restored and that it wasn't an arbitrary exercise of power by a tyrant. We traveled to Sergiv Posad, stopping only for the night and to give the horses a rest. Fortunately, we did not encounter any highwaymen or sleuths. The roads weren't empty. We did encounter the occasional horse-drawn cart. Twice cars roared past us, flinging up snow. And once we had to pull over to the side of the road to let a long convoy of 10 trucks pass, accompanied by armed guards. On the third day of the journey, we met a detachment of Streltsy, a dozen fighters in dark uniforms with crimson panels and light bulletproof vests. They were riding on horseback, each with machine guns visible behind his back, and a couple with automatic rifles. On the sleeves were stripes with the coat of arms of the Sergiv Posad Principality, a shield with a silver monastery wall in an azure field, behind which a tower with a golden dome and a cross was visible, framed by golden halberds. The shield was topped with a tower crown with ears of corn. The squad leader, a broad-shouldered man with a close-cropped graying beard, reined in his horse, casting a careful glance at us. His men also slowed their pace, keeping their hands close to their weapons. "Where are you headed?" he asked, looking at our sleigh. "To Sergiv Posad, to auction off our wares," I answered calmly. I noticed that their horses were much better than ours, tall, well-groomed, clearly accustomed to long journeys. "Are your documents in order?" the commander asked. I handed him the papers signed by Count Saburov, handed to me by Majovsky before his departure. The officer nodded to his men, and 2 Streltsy slowly rode up to the cart, intending to check the cargo. "Stop," I said with steel in my voice. "You are overstepping your authority. The Streltsy have no right to inspect a merchant convoy." Majovsky and Vasilisa had given me a general overview of the local bylaws. The task of the Streltsy was to clear the territories of the soulless and obtain relics. Of course, our cargo was completely legal, but that wasn't the point. If we allowed them to inspect us without any authority, that meant we were acknowledging their right to bully us. And then what? Would they start demanding bribes, levying taxes on the roads? No way. Everyone should know their rights and responsibilities, otherwise there would be no order. After all, in war or in peacetime, discipline and subordination were the foundation of everything. The commander froze for a moment, clearly not expecting such a rebuff. His men looked at each other, unsure how to react. "I see your documents are in order," he said slowly, carefully examining the papers. Checking some notes on his tablet, an analog of a megaphone only the size of a book, he returned them to me and added, "Have a pleasant journey. Stick to the main road. There is unrest in the forests." Sleuths have been spotted in the northwest. The detachment moved on, kicking up clumps of snow with their hooves. The iron clank of ammunition and the muffled clatter of hooves continued to reach us for a long time through the frosty air. The condition of the roads left much to be desired. If it weren't for the sleds, we would have been stuck. So instead of the 4 days we had planned, the journey took a full 5. Finally, the high towers of the city walls appeared on the horizon. Sergiv Posad was the domain of Prince Obolensky. We entered the city without any problems. The guards at the gates only glanced at the documents and waved their hands. After asking for directions, I immediately went to the local treasury department where, according to rumors, they gave a fair price for essence and relics. Upon reaching the right building, I found a sign on the doors, "Closed for inventory." On the wide stone steps sat a heavyset man, cracking sunflower seeds and looking philosophical. "When do they open?" I asked. He slowly spat out a husk. "Yesterday they were counting inventory, today they're counting inventory, and tomorrow," he said, scratching his bristly chin, "I suppose they'll be counting inventory too." There was such unclouded conviction in his voice that it became clear that Naglfar would sooner swim out of Helheim than those doors would open for me. Chapter 18, and the day after tomorrow. "The day after tomorrow is a weekend," he said, phlegmatically hocking out another shell. "And after the weekend, you know what's coming, inventory. How long will it take? Until the second coming," he noted philosophically, "or until Muckin spends his entire salary." "Who is that?" I asked casually. "The highly esteemed chief of the Relic Order." The man knocked loudly on the door behind him. "He's currently holding a very important meeting, by the way. In the Order's office, in the Talons and Feathers Tavern. He has a special office there for home accounting." The stranger mimed glugging a bottle. "He said he was sick, but in reality, so no one at all can get into the building?" I asked. "Sure they can," he winked. "Some do. They seem to have a special gift for passing through locked doors." "Got it. It turns out that the locals sold relics here at a fair price and deceived the outsiders. Let me guess, is there anyone to help the others?" Oh, the man lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "There is one reliable gentleman here, Onofry Pavlovich from the shop Bolshilapov and Sons." "With 2 Fs?" I asked. "Well, yes, he started writing like that for the sake of solidity when he became a merchant of the Second Guild. I'll tell you a secret, this surname is not his real one. Onofry Pavlovich is either a Bikvostov or Krivohodkin, that's what people say. What else do they say about him? They say he can help with this difficult issue. I mean with the relics. True, you'll have to pay for his assistance with part of the loot, but he'll buy everything wholesale." "Why do I need his help?" I asked, shrugging. "I'll find another buyer. It's a big city. Someone will take my trophies at the market." "Evidently, you're not from around here," he said, shaking his head. "Everyone knows how difficult it is to sell the loot from Sluice in Sergiev Posad. The prince has forbidden direct trade in relics and essence, only derivative goods like artifacts or potions. That is why everyone is trying to sell the trophies to the Relic Order," he smiled broadly, "and there, the inventory issues, so you understand, either turn the carriage over to Onofry Pavlovich or things won't work out well for you." "I'm on a sled." "All the more so," he said. "The ski trail in that direction is already well trodden." "His shop is nearby on Voznesenskaya." I nodded, constructing a picture in my mind. An interesting system, corruption was thriving within the Order. An endless inventory count so that hunters could not sell trophies to the treasury for a fair price, but the reseller was right there, ready to help, for a solid share of the loot, of course. And he obviously shared with whoever he needed to, as that was how those schemes worked. "So you are just a good Samaritan then? You ended up here by pure chance, right?" "No, I'm ZH Dan." The man suddenly felt the need to introduce himself. "Let's get acquainted. I've been assigned here by Onofry Pavlovich to wait and direct everyone who wants to sell the relics to him." The man smiled artlessly. "Let's go back to Muckin. Where is that tavern?" "On Seveny Prosed. It's not far from here either. By the way, I wouldn't advise you to waste your time on Muckin. It's no use anyway. Better to go straight to Bolshilapov and Sons. You see, I'm a stubborn and very persistent person," I said, leaning forward a little and looking him straight in the eye. "If they tell me the entrance is closed, I'll still go in, even if I have to knock the door off its hinges to do it." "Suit yourself," ZH Dan said with a shrug. You won't miss Mukhin. He's a huge fan of the establishment, if you know what I mean. I assume it's a well-known spot. You bet, he nodded. All the cockfighting enthusiasts gather there. It is owned by the Cognac King Shustov through his son. Shustov? I asked, concentrating. Alas, Platonov had no recollections of the surname. Ah, it's very obvious you're not a local, he said. He has several cognac factories in different cities. In Moscow, Novgorod, Kiev, Yerevan, no other aristocrat has as much influence as this merchant. The scale was impressive. At least 2 cities on this list were bastions. When it doesn't work out with Mukhin, come back. I'll even take you to Onofre myself, ZH Dan kindly suggested. Don't worry, I'll be back. I smiled calmly, and something in my face made ZH Dan lick his lips nervously. Turning around, I headed back to the sleigh where 3 hunters were waiting for me. The beginnings of a plan were already forming in my head. Apparently, in Sergiev Posad, there was a booming grey market for relics and essence, and clearly not without the knowledge or even with the personal connivance of the local authorities. All the more interesting it will be to topple the whole thing. I headed to the Talons and Feathers Tavern, accompanied by 2 of the hunters. The journey was not long. The establishment was indeed nearby, so there was no need for a sleigh, so Gavrila stayed behind to guard it. From the outside, the tavern looked quite respectable. A solid 2-story building with a sign that sported red rooster talons framed by white feathers. From inside, the hum of voices and the clink of dishes typical of any drinking establishment could be heard, and the sun hadn't even set yet. As soon as I stepped over the threshold, it was clear that this was no ordinary dive for drunks and other riffraff, but a place with a claim to some status. The visitors mostly belonged to the middle class, merchants, artisans, and minor officials. However, there were also clearly well-born individuals, apparently wishing to break out of the confines of prim aristocratic clubs for a taste of exoticism and danger. The center of the room was occupied by a small ring where a cockfight was happening. Feathers flew in all directions to the cries of the mob. Gambling spectators crowded around, shouting out bets and encouraging their favorites. As we made our way through the crowd, one of the birds won, which caused an uproar of delight among the players who had hit the jackpot and a disappointed groan from the losers. Through our mental connection, I felt Scald's extreme indignation. What barbarity! That was a rough translation of his emotions. To force noble birds to fight for the amusement of these bipeds. Judging by the characteristic tone of his thoughts, if the raven were here, he would certainly put on a show of his own, shitting accurately on the most enthusiastic spectators. And perhaps he would even try to free his feathered brothers. I had to mentally pacify my familiar. During a pause between the fights, a young man in a luxurious silk vest with dark shoulder-length hair walked out onto a small stage by the wall. He was accompanied by a hunchback in a mask with a bell on the end of his cap, clutching a small accordion in his hands. The musician began to play, producing strikingly melodic sounds from his instrument. And his partner began to read rather frivolous couplets, clearly parodying high poetry. I promised a noble-born lady to pull her a star from the sky, but I dressed her in. The surviving rooster suddenly let out a defining cock-a-doodle-doo, drowning out the last word. And sent her to. A gust of wind blew the door of the tavern open with a roar, and the end was drowned out by the din and the creaking of hinges. Damn it, we heard curses from the far tables. We can't hear the end of the line again. This scene didn't cause me any indignation. My squad's sense of humor was no less obscene, so I was used to worse. I questioned a waiter who told me where to look for Mukhin. It turned out that the sought-after gentleman was spending the evening in a separate room, which corresponded perfectly with my plans. He was the typical model of a minor official, short, plump, with a puffy face and darting eyes. Judging by the empty bottle and the scraps on the table, he was already pretty drunk and was now in the most good-natured mood. I entered the office without knocking and introduced myself, Boyar Prokher Platonov, and for you, Mr. Mukhin, I have a job proposal. Mukhin raised his clouded gaze to me and barked, spraying saliva. Get out of here, you dog. What a time to show up. I'll order you to be flagged, flugged, flogged. You dare distract a gentleman from his work. In response to this rudeness, I bared my teeth and cracked my neck. It was time to show him why I was known as Hrodrik the Relentless. By this point, I had already managed to assess his condition. This drunk bureaucrat was clearly not aware of his actions. Well, it would be all the easier to teach him a lesson in good manners. Covering the distance between us in 2 steps, I grabbed Mukhin by the collar and with one jerk dragged him along the table, knocking over bottles and plates. Once on his feet, he let out a piercing squeal, trying to break free, but no way. My fingers had already found his nose and, like steel pincers, dug in at the base, twisting it inside out. Howling in pain, the unfortunate man gurgled and went limp, instinctively following the direction of the painful vice grip. And like that, dragging the resisting clerk by the nose, I walked out of the office back into the common room. It wasn't immediate, but our appearance produced a visible effect. The hubbub began to die down, only the music continued to play on. Dozens of eyes stared at the strange procession, a tall voivode dragging a whining official by the nose. The bouncers, who had been peacefully leaning against the walls until now, perked up and rushed to intercept, clearly intending to stop the outrage, but then my companions stepped forward, silently making it clear that interference was not welcome. The curved combat knives tucked into their belts said more than any words could. There was a tense pause, apparently not so tense as to compel the musicians to stop performing. 2 ducks swam across a small pond eating duckweed, of which they were fond, and although we're not rich, we love a good. The accordion suddenly emitted a piercing squeal, as if someone had stepped on a cat's tail, drowning out one of the words. Especially one that is blonde. The accordion player tugged at the instrument in annoyance, always leaking air where it shouldn't. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Once I had the guards' attention, I spoke slowly, driving each word into their heads like a nail. I have had disagreements with this man, which I intend to settle outside the walls of your establishment. If Mr. Shustov has any complaints against me, I am ready to discuss them. Later, the bouncers looked at each other, clearly unsure of what to do. No one wanted to start a fight, especially with armed men who were clearly very determined. So they chose to retreat and not interfere, probably calling for backup from the guards. Leaving the tavern, I confidently moved towards the relic order, continuing to hold Mukhin by the nose. Despite the pain, he did not stop for a moment, raining down a stream of threats mixed with plaintive sobs on my head. These screams were becoming completely unbearable, so I had to slightly tighten the painful hold. He howled, choking on another threat, and fell silent, only quietly whining. Dan was still waiting on the steps. His eyes widened when he saw us. Apparently, such a scene was new, even for a man who knew everything about everything. Open up, I ordered Mukhin, nodding towards the door of the institution. He grinned maliciously, as much as my grip allowed, and croaked, I left the keys in my jacket, in the tavern. It's not your destiny to step inside those doors, scum. You sure? I frowned, concentrating. A warm wave rolled over my body, enveloping it in the crimson veil of Ursane's strength. The magical energy concentrated, strengthening my muscles. 22 drops vanished from my reserve. I swung my fist briefly and slammed it into the door, putting all the power of the spell into the blow. The unfortunate door flew off its hinges and collapsed inside the building, raising a cloud of dust and splinters. The resulting hole revealed an empty room in which silence and semi-darkness hung. It seemed that Dan was not lying. The order was indeed closed for stock taking. This is a government institution, mumbled the shocked Muckin, looking with wide eyes upon the destruction I had caused. You'll be sent to hard labor camps for this. Or Hung, undoubtedly, I agreed, pulling him inside, but first you will give me the money I am owed. The official mumbled something inaudibly and went limp, resigned to the inevitable. Apparently, it had finally dawned on him that arguing with me was useless. I turned my gaze to ZH and added, after much thought, I decided that I would not need Honor-free Pavlovich's services. He hiccuped and nodded. My men deftly carried the trophies we had obtained in the forest into the building. On the table in front of the shaking Muckin lay armfuls of raven flax and vitaweed and a couple of bushes of twilight moss. The trunk of the grey alder would not fit, so I had to lean it against the wall. Evaluate the goods, I ordered, throwing the man forcefully into a worn chair, and you'd better not try to pull the wool over my eyes. Name a fair price, otherwise I'm afraid our conversation will continue to drag on. Muckin turned even paler, although it had seemed his face couldn't get any whiter. He began to sort through the relics with trembling hands, glancing fearfully at me every now and then. Finally, he squeezed out, for the raven flax, 3 rubles per bush. The vitaweed, 12 rubles. Twilight moss, 1.5 rubles per bush, a total of 3 rubles. For the alder, 19 rubles per trunk, a total of 37 rubles, sir. Wow, Vasilisa had given pretty much the same exact prices. See how nice doing business can be, I chuckled. It turns out that if you just do your job, you can avoid many problems in life. I tapped my finger on the tabletop demandingly and waited until he had counted out the sum with trembling hands. The coins disappeared into my purse, and this small man suddenly found courage. This is outrageous, he squealed, spitting. You won't get away with this. I'll complain, you'll be in jail before the morning. I looked down at the angry little louse with interest. Let's get this straight. My voice took on a steely edge. You set up a scheme with an eternal inventory count so that hunters couldn't sell their trophies to the treasury. Your friend Honor-free buys them for next to nothing, and you split the difference between yourselves. I counted on my fingers as I listed: corruption in a government agency, abuse of office, obstruction of trade, conspiracy to steal, extortion, illegal enrichment, fraud. Does Prince Obolensky even know about your amateur business ventures? And if he finds out, how many relics went to another city just because a couple of self-confident idiots scared off the Streltsy and traders from Sergeev Posad? How much money have you stolen from the treasury? With each word, Muckin grew more shriveled and pale, but tried to keep face. These accusations are unfounded. Don't piss me off, rat, I cut him off. You got off easy. Your damaged dignity will heal. No one can give you back your life. If you or your accomplice bother me, I will burn everything you've built to the ground and destroy everything you hold dear. Do I make myself clear? Muckin nodded rapidly, shaking like an aspen leaf. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. It seemed we understood each other. Nodding in satisfaction, I turned and walked out, leaving the official to come to his senses on his own. My companions followed me, prudently putting the knockdown door back in place. The next stop on my route was a weapon shop known for its wide range of bladed weapons, called Ratny Devor, owned by a certain Uvarov family. I hoped that at least here I would be able to sell the artifact without any problems. A quarter of an hour later, entering the semi-dark storefront, I glanced at the shelves and display cases filled with various blades, both ordinary and artifact. Several aristocratic buyers were leisurely studying the assortment on display. I walked closer, carefully examining the magical swords, axes, spears, and shields. My attention was drawn to the sloppy engraving of runes on the handle of one of the blades. Another had a sloppily inserted essence crystal in the pommel of the sword. The third had a relic metal that did not match the chosen weapon type. Instead of an axe, it should have been a hammer, because in a crushing weapon, The killing effect of this cold iron would have been stronger. Even without touching these samples, I could sense the faint aura of the artifacts. So this is what the best weapon shop in town looks like, I chuckled, shaking my head. Impressive. In its mediocrity. Hearing my words, the salesman behind the counter frowned and grumbled grumpily. Forgive me, sir, but you don't seem to know much about weapons. These are examples of magical blades created by very skilled craftsmen. You won't find better artifacts in our principality. Of course, there are more wonderful creations in Moscow, but these are very, very high quality. I just chuckled in response and shrugged. Even a blind man can see that they sell fakes and worthless crafts here. I say this not to insult your craftsmen, but because it is the pure truth. These artifacts are trash. They wouldn't hold a candle to real magical weapons. A respectable man in an expensive suit emerged from the utility room, whose door had been open all this time, apparently the owner of the store. He measured me with an arrogant look and muttered through his teeth, "Don't jump to conclusions, young man. It seems you're just jealous of our selection and throwing around empty accusations. It doesn't paint you in a good light." One of the aristocratic customers, wearing a jacket with a family crest, looked at me curiously and asked, "Sir, you speak with such aplomb about the assortment presented, as if you have seen weapons of better quality." I just grinned and, putting my hand under my cloak, pulled out the bundle. "I have. Earlier today, in fact. I made it after all," I answered calmly, unfolding the fabric. Chapter 19. I slowly unfurled the weapon, allowing everyone present to examine the shining blade made of twilight steel. The shimmer of the bluish metal was mesmerizing, and the graceful lines of the guard and hilt were eye-catching. On the surface of the blade, bizarre runes snaked, filled with magical power. At first, their faces showed apathy mixed with skepticism. They clearly did not expect to see something truly worthwhile in the hands of some unknown youth. But as they peered at the details of the blade, their expressions changed. The two aristocratic customers, standing at a distance, gasped in admiration, their gazes gliding over the saber, noting the rarity of the metal used and the elegance of the form. "Twilight steel," one of them whispered admiringly, leaning forward. "Never seen it with my own eyes. Only 2 deposits in the entire Commonwealth. Look at the finish," the second one continued, examining the engraving on the blade. "Who could have done such skillful work? Every detail is thought out." The shopkeeper and the store owner, who had looked at me with disdain at first, now couldn't take their eyes off the sword. Their eyes showed genuine surprise and growing admiration. "Mr. Manager," the salesman muttered quietly, leaning toward the boss's ear, "just look at the runes. I've never seen such precise and accurate work. It's as if they were fused into the metal." The shop owner, who apparently had a more in-depth knowledge of weapons, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "The forging technique is simply impeccable," he confirmed reluctantly. "A perfect balance between strength and flexibility. The quality of the runes is perfect," the man sighed, grimacing. It seemed that he had a hard time acknowledging the obvious skill with which the saber had been made. "Listen, good sir," he said to me, narrowing his eyes. "I don't believe you could create a weapon of such a level. You look too young for such skill. An artisan capable of this work must have at least half a century of experience behind him." He glanced around at those present, as if seeking affirmation of his words. "Most likely, some famous master uses you as his assistant to sell his creations anonymously, right? Or you simply took this sword as a trophy in battle, but you could not have made it yourself." I just chuckled at these suggestions. If only they knew how many centuries of experience were hidden behind my youthful appearance. I thought to myself that there was no need to justify myself to strangers or prove anything to them. Let my product speak for itself. Those who were able to appreciate real craftsmanship would know. While I was considering this, one of the customers, clearly excited by what he saw, blurted out, "I am prepared to purchase this blade on the spot." His words seemed to serve as a signal to the shop owner. Fearing to lose the valuable goods, he immediately intervened. "Wait, I am also prepared to buy this sword, right now for 500 rubles. I couldn't help but laugh at this statement. Did this sly fellow really think he could fool me? Seeing my reaction, the shop owner quickly added, "If you are willing to wait, I will put the saber up for sale. I am sure that within a week it will go for around 700 rubles. The shop will take a 10% commission, the rest is yours. You must agree, this is a good offer." I laughed out loud, amazed at the naivety of these people. They clearly underestimated my knowledge of weapons and market prices. The most expensive sword in this shop cost about 500 rubles, and the average price fluctuated around 200. But the local blades, although forged from relic metals, were much less rare than twilight steel, and the quality of execution was frankly amateurish in comparison to my saber. Thanks to the megaphone, I had thoroughly studied the market conditions for magic weapons. If you perused the assortment available in the bastions, you could find swords for 1,000 or 2,000 rubles. Everything depended on the skill of the artificer, the materials used, the quality of the essence, and the complexity of the runic charms. My saber definitely belonged to the highest category. The customer, noticing my obvious displeasure with the store owner's proposal, decided to outbid me. "I'll take it for 1,000 rubles. I smiled calmly and retorted with a hint of irony. "A fair price for this saber is 1,875 rubles. And I will prove it to you now." The customer's eye twitched upon hearing the sum, but I continued calmly, "See for yourself. About 1.3 kilograms of twilight steel were used for production at a market price of 900 rubles per kilogram. This gives us a base cost of the material of 1,170 rubles. We add the cost of working with a rare metal, 250 rubles, since twilight steel requires special skills and tools for processing. Magic runes to enhance the blade's properties add another 300 rubles, taking into account the energy costs and complexity of application. Finally, 155 rubles for a unique design with family symbols, engraving and final polishing, bringing us to a total of exactly 1,875 rubles. Note that I did not even include the markup for exclusivity here. This is just the base price with a minimum profit for the craftsman. "What family symbols?" the customer asked, astonished. "There is no coat of arms on the saber." "Not yet," I agreed, "but if you are really interested in this weapon, I will add your family's coat of arms to the crossguard, without damaging the blade, of course. This is not a bazaar where you can haggle and make deals." The shop owner flared up. "The Uvarov family's Ratny Devor shop is a respectable establishment. I must ask you to collect your goods and leave the premises, young man." I chuckled and shrugged, heading towards the exit, no longer doubting that I would hear, "Hold on." The customer called out to me, "I agree to your price. Let's discuss the details." "It will be ready by evening," I said, turning around. "Then we can close the deal." "Excellent. I suggest we meet at Talons and Feathers, 7 p.m. Unfortunately, the atmosphere of that particular establishment was not to my taste, I chuckled. Catching my tone, he immediately suggested, "Then maybe the Silver Horseshoe, it's a fairly decent restaurant." "I guess that'll do," I nodded in agreement. "See you at 7 o'clock. "Certainly, the table will be reserved in the name of Boyar Sudakov," he said with a polite smile. "Boyar Prokhor Platonov," I responded, shaking his outstretched hand. Fyodor Uvarov, owner and manager of the Ratny Devor weapons store, grabbed the megaphone in a rage and dialed the head of the family. Without waiting for a greeting, he blurted out, "Father, you won't believe what just happened. A quarter of an hour ago, some fop came into the shop, insulted our selection, and then pulled out the best blade I've ever seen in my life. A fantasy chuckled in surprise on the other end of the line. You called me to complain that someone said something bad to you. Have you completely lost your mind, son? He asked, less than tactfully. You don't understand, Fyodor interrupted him, pacing the office. This bold young man refused to sell us the sword, stole a client right from under our nose, and made a deal with him in our shop. And then he just turned around and left, as if nothing had happened. A fantasy grunted in surprise, but still did not understand the reason for such excitement. Did you find out what his name was? Yes, a certain Boyar Platonov. Besides, said Fyodor, growing even more heated, our janitor, who was clearing the snow at the entrance, saw this man arrive on an ordinary sleigh like a lowly serf, and he was dressed in very simple clothes, not at all like an aristocrat. Wait, son, a fantasy stopped him. What's so special about this sword? Why are you so upset about it? Fyodor took a deep breath, trying to still the trembling in his hands. Father, the blade was made of twilight steel. I've only seen swords like that in the catalogues of the best workshops in the bastions. In order to purchase a blade like that, they usually send a courier from abroad via portal, but this one just walked in from the street. And you know what's the strangest thing? It didn't bear the master's mark. What a load of nonsense, he drawled, puzzled. There are only a few artifactors capable of creating such weapons. All of them are well-known and named. And for a person capable of working with twilight steel at such a level to travel around the provinces on a sleigh selling retail. It's complete balderdash. That's what I'm saying. The son thought for a moment, then continued. It turns out that some brilliant but unknown weaponsmith has appeared, who for some reason hides his identity and conducts business through this young man, Platonov. What's the point of doing it that way? A fantasy asked after a pause. Why would a master of such a level sell his creations in our city and even attract attention by showing up at Ratny Dvor? He would easily find buyers through the Ethernet on specialized sites. That's what I'm saying, Fyodor agreed again, absent-mindedly stroking his chin. Something clearly doesn't add up here. Maybe he's afraid of competitors in the bastions, afraid that he'll either be removed or forced to work for the corporation, or is he simply testing the market before making large batches? Both men were silent for a while, considering the situation. Finally, the elder said, You say the sword was forged from twilight steel. As far as I know, this metal is only mined from 2 deposits in the Commonwealth, and every kilogram is strictly accounted for, an extremely valuable and rare metal. We can try to find out if anyone has bought it recently. Maybe, Fyodor said, although it is unlikely to work. The Yakovlev and Demidov families are far from models of honesty and transparency. Much of what they extract from the depths simply evaporates. A fantasy took a deep breath, as if to acknowledge this fact. An anonymous genius craftsman working with the most valuable raw material, all very suspicious. We need to find out more about this Platonov. You're right, father. First, let's look at the family databases on the Ethernet. Maybe he showed up somewhere. I remember. He's going to the Silver Horseshoe tonight to close the deal. He agreed to meet the customer there. Excellent. A fantasy sounded determined. I'll send our security officer to follow this good old Boyar, find out more about him. If he intends to conduct his business in our region, he could become a threat to the family business, and threats must either be eliminated or turned into allies. I left the shop in high spirits. The deal with the Boyar Sudakov promised to be the first step towards the revival of Ugrumika. My optimism was caught by the 2 hunters who accompanied me, and they smiled too. So, sir, are things going well? Silenty asked curiously. You look awfully pleased. An understatement. The long-nosed Fedot winked at him. Look, he's shining like a polished copper nickel. Young Gavrila only smiled shyly, not daring to intervene in the conversation. You're right, I grinned, climbing into the sleigh. There is reason to rejoice. Things are really looking up. Maybe soon Ugrumika won't be so gloomy. The guys looked at each other, not quite getting my point. No matter, they'd understand in time. And when was the last time you were in the city? I asked, settling in more comfortably. The hunters thought for a moment, scratching their heads. Well, practically never, admitted Silenty. Only once did I go to Vladimir to buy some things for hunting, traps, arrowheads. The others nodded in agreement. I shook my head. This was not right. People could not be deprived of the benefits of civilization. Oh well, we'd fix it. Listen to my command, I began sternly, watching as my companions huddled closer. Let's go to the center. I'll show you the delights of city life. As my words reached them, the villagers' faces smoothed out and took on a lively expression. No sooner said than done. A quarter of an hour later, we were already walking between the shopping arcades, observing the beautiful buildings and the elegant crowd. Winter had painted the city in snow-white colors, and a bracing frost was nipping at the nose, making the blood run faster through the veins. The strolling crowd and children scurried back and forth, checking the prices of goods, bargaining and laughing. From the tents came the inviting cries, "Candy rings. Come in and take your pick. Hot hand pies, piping hot hand pies. Honey tea and spiced mulled wine. It'll warm you up, invigorate you, give you strength." Succumbing to the festive mood, I walked up to the stalls and generously bought all sorts of food, pies, and steaming drinks. The hunters began to gobble them down like children, stuffing goodies in both cheeks and singing praises. What a nice trip into the city with the master. Gavrila squinted blissfully, sipping hot honey tea. If only we could do this more often. I looked on their delight and smiled, but a bitterness stirred in my soul. Just think, these people were consistently deprived of life's ordinary joys, simply because they found themselves on the outskirts of civilization. And in this, I felt Prince Veratine bore direct responsibility. He was not a sovereign, but a negligent administrative worker. The same as Mukhin, only his sin was not theft and drunkenness, but the fear of losing power and incompetence in governing the principality. He did not care about raising his subjects to a decent standard of living, giving everyone, from farmer to boyar, the opportunity to earn their bread by honest labor. Instead, he hung the best sons of the principality in the main square, ruining the future of his land. I grew even more resolute as I looked at these men, promising myself that I would pull Ugrumika out of the darkness and into the light of day. I would do everything to ensure that every resident could live with dignity and not stagnate in poverty, and by that point, I might even get around to helping other territories. I shook my head and pushed away the gloomy thoughts. There was no point in spoiling people's moods. Today we were celebrating, and that was the end of it. I dug into my purse and counted out a gold piece for each hunter, double what we had agreed on, but they deserved it, having proven their worth in the tavern. "Take it," I said, passing out the coins, "for your work and some treats for your family, but no booze." The boys nodded understandingly, smiling gratefully. Gavrila immediately ran over to the rows of pastries and began to awkwardly butter up the rosy-cheeked saleswoman. Fedot, after some hesitation, chose a good woolen scarf in the shop, a present for his wife, and after some thought, Silenty bought a selection of sweets for his children. Watching him, I decided to follow his example, so that upon my return, I could hand some out to the village children. They probably hadn't tried any sweets other than honey and wild berries. I paid the vendor and headed to the area with the ready-made clothes and a haberdashery. I couldn't wear the articles Saburov's men had given me forever. Half an hour later, I was the happy owner of a new shirt, trousers, and shoes. On top of that, I managed to procure shaving accessories, a comb, towels, a folding mirror, and a bottle of cologne. I had a reputation to uphold after all. All the new items fit into a leather toiletry bag, a good, solid thing. Finally, I bought a gun cleaning kit and an inexpensive pocket watch, a small mechanical miracle. The part of me that inherited Platonov's memories understood that this was not a novelty at all. However, the part of me that had recently lived in a world where the crossbow was the pinnacle of technology disagreed. I took the watch out of the box, assessing the craftsman's delicate work, fascinated. Tiny gears, perfectly adjusted to each other, measured time with astonishing precision. In my past world, something like this would have seemed like real magic, more complex and ingenious than any magic that existed. Now people wore such mechanisms without even thinking about the true beauty of the invention. Perhaps this was the greatness of progress and the human spirit, turning miracles into everyday life. I couldn't leave my comrades back in the village without gifts. I took a silk scarf with intricate patterns for Vasilisa. I thought she would like it. And for Zakar, a simple magic artifact, glasses that adjusted themselves to the owner's vision. Considering how he constantly squinted, trying to see the things around him, the lenses would definitely come in handy. Basically, something for everyone, and I had almost 27 rubles left to spare. I wasn't upset about this at all. I was happy to put in an effort for good people. We spent at least an hour and a half in the shopping center. And then, having found a decent hotel through the recommendations of the locals, we left for our dwellings. At first, they looked askance at us, the forest dwellers, but I quickly resolved this issue. As soon as they realized that we had funds, their dissatisfied grimaces were replaced by servile smiles. They picked out a very spacious room for us with 3 bedrooms. Only Gavrila didn't have a separate bed. He'd have to lie down on the sofa. He paid 1.5 rubles for the night's lodging without bargaining. Once we had settled in, I added the buyer's coat of arms to the saber, exactly the same one that was on his clothes. Then I tidied myself up, getting ready for the evening's business meeting. I washed, shaved, and put on cologne. I tried on the new clothes, which were fine and fit well. The jacket with the family coat of arms on the left side of the chest also came in handy, the same one that Zakar brought from Vladimir and packed for me for the trip. Now even in an upscale restaurant, I would not look out of place. In the evening, I ordered a carriage through the hotel clerk, and the 4 of us set off for the Silver Horseshoe. The local restaurant manager sent the hunters to the servants' hall, promising to feed them their fill. I was escorted to a reserved table. Boyar Sudakov himself was already waiting for me there, and not alone, but with an unfamiliar companion. Curious, when the buyer saw me, he smiled and said with slight irony, "You, sir, have already become the subject of gossip around the town. As such, it seems you've gained a certain renown." Chapter 28. Mukhin, head of the Relic Order, sat at the table in his office, painfully rubbing his nose, which that impudent wretch Platonov had recently twisted. Anger and shame mingled in his soul, making him grind his teeth in humiliation. AKAKY, Mukhin's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. 2 policemen entered the office, serious and collected. One was heavy and barely fit into his uniform, the other was so thin that you wanted to hand him your last piece of bread. "Akaki Akakevich," the first one began, taking out a notebook. "We are investigating a call received from the Talons and Feathers Tavern. It is reported that one of the visitors, who matched your description, was forcibly removed from the establishment and taken away in an unknown direction. What can you say about this?" Mukhin tensed up, but tried to keep a calm expression on his face. "Gentlemen, I assure you, this was a misunderstanding," he smiled tensely. "The inn staff simply misunderstood the situation. It was a friendly prank by a good friend of mine." The policemen looked at each other, clearly unconvinced. The thin one squinted and continued the interrogation. "What about the broken door to your institution, which was clearly knocked down by force?" Mukhin felt a drop of sweat trickle down his back. It was not easy to lie to law enforcement officers, but he had no choice. "Oh, that. You see, the door had to be taken off its hinges to be replaced." It had completely dried out, you know, so they took it off, but haven't put up a new one yet. The officers exchanged skeptical glances. They clearly did not believe a single word of the victim, who was quickly switching from victim to suspect. The second policeman, who had been silent until then, asked ingratiatingly, "Akaki Akakevich, are you under threat? Maybe you were intimidated, which is why you refused to cooperate. We can ensure your safety." Mukin felt his irritation growing. These annoying bloodhounds just wouldn't let up. He wanted to let loose and spill all the information so that they would grab that bastard Platonov by the lapels and throw him in the slammer, and preferably have his head knocked straight in the process. But he couldn't allow them to poke their noses into the affairs of the Relic Order. That scoundrel had already threatened to make a fuss about Mukin's connection with Onofriy Pavlovich. There was no need for any extra police attention. If the information reached the prince, "Gentlemen, I assure you that no one is threatening me," the head of the department said through clenched teeth. "It really was just a misunderstanding. I ask you to leave this institution. I have a lot of work to do." The policemen tried to ask questions, approaching from one side and then from the other, but Mukin stood his ground like a rock. In the end, they shrugged their shoulders and left, having achieved nothing. As soon as the door closed behind them, the man with the plum-red nose grabbed his megaphone and with shaking hands dialed the owner of Bolshilapov and Son, S. "Onofriy, we have a serious issue," he blurted out as soon as the call went through. "Some boyar, Prokhor Platonov, showed up at the order today. He certainly caused a lot of mayhem." "Mayhem?" Bolshilapov asked again. "What exactly happened, Akaki? Explain yourself clearly." Mukin gulped convulsively and began to tell his story. He recounted how Platonov dragged him down the street, how he humiliated and insulted Mukin, twisting his nose in public. And then he even used magic to knock the door off its hinges. And to top it all off, he threatened to make their business agreement public. After listening to this confused story, Onofriy was silent for a few seconds, digesting the information. Then he said through gritted teeth, Well, it looks like we've got a saboteur on our hands. The young man has completely lost all sense of fear. He broke into a government institution and started a riot. Apparently, he doesn't know who he's dealing with." "That's exactly it," Mukin agreed. "And now because of him, the police have come by, asking questions. I'm afraid something might happen." "You're right about that," Bolshilapov agreed. "We'll have to cut this impudent fellow's tongue out. Otherwise, he might do something nasty. And by the way, Akaki, in case you decide to start wagging your tongue and throwing me to the wolves, let me remind you that I also have dirt on you." The other man responded into the receiver in a muffled voice, his voice tense and angry. "So either we stick together or we'll be hanged together." The head of the Relic Order swallowed nervously. Yes, I understand. I'll be careful. He's dangerous and clearly not a timid man." "Don't worry, Akaki," said Onofriy, voice ringing with a steely resolve. "I'll find someone who will dig up everything about this Platonov. And then we'll act accordingly, believe you me." His last words clearly conveyed an undisguised threat. Mukin sighed heavily, lowering the megaphone. The situation seemed to be spinning into an uncontrollable whirlpool. And this Platonov, without knowing it, had started a chain reaction, the consequences of which could be quite difficult to predict. It wasn't like I was seeking fame, but word of mouth spread like wildfire in this town. "What do you mean, sir?" I asked, raising an eyebrow questioningly. "They're already talking about your visit to Ratny Devor on Pulse. Your Twilight Steel sword made an impression." Sudakov smiled slightly. Pulse Platonov's memory was quicker and quicker to respond. A social network in the Ethernet, covering the Commonwealth of Russian principalities and neighboring areas. Apparently, another shop customer who was privy to our conversation couldn't resist bragging that he had seen the blade with his own eyes, he said with a chuckle. "Now the whole city is gossiping. So far, the rumors have not leaked to the news agencies of the Commonwealth, but this is quite possible. Therefore, I want to complete our deal as soon as possible before you, sir, are offered a higher price." He finished with slight irony. I nodded calmly. My newfound fame didn't bother me at all. It was true that gossip traveled fast on Pulse, but it could easily work to my advantage. "And what is the name of the community in which they are discussing my sword?" I asked. "It's called Overheard from Nobles Sergev Posad, a very popular group among the local noble-born youth," he said in such a wise tone, as if he were a weary old man, although I wouldn't have taken him for a day over 25. Most anonymous secrets and revelations are published there, as well as many absurd intrigues. My bride ran away with the fencing teacher, but I don't care because I love my governess. Sudakov burst out laughing, slapping his palm on the table, which caused bewildered glances from the people present in the restaurant. "You know the intelligence level of that crowd." Once again, the late Platonov's memory responded, for some reason resurrecting in my mind an awkward story that he remembered very well. "Yesterday at Count O's ball, my cousin disgraced herself in front of the whole world. She pretended to play the piano when she was asked to perform something. But in reality, she turned on an illusion artifact, and everything would have been fine, but the essence ran out right in the middle of the performance. Now everyone knows that she lied for 3 years about taking music lessons and spent the money her parents gave her for her education on outfits. Serves her right." Wincing, I shook my head and said, "Let's get down to business, shall we?" "Certainly. Where are my manners? Allow me to introduce you, Tarasov Ivan Petrovich," Sudakov said with slight pride, pointing at his companion, "our family's head of security, a soldier sent by God. He has forgotten more about weapons than I will ever know in my entire life." The strong, silent man with a sharp gaze really gave the impression of being an experienced fighter and an expert in various weapons. He was the first man who gave me a sense of real danger since I had traveled to this world. My elder brother, the head of the family, insisted that Ivan Petrovich examine the blade personally. "He doesn't want me, a fool, to be fooled," Sudakov explained with a note of self-irony in his voice. Without further ado, I handed the saber to the expert. He examined it carefully, checked the balance, the quality of the forging and decorations. He directed energy into the blade, testing how it would respond, and nodded approvingly. "It truly is twilight steel," he stated. "Excellent workmanship. Rarely do you encounter such craftsmanship. You can be sure, boyar, that this weapon is worth its price." Sudakov beamed and handed me a piece of paper. "Here, Prokhor Ignatievich, take it. The check can be cashed at any ICB branch." In Platonov's fragmented memory, there was indeed information about the Imperial Commercial Bank, which had branches in every city and was created back in the days when a single empire existed in place of the fragmented principalities. The owners of this institution were listed as the House of Ribeaupierre. I would have preferred to receive the agreed sum in cold, hard gold pieces, but I understood. It was impossible to gather such a sum in coin that quickly, not to mention the discomfort of carrying 15 kilograms of pure gold. "Incidentally," I said casually, slipping the document into my pocket, "if this check turns out to be counterfeit, the weapon will immediately lose all its properties. It will turn into ordinary, albeit expensive, scrap metal." Sudakov looked up tensely, quickly exchanging glances with Tarasov. "Can you really do that?" Tarasov's voice was tense, but curious. "Indeed," I answered calmly. "I thought it necessary to warn you to avoid misunderstandings on either side." The boyar forced a strained smile. No, the check is real. I wouldn't risk my family name in an attempt to deceive you." I listened carefully to his tone. There was no hint of a lie there, but I did catch something else. I felt someone's gaze on my back. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a waiter staring at me. Another nondescript man was lurking a little further away, trying to look as if he was absorbed in his meal, but every now and then he studied our table with suspicious interest. Someone's bloodhounds, two of them apparently sensing my attention, the false dinner guest grew nervous. "Excuse me, sir," he called loudly to the waiter, trying to sound casual. "Is someone going to come check on me?" The faux waiter looked extremely confused. "How can I help you?" he responded uncertainly. "What's your signature dish of the day?" the first one asked quickly, clearly trying to create the appearance of a normal customer. The young man hesitated. Today, he clearly didn't know what to say. "Meat for, I watched with interest as the faux waiter listened to questions about the dishes in confusion, clearly knowing nothing about the menu or the prices, which reinforced my belief that they were not working together. They had probably been hired by different parties. The waiter began to hesitate and got confused, which attracted the attention of the maitre d'. He immediately flew up to their table, pulling a neutral smile onto his face. "Problem, sir?" As soon as he glanced at his employee, the mustachioed manager frowned. "May I ask who you are and where you got your hands on one of our uniforms?" he said coldly, not taking his suspicious gaze off the imposter. The waiter started inching backwards. The other visitors began to turn around, attracted by the sudden commotion. A slight hubbub arose. The false guest, seeing that the situation was getting out of control, hissed, "Get out of here!" Trying not to attract even more attention, he frantically tried to send away both the waiter and the maitre d', already realizing that the plan was failing. However, it was too late. He had already become the center of attention. Realizing that the jig was up, both spies rushed to the exit of the hall, but crashed headlong into a real restaurant employee with a tray at the door, causing complete chaos. Dishes flew to the floor, rattling and splashing sauces. Under the indignant cries of the staff and guests, the hapless scouts somehow squeezed out and disappeared. Against the backdrop of this disgraceful scene, Sudakov and I exchanged glances and calmly completed the deal. After wishing him farewell, I decided to retreat through the kitchen and the back door, with no interest in the showdown awaiting me in front of the restaurant, which would attract unnecessary attention. I wasn't worried about my own men. We had agreed that if our paths diverged, they would return to our hotel on their own. The hunters were seasoned pros, they wouldn't get lost. Stepping out into the frosty night, I quickly walked away from the Silver Horseshoe. Various thoughts were spinning in my head. The situation in the Relic Order, then in Talons and Feathers, now surveillance and spies. Someone was really bothered by little old me. I was even beginning to suspect that I knew who was behind this. As if to confirm these thoughts, Scald, my feathered assistant, sent me a signal. A picture of two groups of people moving behind me along parallel streets, 2 and 3, respectively. They clearly intended to intercept me before we reached the crowded avenue. Well, they asked for it. I smiled, taking a 3-section combat flail from under my clothes. For camouflage and ease of wear in the city, I chose to modify my glaive into 3 wooden sticks, connected in series by a chain, sheathed in twilight steel. With the help of weapon transmutation, I could return the flail to its original form at any time. Both groups of pursuers caught up with me at the Y-shaped intersection at the same time. Seeing me and each other, they froze in confusion. There was a tense pause. "Well, shall we begin?" I said, holding the flail out in front of me. The men looked at each other again and hesitantly reached into their jackets for their weapons. Firearms. I'd have to speed up and close the distance with airborne heel, and I was distracted from my thoughts by the sound of an approaching car engine. It suddenly emerged from behind me, scattering the accumulated snow. With a squeal of brakes, the vehicle stopped right in front of me and the door swung open. In the back, lounging comfortably, sat an imposing man in an expensive suit. "Prokhor Ignatievich?" he inquired, flashing a toothy smile. "Vladimir Trofimov," special officer of the Prince's Chancery, allow me to give you a lift. I believe we have much to discuss." I turned my gaze to the dumbfounded pursuers, who clearly had not expected such a turn of events. For a few moments we stared at each other. Then I grinned and demonstratively folded the flail, putting it back under my clothes. "Well, gentlemen, I forgive you this time," I said casually. "Tell your masters that next time they should just come and talk to me and not put on this whole circus." Without waiting for a response, I slid into the car and slammed the door with pleasure. After all, it was impolite to refuse when the prince himself sent a personal escort. Chapter 21, I studied Vladimir Trfimov, who was sitting and looking relaxed across from me. A distinguished-looking man of about 30, in a well-fitting suit. Under his arm, I could tell he had a holster with a gun. It seemed Mr. Trofimov preferred to be prepared for anything. "It's interesting," I drawled, leaning back in my seat. "And how did the prince find out about me? After all, I've only just arrived in the city." Vladimir grinned, flashing his toothy smile. "The prince always keeps his finger on the pulse of city life," he said with a hint. Literally. When a master artificer of unprecedented level appears in Sergei Posad, rumors spread quickly. And when your name, Prokhor Ignatievich, began to flash across the Ethernet, His Highness became interested. He had a pretty good network of informants. The prince clearly liked to be in control. Meanwhile, Trofimov continued, "His Highness has expressed a desire to meet you personally. The day after tomorrow, Count Butelin is hosting a dinner party, a soirée, for the highest members of society. Prince Obolensky will be glad to see you among the guests. All the details are in the invitation." He handed me an envelope and fell into a pointed silence. I raised an eyebrow questioningly, in no rush to accept the offer. Trofimov sighed heavily, clearly not used to such a reaction. "You see, Prokhor Ignatievich, the prince did not initially plan to attend this event, but upon learning about you, he changed his plans. I am sure that in a neutral setting you will be able to talk about many things. The prince has shown the keenest interest in you. I study the situation carefully, analyzing every detail." An invitation to a dinner party was a classic maneuver when a ruler wanted to assess a potential ally or adversary in an informal setting. I had used similar techniques in my own time. Vladimir was a typical messenger for sensitive matters, well-trained, and with a high enough status enough to speak on behalf of the prince. Weapon under his arm, perfectly tailored suit, confident manner, most likely from the security service, not just a messenger. Someone like that would not be sent on a trivial errand. His mention of having his finger on the pulse of the city was also interesting. Apparently, the prince's security service was actively monitoring the social network. All right, so the situation was clear. The prince needed a powerful artificer, and I had attracted attention with my success. So much so that he was able to convince a count unknown to me to be generous with an invitation for a boyar unknown to anyone. Although I was sure that it wouldn't end at simple curiosity. Obolensky had deliberately changed his plans and would personally come to the reception. Perhaps he had a specific proposal, probably connected to my talent. It was time to make a decision. A refusal would be perceived as disrespect and a challenge. Consent would open the way to useful connections, but would also draw me into local intrigues. However, the choice is obvious. I needed resources and useful contacts for the development of Ugrumika, and direct contact with the prince was the shortest path. Nodding, I took the envelope from Trofimov's hands. "Well, thank you for the invitation. I will be happy to talk to His Highness. I am sure we will have much to discuss." Vladimir relaxed back in his seat, satisfied with my answer. "That's great. I think you'll enjoy the evening at the Butelin's estate. The best company, worthy conversationalists. And how do you like our city in general, Prokhor Ignatievich? Have you already managed to form an impression?" I involuntarily chuckled, recalling the chain of events that had happened since I arrived in Sergiv Posad. "Oh, the city has certainly left an impression," I drawled with an ironic smile. "It's picturesque, to say the least, and the people are interesting." You know, I was especially impressed by the business acumen at the Relict Order. Trade there is clearly booming, as long as you don't mix up the accounting books with the wine list. Trofimov smiled knowingly. He was something I could do business with after all. He wasn't stupid. "I suppose you found a way to simplify their workflow," he noted shrewdly. To be honest, it was long overdue. Meanwhile, the car smoothly pulled up to my hotel. I nodded goodbye and got out. My plans had changed, partly. Instead of a quiet departure, I'd be attending a dinner party with the prince himself. I was sure it would be very educational. I watched the car drive away and headed to the hotel. I needed to think about my course of action and prepare myself. In any case, I was going to make the most of it. The next morning, I started by preparing for a new ritual. Alas, not everyone could get rich in Sergiv Posad, no matter how you looked at it. The prince forbade the sale of relics such as blackgrass, but potions and concoctions made from them were available in many shops. Moreover, a significant part of these elixirs, judging by the advertising posters and labels, were for some reason clearly aimed at very specific male problems, with the obligatory image of a mustachioed young man in his prime next to a languidly smiling girl who was so exhausted that she was lying on the sofa with her leg thrown over the back. And yet, the alchemical market in Sergiv Posad was not limited to solutions to problems with male potency. There were plenty of both combat potions that promised to help the brave Streltsy tear off sluices' heads with practically their bare hands, and strengthening potions for magicians. I planned to pump up my energy channels during the next ritual, and this required special potions. To start, I purchased Blood of the Earth infused with Vitaweed. It greatly strengthened the circulatory system. And for magicians, blood was the main conductor of energy. The stronger the vessels, the greater the flow that can pass through you. Then I bought Bone Firmament. It was brewed from the fruits of the bone tree, a rare thing but worth it. For my ritual, which allowed for the absorption of essence beyond normal limits, I had to use my bones as a sort of makeshift battery. Therefore, if I strengthened them, I could retain more energy. And finally, I bought Clean Stream, which used Shade Leaf. It cleared magical channels of all energetic waste. In total, 3 bottles cost 75 rubles, but their effect would last for at least 1.5 or even 2 months. Then I'd have to buy another, and yet it was worth it. After fortifying my body in this way, my limit would increase by 3 or 4 drops, and I will recover for a day less. Plus, the energy flow would be more stable, without jerks and dips. Back at the hotel, I locked myself in my room and began to perform the ritual, drawing a salt circle. It would have been better to do it outdoors, of course, but I didn't want to reveal my secrets to strangers. From the outside, it may look like I drank the potion and nothing happened. But you try to direct energy through new channels in a controlled manner, simply out of habit. It required both concentration and extraordinary willpower. However, I overcame this barrier. I poured all the potions straight down the hatch and absorbed 5 small essence crystals. I felt the energy brim over and flow through my veins. 21 drops at once, and only 3 went into Scald. Having completed the process, I turned my inner eye toward my magical reserve. I was happy with the result. 61 drops, progress to say the least. 2 more rituals, and I would have 100 drops and change, launching me into the next rank. And then it wouldn't be so far to Archmage. The next day I devoted to physical training and studying the assortment of shops I had not yet managed to visit. And in the evening I ordered a carriage and went to the Butelin soiree. The estate was striking in its magnificence. The well-kept inner garden, the elegant facade, the marble steps, everything spoke of wealth and exquisite taste. The guests' carriages drove up to the front entrance one after another, and the well-dressed passengers got out solemnly and headed for the doors. Reporters crowded behind the fence, eagerly photographing and filming the event in order to later place it in the High Society Chronicle. The guests were greeted on the stone steps by the Count's daughter, a young girl of about 17 in an elegant, warm coat of light sable, who could not possibly be his wife. Her light brown hair, shimmering copper in the light of the lanterns, was styled in an intricate hairstyle with strands of pearls. Large blue eyes, framed by long eyelashes, shone on her pale porcelain face with delicate features. Thin lips, curved in a polite smile, emphasized her aristocratic pallor. Large sapphires, matched to the shade of her eyes, glittered in her earlobes. It was obvious that she had been assigned to practice greeting guests in preparation for her future role as hostess, but from the bored expression on her face, it was clear that she did not relish this duty. When my turn came, the girl looked at me with a condescending glance and said haughtily, "I beg your pardon, but I don't recall your name on the guest list." "Perhaps you have the wrong address." She glanced at my dark coat of good cloth and my formal suit, decent, but obviously bought in an ordinary store and not custom-made, like the luxurious attire of a young aristocrat. On top of that, the family crest on my jacket was covered by the fabric of my outer garment. Her gaze lingered on the cuffs of my shirt, peeking out from the sleeves of my jacket, devoid of a monogram, and my polished but inexpensive shoes. It seemed that it was these details that convinced her that I was an outsider who had accidentally wandered into this celebration of life. It wasn't hard to figure out what was going on. She probably knew all the guests by heart, having lived in this city for many years. But not me. That was why she considered me a prestige-hungry opportunist who was trying to sneak into high society without an invitation, perhaps even an impudent reporter who would secretly take photos. I chuckled and replied, looking her straight in the eyes, "How could you recall my name when I haven't given it yet? Prokhor Platonov, at your service." The girl was momentarily taken aback, but quickly pulled herself together. "In any case, Mr. Smart Guy, I can't let you in without an invitation. Those are the rules." "Perhaps you should go join your colleagues on the other side of the fence," she said, pointing a graceful finger toward the mob of photographers. "Perhaps I'm mistaken, but it seems to me that the role of the hostess presupposes a little more hospitality to guests, even uninvited ones." I smiled, looking at her elegant earrings. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "You find me inhospitable?" She raised her chin. "You must acknowledge that I'm just following the rules, or do you think that the rules don't apply to everyone?" "On the contrary," I said, shaking my head. "It is precisely because the rules are the same for everyone that I am standing here on these steps. But you, it seems, are violating one of the main rules of etiquette." "Is that so?" Her brows shot upward. "And which rule is that?" "You shouldn't rush to conclusions about a guest without knowing anything about him except his name." I bowed my head slightly. "Especially if this guest may turn out to be not who he seems at first glance." The girl narrowed her eyes in confusion. There was a flicker of uncertainty in her gaze. Perhaps she was beginning to understand that she had made a mistake. "And it seems you have me at a disadvantage. You know my name, but I don't know yours." By this time, a line of guests had already begun to form behind me, watching our skirmish with curiosity. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Count Butelin himself appeared on the threshold. "Lisa, what's the matter? Why are you keeping the guests waiting?" he asked, turning to his daughter. The girl immediately made an innocent face. "Sorry, Daddy, I just wanted to make sure that this gentleman was really invited. We can't just let in any swindlers or con men off the street." "What swindler are you talking about, Elizabeth?" The Count shook his head reproachfully. "This is the respected Boyar Platonov, a man of recent celebrity." "Let him through immediately." I nodded and held out my invitation to the girl with a smile. She turned crimson in embarrassment and annoyance, clearly unhappy at being put in an awkward position. Perhaps next time we shouldn't rush to conclusions, I remarked casually. Judging by one's clothes is not en vogue these days. Elizabeth's eyes flashed angrily, but she remained silent. The Count led me into the hall, saying casually as we walked, "Don't be angry with her, Prokhor Ignatievich. She's still young, inexperienced. She'll learn in time. By the way, our mutual friend will be waiting for you in the billiard room after the first course." I nodded understandingly. The hint was more than clear. The inside of the estate was even more luxurious than the outside. Chandeliers were shining everywhere, gold and marble were glittering. There were about 50 guests, the cream of the crop of local society. The men were in impeccable tailcoats, the ladies in stunning dresses. Everyone was looking at me, apparently curious about who I was. Handing my overcoat to the servant, I was left in a suit that, although it looked decent, was clearly inferior in quality of fabric to the local outfits. The Platonov family had not sparkled like a polished diamond for a long time. I spent the next half hour getting acquainted and politely exchanging meaningless pleasantries. When I met the Count's wife, I bent over her hand and introduced myself, thanking her for the invitation. Finally, all the guests arrived and the doors closed. At that moment, Elizabeth found me again, smiling sweetly, but there were evil sparks dancing in her eyes. "Well, Boyar, it looks like you are now indebted to me for the inconvenience you caused," she purred. "You put me in an unflattering light. Have mercy, my lady. I thought you were indebted to me for giving me such a warm welcome," I retorted. "But so be it. I am ready to forgive you in exchange for one dance." Elizabeth gave me a mocking look. "Dance?" She arched an elegant eyebrow. "Oh, that will be educational." There was a condescending tone in her voice, as if she were about to watch a clumsy bear in a china shop. Apparently she didn't believe I could dance and hoped to hurt me by accepting the challenge. Life didn't teach her anything. Our conversation was interrupted by the loud voice of one of the guests, a man in his early 20s. "Lisa, my dear, are you seriously going to dance with this provincial lad? I'm afraid he'll step on both your feet." I turned around sharply, intending to put the man with the overly long tongue in his place, but then the Countess intervened. "Gentlemen, please behave politely in our home," she said firmly. "Let us enjoy the evening in peace and harmony." My gaze rested on the impudent man, memorizing his features. A pomaded dandy with slicked-back dark hair, dressed in a dandy three-piece suit with elaborate silver thread embroidery on the lapels. On his face were thin sideburns and an aquiline nose. The servants had just brought champagne and snacks, distracting the guests. Soon we were invited to the table, where the aromatic soup was steaming. I happily began to eat, enjoying the delicate taste and subtle spices. The meat broth spread through my mouth, and the fibers of the bird meat were so soft that they dissolved on the tongue. It was a miracle of culinary science after Vasilis's cooking. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Prince Obolensky. He held himself with true royal dignity, and from the respectful glances of those around him, it was clear that he was the most distinguished guest at the party. As soon as the empty plates were cleared from the table, I headed for the billiard room. A bodyguard stood at the door, carefully studying me before letting me in. There by the fireplace, the prince was already waiting for me with a glass of cognac in hand. A tall, solidly built man of about 45, with grey strands in his thick, dark hair and a neatly trimmed beard. His commanding face with large features betrayed a strong-willed character, and his intelligent brown eyes radiated the calm confidence of a man accustomed to giving commands. "Ah, Prokhor Ignatievich," he exclaimed, smiling affably. "I am glad that you accepted my invitation. I must admit, your story intrigued me. I made some inquiries, a very dramatic case. We could make it into a feature-length film. Do you speak of my failed execution, Your Highness?" I chuckled. "Among other things, A strange turn of fate, the rope snapped. A real-life miracle, don't you think? Apparently, I was not destined to die that day. Tell me, sir, is that famous sword from Twilight Steel really your creation? The prince asked curiously. It certainly is, your highness, I said. And where did you learn such a skill? As far as I know, we haven't seen such talents from you before. I smiled pointedly. Let's just say that almost dying changes a lot of things. Almost dying doesn't change anything, said Obolensky, but actually dying, that changes everything. Perhaps. How do you like our city? Does it strike your fancy? You know, I said, shaking my glass with a smile, you have some funny rules here. The day before yesterday I went to the Relic Order and it was closed, and they say that no one has seen it open for a long time. I know, you need to maintain a balance between your work and personal life. It's very important, Mr. Mukhin, the head of the Prikaz, does this particularly well. No one could accuse him of being a workaholic. I did hear another word with a similar suffix used in relation to him, but it was probably just the slander of evil tongues. The prince feigned cheerfulness, but I saw how his eyes narrowed unkindly. Unfortunately, many officials forget that, having easily obtained their position, they can just as easily lose it, he said through gritted teeth. Let's change the subject. It was clear that the prince took any disorder in his city as a personal reproach, and it was unpleasant for him to talk about it. Gladly, what about a blade similar to the saber you sold to Sudakov? Can you forge one for me? The prince asked, staring me intently in the eyes. It is possible, your highness, but it will require raw materials of corresponding quality. Incidentally, where did you get your hands on that Twilight Steel? Obolensky asked. Family reserves, I shrugged. It has been in our family for centuries. My father thoughtfully provided me with a couple of ingots, knowing that I'd find a use for them and that I'd need funds in my new place of residence. I didn't think the prince believed it, but he didn't push further, since it was impossible to verify. You are surprisingly at ease for a man of your age and position, the prince remarked, looking at me inquiringly. Habit is second nature, your highness, I shrugged. If you'll permit me to inquire, I said, holding his gaze, why are you entrusting me with such a delicate assignment and not to your court armorer? It's simple, Obolensky chuckled. His work is inferior to yours, and I am used to owning the best. Besides, you have intrigued me. Therefore, I am very curious whether other items sculpted by your hands will be as good, or whether you were simply lucky, as with your execution. Be sure to let me know when you can begin making new weapons. Certainly, I nodded. With that, we said our farewells. I returned to the main salon just as Sideburns Guy loudly said, Gentlemen, did you know that our new acquaintance is an exiled criminal? What a delight, a real convict in our society. They say he came to town on a sleigh with 3 men, like an unwashed serf. You know, a serf can dress himself in an expensive jacket, but that will not stop him from being a serf. His brazen gaze came to rest on me. All this was said, as if to his inner circle, but so loudly that everyone else could hear it. Well, I wanted to get to know the local community, and here I had been given a wonderful opportunity. A heartbeat, and I was instantly next to him. His eyebrows only crept up in surprise, and my glove had already slapped the bastard across the face. Duel, I said, my voice steely. Chapter 22, a deafening silence fell over the room. My opponent's face was purple with rage, but instead of fear or shock, his eyes showed a malicious, "Aha, I've got you." It seemed that someone was playing their own dirty game. Gentlemen, gentlemen. Count Butelin rushed between us, raising his hands. Please, let's settle this misunderstanding. His stern, bass voice drowned out the rising hubbub. This is a respectable house. Respectable people have gathered here. I'm afraid that's impossible, I snapped, not taking my eyes off my opponent. After this gentleman's thoughtless words, my only recourse is a duel. Young men, please, the Countess intervened, nervously fiddling with her fan. "Let's not spoil the evening." "Impossible," my opponent said through clenched teeth. "The insult inflicted on me can only be washed away with blood." "In that case," our host said, looking us each in the eye in turn, "at least promise that this will not be a duel to the death. For heaven's sake, you are guests in my house." "Oh, don't worry," my opponent's lips stretched into a smile. "I'm not going to kill or maim our provincial guest. I'm just going to teach him a lesson in good manners." "To teach someone manners," I retorted, "you first have to be something other than a cowardly lowlife who slanders people behind their backs. I am Prokhor Platonov, boyar and governor of Ugrumika, not a convict. And you will answer for every word you uttered." Since the challenge had become public knowledge, Butelin understood perfectly well that it was no longer possible to hush up the matter quietly. "As the challenged party," he said, "you have the right to choose your weapon, Mr. Osakin." "A distance duel of pure magic," he responded immediately. "With no close combat, until first blood, as you requested." With a heavy sigh, our host led us out into the courtyard behind the manor, so that the magical attacks would not damage the house. The courtyard turned out to be a spacious, paved area cleared of snow, surrounded by old trees. In the light of the lanterns, their snow-covered branches cast bizarre shadows. Through the wrought iron bars of the fence, reporters were visible with cameras at the ready. They greedily absorbed every detail, anticipating sensational material for tomorrow's front page. Trailing behind us, the other dinner guests also began to arrive. They could never miss such a spectacle. Suddenly, Elizabeth came up to me and whispered anxiously, "You are completely insufferable, but take care of yourself. Or better yet, you should apologize, because Osakin is a well-known warrior. He is an inveterate duelist who looks for the slightest excuse to challenge someone and has already defeated many young noblemen who had only just awakened their gift. Because of this, he has a rather odious reputation, but Lev apparently does not care. Keep in mind that he is a first-degree apprentice, and you are not even an apprentice yet. Come to your senses, he surpasses you by an entire rank." I grinned, noticing the owner of the Ratny Devor shop next to Osakin. It seemed that the Uvarov family had deliberately provoked this duel, wanting to publicly humiliate me and pay me back for what had happened in their weapon shop. "Are you worried about me?" I asked Elizaveta with irony in my voice. Glancing sideways at her, she pouted sullenly. "Well, let him drive you into the ground then, you scoundrel. Let it be a lesson to you." Stamping her feet, she trod off to see her father. "Don't forget you still owe me that dance," I shouted at her back. I studied Osakin carefully, assessing my chances in the upcoming duel. Judging by the fact that he was considered a first-stage apprentice, his magic reserve should be around 250-300 drops. As a second stage awakened, I had only 61 drops. A significant gap, but not insurmountable. In my long combat practice, I had more than once gained the upper hand over a qualitatively superior opponent due to tactics, cunning, and more perfect control of my body. I ran through possible scenarios of the duel in my head, noting Osakin's strengths and weaknesses. It was unlikely that he would be able to maintain a high tempo of ranged attacks for long, given their cost. This meant that I needed to focus on dodging, wearing him down, and waiting for the moment to strike. Airborne heel would be perfect. It would make me elusive and help conserve my energy. "For the last time, I beg you, gentlemen," the Count looked at us pleadingly. "Perhaps we can find a resolution." We shook our heads in unison. "So be it," Butelin sighed and raised his hands to the sky. His fingers glowed with a bluish light, and a transparent dome of pure energy began to form over the platform, designed to protect spectators from stray spells. "The duel is on." Without resorting to any verbal or somatic cues, Osakin unleashed a barrage of ranged elemental water and ice attacks. Admiring whispers were heard among those gathered. For an apprentice, such mastery of magic was a rare achievement. One of the ladies gasped softly, "The technique, not a single gesture." At the same moment, I calmly activated Airborne Heal, which allowed me to actively dodge the enemy's magic. A murmur of amazement ran through the audience. Everyone knew perfectly well that I was only an awakened one, but I had also cast the spell without a single wave or word, as if I were a mage of a much higher rank. And if for an apprentice such a result was considered amazing, then for an awakened it was simply incredible. Some clicked their tongues in admiration, some shook their heads in disbelief. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Elizabeth held her hand to her mouth, unable to hide her surprise. Meanwhile, my opponent released a volley of ice spears. They whistled through the air, glittering in the lantern light and leaving trails of frost behind them. Each spear was as long as my arm and blunt as a log. He really wasn't trying to kill me, just trample my reputation. I watched the shells fly a palm length away from my body and felt the cold emanating from them, even through my layers of clothing. However, I was ready. My training had not been in vain. My body no longer seemed so rigid and acted on instinct, almost without the participation of my mind. Once again, I smoothly stepped to one side, allowing the deadly projectiles to pass me by. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed how they crashed into the protective dome, crumbling into sparkling ice chips. Before I could catch my breath, Lev attacked again. This time he threw a wave of freezing energy at me. It spread across the ground, coating the stone slabs with a crunchy frost. Freezing fingers of ice reached out to me, threatening to turn me into a brittle icicle. But I was already moving, gliding away from the inexorably advancing wave. My airy step turned me into an elusive whirlwind, dancing between Osakin's attacks. To the reporters, I must have appeared as a blurry silhouette, shrouded in a bluish glow and leaving a trail of sparks behind me. Every movement felt weightless. I slid between ice spears and freezing waves, changing direction at impossible angles. My reflexes were pushed to the limit, allowing me to react to attacks almost before they began. My opponent gritted his teeth, redoubling his efforts. His face was flushed with anger and tension, and sweat was beading on his forehead. He was clearly not used to his victims being able to resist his magic for so long. I didn't slow down, circling around the court, moving easily and naturally as if in a dance. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the stunned faces of the spectators. They were staring at the proceedings, mouths softly agape, etiquette forgotten. No one expected such tenacity from a low-ranking mage, especially against an opponent who was clearly more powerful. I was particularly struck by Elizabeth's reaction. She stood there, frozen in undisguised astonishment. Her lips moved silently, as if she was trying to find words and could not. "Are you just going to keep running?" Lev barked at me. "Are you going to keep completely missing your target?" I replied with a polite smile. Osakin was noticeably out of breath. His attacks had slowed down and his breathing had quickened. Apparently, maintaining a constant stream of spells had greatly depleted his reserves. It was time to spring the trap. To provoke him, I cast my first ranged attack spell, Stone Blade. It was formed from pure energy, taking the shape of a slightly blunted granite blade as thick as my arm. The earth element would give it a special density and weight, causing it to whistle through the air. If it weren't for my kinship with this element, the creation of such a construct would have cost me 1.5 times, if not twice as much in energy, but in this case, 17 drops sufficed. As the cherry on top, this projectile was covered with menacing-looking, but completely harmless flickering lights. Just clots of shimmering light worth 3 drops, which had absolutely no combat properties. As I expected, the enemy concentrated his defense in front, fearing a visually intimidating but generally harmless attack. He didn't even flinch when it hit. The shield of pure energy, dense and multi-layered, easily absorbed my spell. The construct crumbled into granite chips, barely touching his barrier. A condescending grin began to creep onto the opponent's face. It seemed he decided that this was the limit of my capabilities, and at that moment I struck from below with a second spell, Stone Grip. 25 drops disappeared from my reserve, and an energy construct emerged from the frozen ground, swiftly and without warning. Translucent fingers, the color of cloudy rock crystal, shot out of the gravel like branches of a petrified tree, taking the shape of a hand. The dimly shimmering palm seemed to belong to a fairy tale ogre. Osakin's head looked absurdly small beside it. My opponent only had time to lower his gaze before it was too late. The stone fingers grabbed his head, closing on the back of his neck with the unstoppable force of a landslide. In one swift movement, the giant hand slammed the face of the arrogant swordsman into the ground. The bridge of his nose crunched loudly, like gravel under a boot. Blood from his broken face splashed onto the gray stones, painting them with dark spots. He bellowed like a beluga, his whole body jerking. Most inexperienced mages defended themselves with a sphere or dome, overlooking the lower plane or considering an attack from underground impossible, and therefore focused all their energy on the front. Osakin was one of them. There were gasps of shock from the audience. Some of the ladies turned away from the cruel spectacle, and the men nodded approvingly. The dome disappeared with a pop. I slowly approached the fallen enemy, who was huddled, clutching his broken face in his hands. Blood from his twisted nose was drenching the gravel. "Well, I hope you've learned your lesson," I said through gritted teeth. "Next time, choose your opponents according to your strengths, and choose your words wisely." Osakin moaned something inaudibly in response, showing me that his smile had faded. Instead of a white-toothed hedge, there was a sparse picket fence. I turned my gaze to the owner of Ratni Devor, who was huddled to the side with a stunned face. He clearly did not expect the quick and crushing defeat of his puppet. Count Butelin stepped up to me, breathed a sigh of relief, and announced the end of the duel. The protective dome melted away, and excitedly chattering guests poured into the courtyard, eager to express their admiration. A flushed Elizabeth squeezed through the crowd. Undisguised respect mingled with resentment in her eyes. You, she began, but stopped herself. "Why did you pretend to be awakened and conceal your true power? You are making the same mistake again, madam, as you did on the front steps. You are making assumptions without having all the information. I am indeed only awakened and have only recently mastered magic. Why resort to such obvious fabrications?" The girl snorted. "Awakened do not use spells without activation phrases and gestures. Everyone knows that. Ordinary awakened don't," I corrected her with a wry grin. "But I'm hardly ordinary. Surely you've seen the video of me dancing in the noose. That doesn't go unnoticed." She gasped and became embarrassed. "I'm not offended, madam. After all, you were worried about me." "Not offended about what?" she said, befuddled. "About the fact that you didn't believe I would win." I leaned over and gallantly kissed her hand. The girl blushed even more and lowered her gaze, hiding her satisfied smile. Count Butelin grabbed me by the elbow and pulled me back into the house. "Impressive, Prokhor Ignatievich," he said quietly. "I'm especially pleased that you didn't abuse your position as the winner." I offered a restrained nod. "As you requested, Nikolai Konstantinovich. Forgive me for drawing all the attention to myself, but you must understand my position as a man. Some words must be answered for, and the response must be swift and harsh." "I do understand you. I hope that this will be the last duel in my home," he added with a small smirk. I silently inclined my head. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Prince Obolensky, who was standing a little to the side, thoughtfully stroking his beard. His gaze showed the undisguised interest of a man who had just received confirmation of his suspicions. "You are a very curious young man," he said slowly. The evening then carried on as usual. Guests whispered, speculated, and discussed me furiously. I had made a name for myself. The show of force had been a success. Now even those who had considered me a cocky young upstart would think twice before issuing an open challenge. Half an hour later, after the second change of dishes, Obolensky's bodyguard, whom I met in the corridor, handed me a note with the megaphone number of Vladimir Trofimov, the special officer from the prince's chancery. Apparently, they hinted to me that in the future I could maintain contact with the most illustrious one himself through this person. When the mazurka dance began, I looked for Elizaveta. She was standing by the window, fiddling with her fan and pretending not to notice my approach. "We never got around to that dance," I said with a slight bow. She raised her chin, but there was no longer the same arrogance in her eyes. "I hope you at least dance better than you dress." Platonov's body memory did not fail. Years of lessons with dance teachers and abundant practice in charming pretty girls surfaced on their own. A slight turn, a graceful step, a smooth movement of the hand, and we were already circling in the center of the hall. The Count's daughter moved gracefully, following my confident lead. "Admit it, you're surprised?" I asked, when the choreography brought us closer to one another. "That a provincial governor can dance," she narrowed her eyes slightly, "or that he turned out to be more dangerous than he seemed? Both, I suppose. Perhaps," she allowed herself a slight smile, "but I still find you insufferable." "Oh, I can live with that." The next morning started early for me. I rose with the first rays of the sun, imbued with a surge of strength and a desire to act. There was a lot of work ahead of me. The first thing I did was head to the Imperial Commercial Bank. The luxurious red brick building with white stone columns inspired respect and reliability. Inside, dignified clerks in pressed frock coats busily served visitors. After a short procedure, I opened an account, received a gold-embossed checkbook, and withdrew 500 rubles cash. In this city of crooks, it wasn't a good idea to keep all my money on me. At first I was surprised that Platonov did not have his own account, but his memory helpfully provided an explanation. Previously, living in his father's house with everything ready, the late Prokhor did not have his own significant income that required a bank account. His father, knowing full well his penchant for carousing and reckless spending, preferred to take control of his son's finances. He gave out money personally, exactly as much as he considered necessary, and even then with obvious reluctance, understandably fearing his heir's extravagant spending habits. Next, I visited a representative of the Demidov metallurgical plant. I quickly located their office in the city and after a short negotiation agreed to buy 500 kilograms of the most common steel. The entire batch cost me 750 rubles, not cheap, but it was worth it. This amount of metal was enough to thoroughly repair the palisade in Ugrumika, strengthen the watchtowers, arm both the militia in case of a serious threat, and the hunters for effective extraction of essence. I planned to leave the city the next morning, so according to the terms of the contract, the first 250 kilograms of steel were to be shipped to me tomorrow, and the second batch I would receive in 3 weeks, during which time I would have to visit the city again. I wrote a check for half the amount and promised to pay in full upon receiving the remainder. For delivery by cargo convoy, this con artist tried to rip me off by charging me 230 rubles. Cargo insurance, high risks, armed escort, blah, blah, blah. He just saw an unfamiliar boyar and decided that he could fool him. So I preferred to arrange for self-pickup instead. With this in mind, after I left the office, I headed to the market. There, I bought a good, reinforced cart capable of carrying up to 750 kilograms of cargo. Moreover, its design turned out to be very well thought out. If necessary, it was possible to install runners for driving on snow or put on wheels for summer roads. A good, all-season solution. However, a cart without draft power was useless. I had to fork out for 2 strong heavy-duty geldings along with a supply of fodder. Perhaps one would have been enough if it hadn't been for the deep snowdrifts, but I wanted to be on the safe side. I wouldn't want the cart to get stuck in a snowy ravine in the middle of the journey and the horse to get injured or, even worse, to break a leg. Estimating that there was still plenty of room, I realized that dragging a half-empty cart was irrational. It would be a sin not to take advantage of the opportunity and buy provisions for the village. This would help me appear in their eyes as someone who solved problems, not created them. The elders' supporters would drop sharply in number when they saw everything that I'd brought back. I had to walk through the marketplace for a long time. I bought 400 weight of grain for flour, smoked corned beef, various cereals, spices and seasonings. I grabbed at least 30 kilograms of salt. I also collected vegetable seeds, carrots, turnips, cabbage and beets. We would plant vegetable gardens. There was still time until spring, but it was better to have a reserve than to come to your senses at the last moment. I didn't forget about crafting either. I stocked up on 50 meters of plain fabric, a supply of threads and needles, enough for a year ahead. There were no tailors in Ugrumica, so the women sewed all their everyday clothes themselves. I grabbed some soap and candles, various tools, axes, saws, and so on. I took half a dozen cast-iron boilers and some frying pans to boot. The village might have enough equipment for now, but I was counting on an uptick in the number of residents and was already looking toward the future. After we got the mine up and running. And where would we be without magical artifacts, even if they were household ones, that would make people's lives easier and brighter? I grabbed a dozen light stones to illuminate the palisade and the same number of water purifiers. In total, it was almost 500 weight of sundry items, and the overall price was not insignificant, 219 rubles. However, it was worth it. With reserves like these, we would not only hold out through the winter, but would have some left over. The hotel where we stayed had its own guarded stable, and the horses and loaded cart were kept there until needed. 4 days later, the sleigh was slowly sliding along the packed winter road. Behind them, slightly behind, the horses were trudging heavily, pulling a cart with supplies for the village, set on runners. I was riding in the sleigh, and Gavrila and Fedot were driving the cart. The road ahead was long. There was still a day's journey to Ugrumica. Fortunately, the weather was clear, the horses were well fed and had rested the night before, and most importantly, we were returning with good news and a cargo that would be extremely useful for the village. The sleigh braked sharply around the next bend. A massive pine tree, 2 arm spans thick, lay across the road. Its snow-covered branches completely blocked the path. All of Ugrumica was there for the return of the new governor. Prokhor called Vasilisa on the megaphone and asked her to give the residents the good news of incoming presents and major purchases. The news quickly spread from house to house, and now every family was waiting with curiosity for the arrival of the convoy, secretly hoping that they too would benefit from the Lord's generosity. The mistrust in the hearts of the villagers was gradually replaced by a timid hope. Suddenly, with the appearance of the Boyar Platonov, something would change in their hopeless life. But time passed, and the master still did not come. Only at sunset did a sleigh appear from the forest, driven by the hunter Silanti. His horse, lathered and tired, could barely walk. The driver himself was covered in blood, his own and others. His sheepskin coat was torn, and there were deep scratches on his face. The residents, seeing his condition, immediately surrounded him in a tight ring. The headman approached, hiding his broken arm out of habit. "What happened? Where are the others?" Savely frowned, looking into the hunter's face. "The voivode," Silanti coughed, wiping dried blood from his beard. "The voivode has been killed." Chapter 23. The sleigh glided slowly along the packed winter road. Silanti and I sat in the front, and Fedot and Gavrila rode behind in a cart on runners, harnessed by a pair of powerful heavy-duty geldings. Our small convoy moved along the snow-covered road, winding between the pines and firs towards Ugrumica. A few hours ago, we had turned off the busy highway, connecting Moscow and Vladimir onto a narrower, quieter road leading to our village. The journey ahead was long, another day, but the hunters were not discouraged, animatedly talking behind my back. "Look how many wonderful things the boyar bought," Fedot admired, looking back at the cart. "Flour and cereals and salt and all sorts of seeds. We'll survive the winter well, and there'll still be enough left over for sowing." "That's true," Gavrila piped up. "And the tools, a fine set of axes, scythes and shovels. Everything is new, good quality. God bless Prokhor Ignatievich, he didn't skimp on our families." I chuckled to myself when I heard those words. It was nice to know that your efforts weren't in vain and that people appreciated it. Life in Ugrumica would get better one day. Definitely. Meanwhile, Skald, whom I had sent ahead to scout, gave me a mental signal of danger. I immediately connected to his vision and feelings, trying to understand what had alarmed the raven so much. He circled over the forested area through which our road made a sharp turn. In the gaps between the trees, I noticed some movement, barely perceptible, but suspicious. Peering more closely through the bird's keen eyesight, I became wary. There, in the forest thicket, a group of armed men lurked. No fewer than 7 men, all armed, some with bows, some with rifles, and judging by their secret position along the road, an ambush awaited us. A very serious threat for a small detachment, but not insurmountable. Skald shifted his gaze slightly, showing me a particularly clear picture. Across the road, right behind that very turn, lay a massive pine tree cut down at the base. It completely blocked the road, leaving no chance of avoiding the trap. The bandits chose the ambush site with expertise. To the left of the road, there was a hill covered with dense forest. From there, it was easy to fire accurately from cover. To the right, there was an almost vertical cliff formed by a recent landslide. It was impossible to climb it to escape the attack. The road itself made a sharp bend behind the forest, completely hiding the ambush from view until the last moment. I understood the enemy's plan perfectly: to meet us with heavy fire, force us to stop at the rubble, and shoot us like rabbits in a shooting gallery, not allowing us to take cover. Well, it looks like someone had prepared thoroughly, but they didn't take one thing into account: that I had eyes in the sky. When I asked Skald to expand his reconnaissance circle, he responded with displeasure, as if I had asked him to carry the entire load of the cart on his skinny shoulders. The feathered fiend persistently transmitted 2 images to me: essence crystals and hazelnuts, the little sneak, greedy for spiritual and material sustenance. Once I had promised to resolve both issues, the raven obediently banked, rising slightly higher and beginning to methodically examine the area around the ambush. About a kilometer to the north, in a small ravine, he noticed traces of a camp and horses tied to trees, at least 10. A man in a sheepskin coat was walking next to them, clearly assigned to guard the baggage. I ordered Skald to lower his altitude, and when the guard raised his head to the flapping of wings, I saw a heavy-set stranger, overgrown to the eyebrows, with greasy hair sticking out from under a beaver hat. One short command, and our squad stopped, dismounted, and gathered around me. Silenty and the others looked at me in bewilderment, but did not object, now accustomed to trusting my decisions. "What's the matter, boyar?" asked Gavrila, coming closer. I gave them a brief outline of the situation. The men's faces stretched out in amazement and poorly concealed fear. It was obvious that the news of the ambush awaiting them had taken them by surprise. They literally went cold, realizing that it was only by a miracle that they had not fallen into a deadly trap. "What a disaster," Fedot exhaled. "An ambush. And we would have fallen into it like helpless little ducklings if it weren't for your magic. Thank you, You saved our lives. I preferred not to spread the word that the information had been received through the raven. Let them continue to consider Scald a dumb and useless animal. Having briefly described the appearance of all the enemies I saw, I heard information that put everything in its place. That sounds like Maca Griven. Silanti immediately recognized the hairy, fat man in a sheepskin coat, the merchant who buys relics from us. What a sly fox, the cunning bastard, Fedot sighed, clenching his fists. So he himself will sit on the sidelines and send his thugs to ambush us. I bet if they fail, he'll turn tail right away. Of course, the elder, realizing that he was losing control of the situation, had turned to the merchant for help, and Griven, a real rogue, did not want to risk it himself. He recruited mercenaries and waited by the horses so that at the first sign of failure he could gallop away. So it was not in vain that I provoked him by informing him of our return. The plan was simple and reliable: kill us on the way and cover our tracks. No bodies would be found. The elder would then announce with a smart little smirk that the voivode ran away with the money, they say, having taken or bought off the hunters. A prudent plan, but he didn't foresee everything. What are we going to do, Prokhor Ignatievich? Gavrila asked. Maybe we should go around this hidden place through the thicket. We'll lose time, of course, but we'll be safer. Well, that would be quite a detour, Fedot nodded in agreement. The others began to chit-chat, discussing possible escape routes, but I gestured for them to be silent. We're not going anywhere, I snapped. If we run away now, they'll strike again in an even more unexpected place. I don't know about you, but I don't run from enemies. No, today we'll put an end to this threat once and for all. The men fell silent, looking at me with apprehension. I continued more softly. I won't force you to fight with me, guys. I'll just remind you that this blood-sucking louse Griven has been profiting off of you and Savely for years. All those relics which you risked your necks for fighting the sluice, bought from you for pennies and resold to the city. The hunters hummed in agreement. Their eyes flashed with resolute anger. It was clear that their patience was at its limit. Leave you on your own, boyar? Silanti shook his head. That won't happen. You hired us to protect you, you gave us honest money, double the agreed payment. And those supplies, he nodded at the cart, how many hundreds did you pay there? You put in a serious effort for the village. That's true, Fedot said in support. We are not blind. Others only talk about caring, but you show it with your actions. So we are with you, voivode. And if we don't run, Gavrila said, adjusting the bow behind his back, then what are we going to do? Determination shone in their eyes. It seemed that years of humiliation from Griven and his extortionate prices had become too much for them. I smiled approvingly. Spending my money on goods for the village was already proving worth it. A good deed really did pay for itself. I'm not against fighting, but how can we do that if they have firearms? Fedot chimed in. I looked at him with a slight smile. Firearms may be the great equalizer, but magic puts everyone in their place. Do not be afraid. As long as you are with me, neither blade nor bullet will strike you. I will not allow it. The boys cheered up when they heard this. They had clearly gained confidence in me during our short acquaintance. Okay, boyar, Silanti nodded solemnly, stroking his beard. We're with you. Just tell us what needs to be done, and we'll do it. I concentrated, mentally calculating and eliminating options one by one. After assessing all the components of the upcoming battle, I estimated the chances and risks. According to Scald, there were 7 bandits, perhaps 10 if someone had taken cover under the tree canopy. A serious numerical advantage. A frontal attack without cover in such conditions would be suicide. Moreover, they had much higher ground than ours. The hunters wouldn't be able to reach them in 2 counts. But I, unlike my companions, was sure that I would be able to reach the enemy very, very quickly, and then they would have no time for their rifles. So there was only one thing left to do: disorient the enemy and strike first. Create chaos in their ranks before they open fire, and then force the enemy into close combat, depriving them of the advantage of distance and surprise. And I already had a plan on how to do this. I had one spell in my arsenal that consumed a lot of energy, 29 drops, but was capable of sowing chaos among the bandits and preventing them from starting to shoot. It would not only put the bandits out of commission for a short time, but would also most likely jam the mechanisms of their rifles and prevent them from aiming. Of course, this required perfect timing and execution. Everything had to be done before the first shot, and the spell had to be removed right before our attack began, so that the hunters themselves would not be harmed. I was quite capable of something like this. This is what we'll do. I looked around at my men. Silenty, you know these forests better than anyone. You'll go around the ambush in a wide arc and come out near Griven. And you, he said, frowning, the guys and I will deal with these hide-and-seekers. I grinned. Once you acquired a squad, it was time to train yourself not to carry everything on your shoulders. Take him alive, the hunter narrowed his eyes. Exactly, we need to make this songbird sing. I emphasized the last word. And loudly, the seasoned tracker nodded, checking the knife on his belt. It was obvious that he understood the importance of his task perfectly well. Macca knew too much about the Elder's affairs to let him go so easily. First, let's lead the heavy draft horses away, I said, jumping off the sleigh. We'll tie them up about 1.5 kilometers before the ambush, and nothing will happen to the cargo, Gavrila worried. Good thinking, Voivode. Silenty ran his fingers over his moustache. These city geldings are not used to shooting. If shooting starts, they might run away in fright, and we have enough goods there for the whole village, and we'll ruin the horses. But the miller's horses, Fedot patted the nearest horse on the neck, they are trained for hunting. We often take them into the forest when we need to haul heavy game. They don't shy away from gunshots, and they are not afraid of sleuths, smart creatures. I nodded, agreeing with the experienced hunter. We quickly unharnessed the heavy draft horses and took them with the cart to a small hollow away from the road. Having secured them tightly to the trees, we returned to the sleigh. After a couple of minutes, once I had distributed the roles and repeated the plan, we split up. I watched Silenty as he deftly made his way through the snowy forest. The experienced hunter moved almost silently, blending into the surrounding landscape. I had no doubt that he would be able to handle himself. After a beat, Fedot, Gavrila, and I continued on our way. I maintained contact with Scald, vigilantly watching the enemy's actions through his eyes. Soon the Raven noticed how one of the bandits, previously hidden and apparently left on patrol, hastily left his post on the slope and ran to the others. It seemed that they had noticed our approach and were preparing to slam the trap shut, unaware of the noose tightening around their own necks. The sleigh passed a sharp turn, and the same picture opened up before us. A fallen pine tree completely blocked the road about 100 meters ahead. To the left, higher up the slope, the bandits were hiding. Scald gave me a clear picture of their positions. 8 men in total, 3 with rifles and 5 archers spread out among the bushes in a fairly small area, probably to compensate for the lack of accuracy with density of fire. Or perhaps to avoid being picked off one by someone sneaking up from behind. I had already seen them checking their bowstrings and nocking arrows, preparing to fire, but I was already one step ahead. The moment the assassins raised their weapons, I took aim through the Raven's vision and cast Stone Geyser. The explosion thundered like Tyr's horn calling for the final battle. A column of crushed rock and metal particles, mixed with clouds of choking dust, erupted from the ground at the point where the enemies were hiding. The cloud of dust not only sliced through their exposed skin, but also enveloped the bandits' positions in a suspension, penetrating their eyes, mouths, and nostrils. There was coughing and cursing, the sounds of futile attempts to clear dust-clogged throats and jammed mechanisms. We immediately jumped out of the sleigh and rushed up the slope. Fedot and Gavrila fell far behind when I, activating Airborne Heal, covered the distance, separating us from the enemies in a few jumps. A moment before I crashed into the thick of the enemies, the veil of stone Giza dissipated at my force of will. In my hands, I clutched my trusty flail, which I had already transformed back into a glaive on the way out of the city. Now I needed a weapon that would allow me to keep my opponents at a distance and deliver chopping blows. And the glaive was ideal. I burst into the ranks of the bandits like a wolf into a flock of sheep. One wide swing, and the head of the nearest bandit was flung into the air, drenching everything around him with a fountain of blood. A look of surprise was frozen on his dust-stained face. Then the glaive shaft crunched into the second man's chest, breaking his ribs, knocking the wind out of him and throwing him back a step. A viscous twist, and the curved blade ripped him open from groin to armpit. His slimy entrails plopped onto the snowy ground. The third one tried to get me with a knife, but slipping away with a jerk, I cut off his hand along with the blade and then split his skull down to the bridge of the nose. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Fedot and Gavrila had also entered the fray, covering my flanks. The former had engaged in hand-to-hand combat with one of the archers and seemed to be gaining the upper hand. The latter had dodged someone else's axe and had stuck a knife right into the mercenary's eye, right up to the hilt. Meanwhile, I continued to crush enemies, not giving them a moment to rest. The blade of the glaive tirelessly cut through flesh, crushed bones, and shredded entrails. Someone else's blood stained my clothes, but I paid no attention. The last bandit, wheezing from a punctured lung, attempted to throw a knife at my back, but Gavrila was quicker. He knocked his opponent to the ground with a sweep and smashed his head into a heavy cobblestone, crushing his skull. And then everything went quiet. The skirmish ended as suddenly as it had begun. Around us lay motionless bodies in spreading pools of blood, smoking in the cold. Fedot, Gavrila, and I caught our breath, wiping away the sweat and looking around the battlefield. Soon the sound of approaching hooves was heard, and Silinti flew out onto the clearing on horseback. Across the saddle, like a sack of flour, lay Macagriven, bound hand and foot. Silinti looked alarmed. I was worried, boyar. I heard too much noise, he said, jumping to the ground. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to handle things without me. I decided to grab this clever little fox so that he wouldn't run away, and I left their horses in the clearing. They might run away without supervision. I nodded gratefully, clapping the hunter on the shoulder. Well done. Excellent work. Gavrila, breathing heavily, chuckled. I think you would have handled them fine without us, boyar. I saw how you chopped up those ghouls, cleaner than Granny Agafea's blood sausage. Instead of answering, I grinned and began giving instructions. Gavrila, go back to the cart with the geldings and the cargo. Bring them here. Fedot, drive them to the lot where Silinti left the horses. Take them, along with all their baggage. The guys nodded and went to carry out their orders, and I squatted down next to the tied-up Macca and took the gag out of his mouth. So you thought you could take me, swine? The merchant hissed as soon as I pulled out the gag. Do you even know who stands behind me? You'll be ground to dust. He was trying to posture, bombarding me with threats, but I calmly took his hand and looking straight into his eyes, broke a finger. Ara, you beast, I'll bury you, crunch, second finger. Oi, 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 fuck, I'm gonna, crunch, a third. Stop. Enough, his voice broke into a squeal. Ask whatever you want, just stop. Ask me. I unclenched his hand. Now we could talk. You know what I want to know, I said through gritted teeth. Spill it, otherwise I'll break everything you have. And spill it he did. Crying and wailing, he told me about his deal with the elder, confirming all my suspicions. How the two of them had been buying relics from hunters for next to nothing for years, and reselling them at exorbitant prices through a chain of intermediaries throughout the Commonwealth, including Onofri Pavlovich from Sergiev Posad, whom I knew in absentia. I have an agreement with all the elders of the district, sobbed Griven. Everything is recorded in this ledger. Here, take it from the pocket of my vest. Rummaging through the merchant's clothes, I did indeed find a communications artifact. But the discoveries did not end there. A few minutes later, Macca confessed that he kept his savings in two hiding places. One was an ICB cell in Suzdal. The second was a disguised safe in his home in Vladimir. Sweating and groaning from the pain in his crippled fingers, he gave me all the details. Soon Fedot and Gavrilo returned, leading a whole herd of horses. Having examined the robbers, baggage and their corpses, we got hold of some good loot. 3 rifles of varying degrees of wear with a supply of cartridges, 5 bows and arrows, several good knives, clubs, and even 1 hatchet, as well as various useful little things like a flint, rope, and camping utensils. It seemed that they had been watching this place on the road for several days, knowing that we would be returning by the shortest route. In the belt purses of all the murderers, we found 5 rubles and a handful of silver altins, and Macca himself had another 50 in gold. "You put a cheap price on my life," I remarked, looking reproachfully at the merchant. He feigned remorse. I feigned believing him. We dragged the bandits' bodies into the forest, where I used magic to dig a deep hole at the edge of the forest, into which we dumped the corpses. There was no way to bury these scum like human beings. The ground was frozen, but under the pressure of my gift, it reluctantly gave in. All that was left was to sprinkle the grave with snow to hide the tracks, but the horses and trophies we took with us. Griven, bound and gagged, was thrown into the sleigh like a sack of turnips. I gave half of the money I found on the mercenaries as battle trophies to the hunters, causing them extreme amazement and delight. After all, they risked their skins just as much as I did, perhaps even more, since I was protected by magic. Well, that was one less problem. But the lesson was clear. It was dangerous to travel in these parts without reliable protection. There were plenty of intriguers plotting against me. I needed to find loyal people for my future squad, and as soon as possible. This thought haunted me the entire way back to Ugrumika. Looking at the satisfied faces of my companions, I understood that the loyalty and resourcefulness of these men would be useful to me more than once. The next day, when the village was an hour away, I gathered my companions again and told them my plan. I decided to provoke the elder in order to reveal his true face to the entire village. Ordering my companions to remain outside the village, I sent Silanti ahead on the sleigh. I myself quietly followed him at a distance, observing what was happening through Skald's vision. The hunter rode into the center of the village as if in a delirium, and the villagers immediately began to gather around him, attracted by the unusual sight. The headman stepped forward, looking suspiciously at the sleigh. "What happened? Where are the others?" Savely frowned, looking into the hunter's face. Silanti raised his gaze to him and stammered. "The voivode," he coughed, spitting blood through his beard. "The voivode has been killed." A surprised murmur ran through the crowd. People whispered to each other, shook their heads. Somewhere in the crowd a woman's cry was heard. Fedot's wife was already in tears, covering her face with an apron. The elder frowned, obviously calculating something in his mind. "Where is Prokhor Ignatievich's body then?" he asked persistently. "The attackers fled and took the body with them," Silanti said. Savely snorted contemptuously and turned to the crowd. A malicious grin spread across his face. "Do you know why there is no body?" he thundered, his eyes flashing. "Because there was no attack. The boyar himself set it all up to get rid of witnesses and run away with the money. He must have been planning this for a long time, and you believed him, you fools. Thank God that at least Silanti survived." The residents began to murmur, exchanging glances of doubt and distrust. Some nodded in agreement, others frowned. It was clear that the elder's words had planted a seed of suspicion. Meanwhile, the headman continued to get heated, savoring each accusation. "We know these kinds of gentlemen. They are all cut from the same cloth, Platonov and others. They rob their brothers, fleece us blind, and then run away. And nothing can be done, they have power and money. And we are left here as powerless serfs. The crowd began to buzz menacingly, falling for the elder's taunts. He had already opened his mouth to spit out another portion of mud, but then the clatter of hooves was heard from the road. I rode into the square on horseback, forcing the bound Griven to run with his last strength behind the horse. The crowd gasped and parted, looking at me with a mixture of fear and amazement. The headman's face turned white as a sheet and then distorted into an angry grimace. "You don't seem happy to see me, Savely," I chuckled, pulling on the reins. "How has the village been faring in my absence?" Chapter 24. The elder flinched as if he had been slapped and took a step back. His eyes were filled with fierce hatred, mixed with the look of a hunted man backed into a corner. He frantically looked around, as if searching for a way to retreat. And I slowly dismounted, and without any pity threw the whining Griven to the ground. "What, you didn't expect to see me alive?" I said through gritted teeth, looking Savely Rinden straight in the eyes. "Sorry for disappointing you. You see, your plan to kill me failed, just like your whole gang." A murmur of surprise ran through the crowd. The residents looked from me to the headman incredulously, starting to understand what was going on. Someone shouted from the back rows, "So Savely ordered the hit on the boyar? But why?" I looked around the crowd and said loudly, so that the whole square could hear, "Savely sold himself out to this merchant. The two of them made money off of you for years, buying up relics and essence for next to nothing and reselling them at exorbitant prices, and they pocketed the difference." The crowd gasped and began to whisper. People looked at the elder, some with distrust, some with growing anger. Savely turned pale, but immediately pulled himself together and began to shout passionately, "It's all a lie, don't believe him, good people. I worked day and night for the common good and tried to negotiate better prices with Griven. I didn't always succeed, I admit. That damned merchant is very selfish. Remember how much good I did for Ugrumika, and this rascal lord is in cahoots with him, that's why he's muddying the waters." I laughed, shaking my head. "Oh, Savely, you're like a woodlouse in a frying pan. You spin around, splashing oil, but there's nowhere to go. Maka, be kind enough to repeat to the villagers what you told me." I lightly kicked the whining Griven in the ribs, and he, choking back tears, blurted out, "It's all true, your headman worked for me. And not only him, the other villagers were involved too. Savely sold me the relics for cheap, and I gave him a share. We milked this village hard, so hard, but you're all strangers to me. He's one of your own, and he could have given you much more of the money instead of lining his own pockets." The people began to murmur, leaning forward. Their eyes flared with rage, and shouts began to sound. "You sell-out scumbag, no good street trash. So you pocketed our hard-earned money, you better start praying." The elder began to shake, but again tried to wriggle out of it. "Don't listen to them. It's obvious that the boyar beat these speeches out of him by force. He probably tortured the merchant, so he's babbling now, saying whatever he can to save his skin." I chuckled and turned to the crowd. "Savely speaks the truth. It is not right to judge without solid evidence. Let's hear it straight from the source and see what you have to say about it." "Gavrila, have you found it?" Fedot and Gavrila emerged from behind the nearest houses, holding a megaphone in their hands. There was a reason I had sent them to search the headman's hut, while Silanti and I distracted the attention of the village. That was the whole reason we orchestrated this entire performance, as well as the opportunity to listen to the elder stutter and babble. At the sight of the artifact, Savely Rinden's face turned white, pink, and broke out in red spots. A shrill female scream was heard in the crowd. Fedot's wife, who had thought her husband dead, threw herself around his neck. I took the megaphone from the hunter, opened the notes, and began to read out loud. "Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, how lovely. Maka, take the essence quickly. The idiots brought half a handful. I want to get out of this hole as soon as possible. Let them rot here in poverty." Interesting choice of words, isn't it? It was as if fire ran through the crowd. People roared with rage, advancing on the elder, fists bared. He fell to his knees, bursting into a puddle of tears and snot. Have mercy, good people. The devil got to me, I repent, don't ruin me, I'll give it all back, I'll repay you 100-fold. However, there was no stopping the people. Imbuing my vocal cords with a bit of magic, I roared over the din, stop. I am the judge in this village, and therefore it will be quick and fair. The men reluctantly retreated, glaring at the headman with vitriol. I turned to the guilty man and loudly declared, by the power vested in me, I, Prokhor Platonov, voivode of Ugrumica, find you guilty of breach of trust, fraud, conspiracy, and attempted murder. I sentence you both to death by hanging. Savely howled, grabbing the boots of the villagers. Grivin only shook and whined like a beaten dog. I expected that the residents of Ugrumica would take time to consider, and perhaps someone would stand up for their elder, but the crowd looked at him as if he was already dead to them. A minute later, the blacksmith Frol and the hunter Boris emerged from the crowd, unwound the rope, and threw it over the high crossbar of the village gate. Silenty drove 2 strong stakes directly into the frozen ground opposite them. I turned to the condemned men who had nooses placed around their necks. Do you have any last words? Maka burst into tears, bawling even louder than before and begging for mercy. Out of fear, he involuntarily wet himself, finally losing any last shreds of dignity. May you all be damned, Savely shouted, spitting and rolling his eyes wildly. You will die in agony like dogs, you will die like worms. And you, Platonov, will be damned thrice for my murder. You will burn in hell, you degenerate, and your children and grandchildren. Yes, yes, I said, waving him off, and my nephews, and the cat and dog, and my neighbors, I hear you. A quiet but resonant voice came from somewhere nearby. It was Gavrila, eyes closed, singing a verse of an old song. His rage toward us was undeferred, his hatred undisguised. I'll give it back, I give my word. Nervous laughter ran through the crowd. I walked up to the rope lying on the ground and, squeezing it in my fist, activated Ursane's strength. A pleasant warmth spread through my body and my muscles bulged, filling with incredible power. He who passes the sentence must draw the sword himself. With a sharp tug on the rope, I single-handedly hoisted Grivin high into the air. There was a crunch, the noose tightened, cutting off his air supply. The body convulsed in death throes, but I indifferently wrapped the end of the rope around the stake driven into the ground. Then I repeated the procedure with the headman. We didn't have to wait long, 30 heartbeats, and both condemned men went limp. There was a deathly silence in the crowd. People looked at my handiwork in shock. Granny Agafia was the first to come to her senses. She crossed herself with a sweeping gesture and muttered, "Good Mother of God, what incredible strength!" Miller Stepan nodded in agreement, not taking his astonished eyes off me. Carpenter Mickey scratched his head thoughtfully, as if figuring out how to use such power for good. But the most curious thing was the reaction of the teacher, Petrovich. He stood a little to the side, with his arms folded across his chest, and watched what was happening with a detached look. Not a single muscle moved on his face, not when I read the incriminating evidence, not during the trial, not even when he saw the execution. It seemed that all this did not concern him at all, as if it was all happening according to a long-written script. A movement in my peripherals caught my attention. It was Vasilisa, turning pale and squinting, averting her eyes from the horrific sight. Well, that was understandable. Not everyone was capable of gazing upon murder with cold-blooded indifference, even if it was in the name of justice. But faithful Zakhar looked at the hanged men with perfect calm. Moreover, there was a gloomy satisfaction in his gaze, as if something he had been waiting for a long time had happened. Maybe he really had been waiting, understanding how much the locals had suffered from the elders' tyranny over the years. I glanced at the silent crowd, still reeling from the shock, and raised my voice. Hear me well, people. I know you do not have it easy. Fear, hopelessness, hardships, these are your constant companions. But it's time to change this. I put all the strength of my conviction into every word. Remember, I did not come here as a kind benefactor or a sweet-faced businessman. I am your voivode, and my power is unshakable. However, I will rule you honestly and fairly. From now on, the law is the same for everyone, from the new headman to the last farmhand. Everyone will receive according to their work, without deception or extortion. A murmur of approval ran through the crowd. These simple people still had faith in a firm hand and proper principles, and that is what they would get. Look closely, I pointed to the open gates, behind which a cart loaded with supplies was visible. Here is your chance to survive the winter without suffering. Food, utensils, tools, everything you need for life. I bought this with my own money because I believe that Ugrumika can become a prosperous land. But this is not a handout, but an advance, a pledge of your work for the common good. I paused for effect, looking around at the people with a heavy gaze. Yes, it will be a lot of work. Ugrumika is far from a resort town, and everyone will have to contribute, but your work will not go to waste. Together, we will rebuild the village. We will strengthen the palisade and watchtowers, clear and plant the fields. We will get trophies from Sluice and sell them at favorable prices, then invest the proceeds in the development of the village. This will make the life of each of you better and safer. The crowd began to whisper and nod. The villagers sensed the truth in my words. Hard but necessary. Think about this, I continued. Here in Ugrumika, you have a rare chance. A chance to get out of the hole where the prince's indifference and greed have driven you. We are cut off from the city, left to our own devices, and this is our trump card. Together we will create a community the likes of which have never been seen before, I declared. A land where people protect each other, where children are raised in abundance, where knowledge and skill are valued more than gold. This is our path. There is no other. The crowd erupted in shouts. After the execution, I rolled out a keg of mead that I had brought with me onto the square, and while I was doing so, the locals immediately slaughtered a fattened pig to put on a real feast. Watching how quickly everything came together, I grinned. I planned for the celebration first, then the arrests. They decided to combine them. Boris, standing nearby, chuckled darkly. Soon the village was filled with laughter and songs. People had dragged tables out into the street, bringing simple treats from their homes. Women bustled around samovars, pouring hot tea into mugs. The men took swigs of the intoxicating drink and loudly discussed what had happened, glancing at me with respect every now and then. The kids were delighted to gobble up the candies, lollipops, and gingerbread that I generously handed out from the supplies I had bought in town. The old people nodded sedately as they watched the cart with supplies being unloaded. Now the village wouldn't fear the remaining winter months. Looking at these people, at their sincere joy, I felt deep satisfaction. The plan worked. I had not only returned with money and goods, but also won the trust of the residents. Now I could take a breather and enjoy a well-deserved rest. While everyone was celebrating, I noticed a curious scene out of the corner of my eye. Look at the philosophical calm with which people were walking literally 2 steps away from the square, where the bodies of Savely and Maka were still swinging on ropes, as if that was how it should be. Vasilisa noticed this too. She came up to me and shivered uncertainly. "Boyar, don't you think this is strange? It's a bit macabre," I shrugged, not paying attention, but then Zakar, our local expert on public sentiment, intervened. "Well, they got what they deserved, miss. These bloodsuckers have been sucking the life out of the villagers for years. People understand that. Look, they almost killed the local hunters. If it weren't for Prokhor Ignatievich, they would be lying in the ground. And you couldn't argue with that." I nodded, watching as some residents, passing by the gallows, spit loudly in the direction of the dead. "That was the people's love for you. Granny Agathia distracted me from my thoughts. She hobbled up to me, bowing low, and asked with a timid smile, "Father Voivode, do not refuse the old woman. Let me cut the ropes of the gallows and collect the nails of the dead. They have great power. They'll really get the job done." At first I recoiled at such a request, but quickly pulled myself together. Chuckling, I waved my hand. "Yes, take them whole for spare parts. There will be no more use for them anyway." The old woman beamed with gratitude and scurried off to the gallows, muttering to herself. Well, everyone had their quirks. Vasilisa, meanwhile, came closer to ask about the trip. I told her briefly about what had happened, and then asked how things had been in Ugrumica in my absence. The girl darkened slightly and, lowering her voice, said, "A couple of days ago, I was walking alone through the village in the evening. Boris was helping Zakar with the housework. Suddenly, out of nowhere, one of the local hunters appeared, and his eyes were shining so unkindly, he started pestering me with obscenities. And even mentioned the headman, saying he had advised me to teach the boyar's girl a lesson." I clenched my teeth, barely containing my anger. The dead scumbag. It wasn't enough for him to cheat, he also had to encroach on a girl's honor. Vasilisa continued, but nothing came of it. Suddenly the blacksmith Frol appeared and gave that impudent fellow a kick with a flash of his heels, and he walked me home without another word. I didn't expect that from him. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. Sometimes you had to knock on wood really hard to figure out whether the wood was rotten or strong. It was the same with people. With the elder, it wasn't immediately obvious, but his inner rotten core was eventually revealed. But Frol, on the contrary, showed himself to be a fine fellow. Unwittingly admiring Vasilisa, I did not immediately notice the approach of local authorities. The miller, the carpenter, the blacksmith, the teacher, the herbalist granny, all wanted to pay their respects and discuss plans for the future. I had to temporarily break away from my conversation with the young lady and turn my attention to the villagers. I briefly outlined the immediate tasks for them, essentially repeating exactly what I had already voiced to the entire square. The villagers listened attentively and nodded. It was clear from their eyes that they were moved. They believed that changes were indeed coming. Now, there was just the small matter of justifying their faith with action. As I finished this conversation, I remembered the gifts I had saved. I called Zakar over and with a smile handed him the glasses I had bought in the city. "Good gracious, sir." The man was practically moved to tears as soon as I pulled them out. "But how? I have had poor eyesight for so many years, and now, thank you, may God grant you health." I gave him a good-natured pat on the shoulder. "Don't even start, you deserve it 10 times over." Then it was Vasilisa's turn. I handed her a luxurious patterned scarf, anticipating her reaction, and I was right. "A real Posad scarf," the girl gasped, noticing the company logo in the corner. The most popular brand in the Russian principalities, a fashionista's greatest dream. She carefully pressed the scarf to her chest and blushed. "How beautiful. And what a marvelous pattern. Honestly, you shouldn't have. Thank you very much." And then she gave me a small peck on the cheek. Catching Zakar's sly look, I hurried to hide my smile. There was no time to indulge in reflection. The celebration was gaining momentum. People were already dancing to the sounds of accordion and balalaika. I was also pulled into the circle, forced to give in to the unrestrained joy, and I gave myself over. I allowed myself to forget about all the hardships for a moment and just enjoy life. I spun around in a whirlwind of dance, absorbing the gratitude and support of my people. My heart was warm and calm. Looking at the smiling faces of the peasants, I understood that it was worth it. The road ahead was long and difficult, but today showed that we could handle it. And let anyone try to stand in our way, the Uvarovs, the merchants, the prince himself. I didn't care. I would sweep them all away and seize happiness for my people. Because from now on, Ugrumica was my home, my responsibility, but unlike all these carefree people, Enjoying the moment, I knew that this was only the first step. Somewhere in the thicket, the vein of twilight steel was waiting for its time, promising countless wealth and the path to power. And tomorrow I would start preparing to develop the vein, but that was tomorrow. Bring the second barrel, I ordered. Today we celebrate, and Agrumika responded with a united, mirthful cry. Chapter 25. Count Saburov stood in the office of Prince Veratine, reflexively wincing at the smell of unwashed skin and cloying incense emanating from the man. Prince Aristarch Nikiforovich Veratine himself sat in a massive mahogany chair with his back so straight it seemed he had swallowed a yardstick. Despite his advanced age and entirely silver head of hair, there was still a sense of power about him. His parchment-skinned face was furrowed with deep wrinkles, and his eyes, watery from constant lack of sleep, were glazed over with fatigue. However, his gaze remained tenacious and powerful, that of an old, but still dangerous predator. His hands, adorned with massive rings with precious stones, convulsively crumpled the armrests of the chair, betraying his extreme anxiety. "You promised me that this despicable wretch, who only managed to slip from the noose due to some miracle, would rot in this village," barked the prince. "So what happened? Why do I see his face plastered all over the Ethernet, showing off at a ball in Sergiev Posad? Why is he winning duels and dancing the mazurka?" Saburov sighed, trying to keep cool-headed. The prince's paranoia had recently intensified, causing him to see threats and conspiracies everywhere. The slightest suspicion sent him into fits of uncontrollable rage. "Your Highness, do not torment yourself for no reason," said Mikkel in a confident voice. "Since the villagers did not finish him off, we will find another way. Moreover, a suitable opportunity has turned up. Do not worry, he may have escaped the noose, but he will not escape retribution." The prince suddenly jumped to his feet, and flames burst forth from his palms. Tongues of fire danced centimeters from his lace cuffs, threatening to spread to the rich carpet. Madness burned in the old man's wild eyes. "Like those rebels who sought to overthrow me," he roared, clenching his fist. "Like those scoundrels who were hanged." Saburov backed away, noting with alarm how rapidly the prince's mental state was deteriorating. He had never been particularly sane before, but now it seemed he had completely lost his mind. The count recalled how the prince had invented a formidable gang of rebels from a circle of young, idealistic windbags in his inflamed brain. Their hasty execution had brought the principality many problems, since they were the offspring of noble families. The families of the deceased had not forgiven Veratine for such cruelty and harbored a deep grudge. Only the Almighty knew what this would lead to in the future. He is turning his own fantasies into reality, Mikkel thought bitterly. The embittered aristocrats may well conspire to overthrow this madman. And he will get what he deserves. Meanwhile, Aristarch Nikiforovich continued to rage, waving his flaming hands. The fire danced around him in an eerie halo, forcing the count to squint from the heat. He had no doubt that if it came to a fight, he would be able to defend himself, but then his long years of service would go down the drain. And he really didn't want that. He had worked so hard to take his place near the throne, and it would be a shame for it to go to waste. "Every damn troublemaker must die," Veratine shrieked, "even if it means razing the entire village to the ground." Burning it to the ground, along with its inhabitants. Saburov swallowed his viscous saliva, feverishly searching for words to calm the enraged ruler. Now any spark could lead to irreparable consequences. "Certainly, Your Highness," he said softly and carefully. "Those who disobey will be punished to the fullest extent. Trust me, I will settle this matter without unnecessary noise. Everything will happen quietly and unnoticed. No one will even—" He didn't make it to the end of the sentence. The prince suddenly waved his hand, and a fireball flew from his fingers, flew an inch from the ear of the count, and with a hiss slammed into the stone wall, leaving a charred spot. Saburov froze, not daring to move, but inside him, the attack spell was preparing to break loose at any moment. Quietly and unnoticed, Veritine hissed, boring into him with a mad gaze. "No way, my duckling. I want everyone to see and tremble, so that every dog in my lands learns the danger of disobedience. I need Platonov's head. I need it immediately." Mikhail gulped, realizing that it was useless to argue. And dangerous, the old man had completely lost his mind and could burn everything around him to hell. All that was left was to bow his head obediently and retreat before the prince changed his mind, or to enter into confrontation. No, it was not the time. "Yes, your highness," muttered the count, backing toward the door. "It will be done in the best possible way." Veretinsky growled something in response, but Saburov was no longer listening. He slipped out into the corridor, only catching his breath once he had put some distance between them. The prince's madness made him nervous as hell. He was about to burn his own palace to the ground along with all its inhabitants. "Oh, we are in deep trouble," the count thought sadly as he walked away. "Okay, Platonov, at least the situation is clear with him. We'll get rid of him quietly and that'll be the end of it. But the prince, it looks like he won't be sitting on the throne for long. I hope we don't all burn along with him." Distraught, Saburov headed for the exit. He needed to immediately contact his people and discuss how to more cleverly organize the elimination of the boyar, and pray that the prince would not do something stupid before then. Otherwise, there would be trouble. A whole lot of trouble. The next morning, the first thing I did was go and search the headman's hut. At my request, Boris had guarded it all night so that no one had time to plunder anything or hide evidence. The hunter met me at the threshold, yawning and rubbing his eyes, which were puffy from lack of sleep. "Good morning, boyar." "No one poked their noses in," he reported. "I was keeping watch as agreed." I nodded approvingly and went inside. The furnishings were sparse to match the owner, roughly knocked together benches, a stove with burnt bricks, icons in the corner, nothing remarkable, but my intuition told me that there might be something interesting here. If the deceased had a megaphone, which he would not have been able to afford otherwise, then there must be something worthwhile here. Methodically tapping the walls and floorboards, I soon came across a section of the floor that echoed suspiciously. Prying the board with a knife, I easily tore it off, revealing a secret niche. Inside, I found a hefty purse, a well-worn revolver, and several dimly shimmering crystals. "Wow, what a haul," whistled Boris, who had come up to me looking over my shoulder. "No doubt Savely has hidden a fortune." I counted the money, 130 rubles and a handful of silver. A solid sum by village standards, stolen from local residents over years of fraud. There were few essence crystals, 2 small and 1 medium. I scratched my chin thoughtfully. This appeared to be all of the old man's life savings. Why would he need so much money and resources? So, what was that message in his megaphone yesterday? It read like, "I want to get out of this hole as soon as possible." Since the execution, there had been no time to study the correspondence in detail, but now there was. Scrolling through his messages, I chuckled. Of course, he was planning to run away, the bastard. Savely had been looking for a house in the suburbs of Vladimir. He had already saved up almost the entire necessary amount, 150 rubles. Of course, wooden huts could be found there even 3 times cheaper, but for some reason Savely wanted a mansion in a decent area. Apparently, in his old age, he had decided to live for his own pleasure, and he had most likely saved the crystals for a rainy day. Or he had intended to sell them after moving, at a much better price than he sold them to Grivin here in Ugrumika. I looked at the purse again. Behind every ruble stood someone else's hard labor, someone else's blood spilled in battles against the soulless. In all fairness, these funds should be returned to the villagers. But to whom exactly and how much? How much had each of them lost in the elders' machinations over the years? Such showdowns would only drive people apart, upsetting the fragile balance that had just been established in Ugrumika. "You know what, Boris?" I said, turning to the hunter. "This money was stolen from the village, and now it will be put towards serving the village. I will think about how to spend it wisely for the common good, and I will announce my decision to everyone, so that at least some benefit will come from these stolen funds. I'll tell you this, sir." Boris scratched his head. "We have a problem with medical treatment here. It's a problem that desperately needs solving. We go to Granny Agafia, but we have to guess whether her poultices and decoctions will help or knock you right off your feet. She almost killed Fedot with her herbs the month before last. And what if it's an emergency? You can't go to the city. Nastasia had a difficult birth last year. We barely got her out. If only there was a knowledgeable person in the village. A real doctor, eh?" I nodded thoughtfully. It was true. A normal doctor would do the village a lot of good. And we'd have to equip a room for the practice. A plan was already beginning to form in my head. "What you say is sensible. I will think carefully about this idea and see what can be done." Boris suddenly became cheerful, apparently imagining a pretty nurse in a starched uniform popping up in Ugrumika. Shaking my head, I put the fines in my bag and reached for my own wallet. The hunter had risked his life with me near the cave with the twilight steel. It was time to pay up. "Here you go, Boris," I said, holding out a handful of coins. "This is your share for the Striga and other sleuths." As we agreed, his jaw dropped at the sight of the dimly gleaming coins. 13 rubles, he managed to choke out, dumbfounded. "Good heavens, I've never held so much in my hands. That's a fortune. A third of the real value of the essence we found." "This is what you get," I smiled, "when a visiting merchant doesn't lay his furry paws on all the village's trophies. Consider it an advance payment for good service. There will be more to come, as long as you keep up the good work." "You can be sure I will, Prokhor Ignatievich," Boris beamed. "I will always have your back." "You will not regret assigning me to your squad." Having received his well-deserved reward, the inspired hunter went home, and I thought about what was to come. A lot had to be done to revive Ugrumika from ruin, and we needed to start post-haste. Gathering the villagers in the square, I outlined to them concrete plans for the near future. The first thing to do was to set up resource extraction, relics, essence, ordinary wood and stone. Without this, we couldn't dream of carrying out the serious improvements the village needed. However, in order to successfully collect resources, we also needed to increase the combat capability of the hunters. Provide them with good weapons, protection and supplies. Teach them the intricacies of military affairs. In a word, make real fighters out of yesterday's village bumpkins. And of course, it was necessary to expand the village territory, move the palisade, clear new fields for arable land and pastures. The rich land lay idle, overgrown with thickets, disorder. The steel purchased in the city was put to use. Frol worked day and night over the anvil, creating axes and hooks. I, with the help of weapon transmutation, turned ingots into deadly halberds. As I once explained to the villagers at our first meeting, this type of weapon was best suited for destroying the sleuths. After we had crafted top-tier equipment for all the hunters, I then accepted into their ranks several smart young guys who did not yet have the necessary skills. Day after day, I drove my warriors, training them for the fight with the soulless. I taught them the correct stance, lunges, and dodges. I showed them how to get a sure hit straight into the most vulnerable spots. After a week of grueling training, we saw the first results. The guys were noticeably stronger and no longer seemed like a herd of provincial oafs. They felt strong and ready to stand up for their home village. Another week or two, and I'd be able to send them on their first raid in enemy territory. Watch the men in action, assess their strengths and weaknesses, and adjust the training program if necessary. In the meantime, I was thinking that it wouldn't hurt to free myself from the routine work of managing Ugrumika. The elder Savely had counted on having many years ahead, but now A reliable replacement was needed in his place. Someone quick-witted, smart, and most importantly, loyal to me personally. Only the new position would not be called elder in order to banish even the memory of the thieving scoundrel, but manager. Without thinking twice, I summoned Zakar. The servant appeared immediately, groaning and saying, "Did you call, sir? Would you like to put on the samovar or something else?" With a smile, I looked him in the eyes and said, "The samovar will come later, Zakar. I need to have a serious conversation with you. Tell me, my dear friend, do you want to serve me not only as a personal assistant, but also for the benefit of all of Ugrumika?" The old man blinked in confusion, but immediately straightened up. "What do you mean, sir? I am always ready to serve you, you know that. And I will do my best for the village if necessary." "That's great," I smiled, pleased with his reaction. "I appoint you as the manager of Ugrumika. You will be my right hand, maintaining order and keeping an eye on things, just like you did in Father's house. Can you handle it?" Zakar grunted in surprise. A whole range of emotions flashed across his face, from fear to uncertain joy. "And what about you, sir?" he muttered. "Who will cook you breakfast and wash and mend your pants? It can't be Vasilisa, the poor thing, who will take care of the household." "You won't survive without me, God forgive me for saying so." I walked up and squeezed his shoulder encouragingly. "Don't worry, Zakar. My own comfort is the last thing on my mind right now. I'm not a boyar anymore, but the governor of the entire village, and I desperately need a person I can trust, who can handle it better than you. You've known me since I was a baby, and I also remember very well how you drove the maids around to keep the whole house in order. It's the same here, just on a larger scale." Zakar perked up a little when he heard these words. His eyes lit up with determination. "Well, if that's the case," he said, "then I won't let you down, Prokhor Ignatievich. Rely on me, everything will be in the best possible way. I'll make sure that no one slacks off or steals." I laughed at his sudden agility. Who would have thought that my elderly servant was capable of such a metamorphosis? It seemed that the responsibility that had fallen upon him had awakened previously dormant talents in him. "That's the right attitude," I encouraged him. "Just don't be too fierce at first. The people here are seasoned, you have to be strict with them but fair, so that they work honestly and not under duress." "Well, you know that full well, you're not a child." Zakar nodded in agreement, obviously mentally calculating the scope of the work ahead of him. I glanced out the window, where village life was in full swing. The carpenter and his assistants were hewing logs for a new palisade. The blacksmith was quickly forging nails and staples. The women were dragging brushwood from the forest for kindling. Everyone had a job to do. Everyone contributed to the common future. Looking at the work of my charges, I was filled with pride. The second week in Ugrumika was marked by a new magical breakthrough for me. I still had enough essence on hand, so I decided to perform 2 absorption rituals 3 days apart to strengthen my gift. I poured 4 tiny and 3 small crystals into myself, receiving a total of 53 drops of energy. My reserve increased to an impressive 114 units, and this started a chain reaction, a breakthrough to a new rank. I felt the magical power literally overflowing my body. It seemed that every cell was vibrating from the power bursting from the seams. My usual energy channels expanded, letting through themselves not just streams, but not yet full-flowing rivers of energy. And suddenly, it was as if a dam had burst. The invisible barrier that had held back my potential collapsed, opening up new horizons. I had moved to a new level. I had reached the rank of a first-stage apprentice. Even though I had already gone through all these stages, my soul was still filled with joy. It was a damn good feeling to regain my lost strength. This next milestone opened up interesting prospects. Previously, many spells were closed to me, requiring not only a large expenditure of energy, but also a fundamentally different structure of the gift. Now I felt that they were within my power. First of all, I could now create a protective barrier, just like Osakin did in our duel. Strong, elastic, reliable, if necessary, it could protect from both physical attacks and magical influences. Then I felt my weapon transmutation talent grow. Creating permanent items now required not 10, but 5 times the energy cost. A whole new field for experimentation and ingenuity. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Scald, my loyal companion, undergoing a metamorphosis as well. Fueled by the essence released from the crystals, he had noticeably grown in size. His inky black feathers had acquired an oily sheen, and his eyes lit up with remarkable intelligence. Our mental connection, already strong, gained new strength. I literally felt the emotions and thoughts of the raven as my own, and a moment later, a creaky but distinct voice sounded in my head. Well, finally, I almost jumped in surprise. Scald spoke, even if it was only in my head still. Before, our communication was limited to images and feelings, but now, before I could fully digest what had happened, the door burst open with a bang. A frightened Gavrila stood on the threshold, gasping for air. "What a disaster, Prokhor Ignatievich," he exhaled, moving his tongue with difficulty. "A detachment has descended on the village." All armed on horseback, they were racing so fast that the dust they left behind was like a whirlwind. I frowned, and without wasting time on questions, jumped up. What was it this time? The Uvarovs, Bolshilapov, Osakin? Jumping out onto the central square, I saw a group of a dozen dragoons in solid dark uniforms with green inserts. Classic equipment of elite units, each with a short-barreled automatic rifle of the newest model on his shoulder, a holster with a pistol on his hip, and a curved saber in a worn scabbard on his belt. Light armored vests, reinforced with relic metal plates, tightly hugged their powerful torsos. Their heads were protected by rounded helmets with matte visors that completely hid their faces. The soldiers held themselves confidently and harmoniously, clearly not ordinary warriors, but well-trained fighters accustomed to acting as a single mechanism. At the head of the detachment, on a powerful bay stallion, sat a man of about 40 in traveling clothes, under which a grey uniform could be discerned. Thin, but sinewy, with sunken cheeks and a predatory profile. Thin lips twisted into a grin, and unkind lights danced in his grey eyes under bushy eyebrows. His bearing and demeanor betrayed a man accustomed to giving orders and ruining other people's lives. When he saw me, his gaze flashed with unkind amusement, and his lips stretched into a grin. "Well, you've certainly come into your own," he muttered, dismounting. "Boyar Prokhor Platonov, if I'm not mistaken." "Allow me to introduce myself, Volkov Luka Sevrianovich, investigator from the Vladimir Detective Department." Suppressing my emotions with an effort of will, I kept a dispassionate expression on my face and nodded politely. "To what do we owe the honor?" "Have you decided to take in the local sights?" Volkov bared his teeth, clearly enjoying the moment. "Worse, Boyar, I am here to investigate the murder of the venerable merchant of the Third Guild, Makar Grivin, and I am afraid all the evidence points to you."